right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here. It is time. EGC Masters Fall. I'm Cracker here, joined today by the wonderful Soccerland. How are you doing today?
Doing good. Excited to cast some games with you.
Exactly, because today is the last day of the qualifiers for the main event. Today, we will decide who the 4 last contestants will be that'll join our currently already pretty stacked roster in the main event of EGC TV Masters Fall here, because we already have so many hot contenders here. We've got Puppy Paw, we've got Anaton, Louis MT, Marine Lord, CSO, Wham, B, Vortex, and just yesterday, Demu, Kiljadi, Lucifron, and Numedan that made the list. Today, we'll be getting 4 more players for the main event.
I always love qualifiers, especially the last day of qualifiers, because there's a urgency to this day that there really isn't to the first couple days. I mean, all the pros, everyone knows that the top guys who haven't already been invited are going to get in. But this day is always kind of interesting when, you know, most of those top spots are filled and it's just the 4 last seats at the table. I just feel like there's an urgency that kind of comes to these games that's just kind of fun to me to see.
Absolutely. Players definitely have to give it their all if they do want to qualify. And we do have some pretty interesting, or rather pretty stacked brackets here. There is like the occasional bracket, whereas I want to say, okay, there's a clear favorite in one pool or the other. We got 4 pools in total for 4 players that are going to be trying to contest for the main event. But mostly, I got to say, like, there are most of the pools, I want to say, there's like 2 or 3 names where I say, okay, either one of those players could definitely make it to the main event. And that's always great to see.
Yeah, we do love competitive series here. We always love when there's a question. You know, this is one thing to watch the pro go through the motions when you know he's really, really favored and he's most likely to get in unless like a miracle happens for the player. But yeah, when you get some close series like this and you really don't know both these evenly level players, you don't know who's going to get through, really makes for a fun series almost every time.
Exactly. Speaking of fun series, the one that we're going to be starting off today, it is going to be Nagafai versus the Mister. Now, Nagafai, many of you people might know Nagafai as well. Of course, everybody knows the Mister at this point in time, but Nagafai also a player that is well known, especially in the like team game community setup. Just like a player that plays a lot of team games, and you know, it's always very interesting when we get like some players that are coming from team games into the 1v1 scene. Most notoriously, for example, Louis MT, he was one of the players that like came from the team game scene right over to the 1v1 scene. And it's very interesting to see just how these kind of like skills from team games tend to translate over to the 1v1 spectrum there as well.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Louis, and that was the first person I thought of when you mentioned team gamers coming over to the 1v1 scene. And Louis proved this too, that, you know, these guys who are really good in one spot of the game could still be really good in the 1v1 format. And so it's exciting to see Nagafai, you know, like you said, big team guy player, going against the Mista here in just a minute. Should be an exciting series. I don't really know who I'd expect to come out on top on this one. Like we were talking about, don't know who to expect in this one. And we got the drafted board right here. We're going to be starting off on Coastal Cliffs with HRE and Byzantines.
Byzantines is an interesting one for me here, because we do know Coastal Cliffs, the starting stone spawns quite a bit further away. And stone is something that the Byzantines really want in the current meta early on, because we do always see these like massive cisterns just getting like put up pretty much immediately. Like by the time people hit feudal age with Byzantines at the current meta, they already have like level 3 cisterns coming out. That's gonna be associated with a lot more travel time here early on for the Mister, but I'm sure he's got a plan. I mean, we know the Mister, right? Like he's a player that always has a game plan. Surely he's got a game plan for this one here as well.
Yeah, I imagine he knows the limitations of this map, and it's always kind of a funny like paradox about Coastal Cliffs, right? You got, you know, 1/3 of the map just isn't there, so everything's squished in a little closer. But the stone, by design, as you mentioned, further away. Yeah, I imagine he's gonna have to have some kind of idea of what he's gonna do. Maybe he plans on either just going out for it anyways, or has some other like counter idea in mind. Meanwhile, Nagafai with HRE, a little more straightforward here, I think. You know,
I like this matchup for HRE. Just into like typically at the moment, Byzantines, they're a very tough civilization to beat in like Castle Age. Like once they're firmly nested inside Castle Age, and they got like all of these free units coming out of the Golden One Tower, so many mercenaries. A civilization like HRE, which can put out pressure immediately in Dark Age thanks to their very fast spearmen, And of course, like in a pinch, they can always use their starting prelate to heal up their units as well. I think HRE is like a perfect civilization to potentially punish the Byzantines straight off the game, like immediately in Dark Age, send a couple units over, and just pile on pressure nonstop in Feudal Age as well. Just not even let them get to the point where Byzantines kind of feel unstoppable in the mid game.
Yeah, well, and like we mentioned before, the stone being farther away, you can really punish that. You can make sure that they don't get access to it, even if it's a question of them taking a longer time to get there. A couple spears denies that entirely here, which does make HRE a pretty good choice into Byzantines on this map in particular. And then even if he, cuts off the stone, depending on the spawn, he can then go pressure the berries right on top of that as well. So really good follow-up play in Dark Age for HRE. Could be a good matchup for Nugify to take an early game on the Mista if he can play it right.
Yeah, exactly. Just being able to punish him here, that's definitely like one of the main things that we got to be looking out for. But we do know Mista, he's like an OG pro player, not just in Age of Empires 4, but also like in Age of Mythology and just in general, all of these like classic Age of Empires games that we do have. So I do believe that he does know that that is an option for Nugify. And I would be surprised to see him go for like an early move out onto the stone. I think we'll probably most likely be looking at just a normal Feudal Age, like fast Feudal Age opening here from Byzantine, which is still reasonably quick. Like you just build 3 buildings at the beginning and you will be able to afford your starting cistern. I think that's just the most important scaling point early on with Byzantines, just getting that first starting cistern in to have your villagers immediately be buffed up by 10%. After that, I think you can just go off, like step off the gas pedal a little bit, take your time, get to Feudal Age, solidify your position, and then you can just mass move out like 3 villagers to stone to get those cisterns in. It's going to be interesting to see just exactly what the approach is going to be here from the players. For Nugify with the HRE, I do want to see just a lot of aggression very, very early on.
Yeah, there's no sit on your heels and fast castle with HRE against Byzantines here. That you've definitely got, the ball in your court to start things off. I like what you mentioned about Byzantines. Getting that first cistern is critical. After that, he doesn't need to be greedy to start out. He really can't afford to be greedy. It's too easy to punish, like we've been talking about. So I agree. Byzantines needs to slow the game down after that first cistern, start building up, maybe get those cisterns down later. I am curious exactly how he wants to go about that, but I definitely agree with the overall plan that you kind of mentioned. Like that definitely seems like the way to go here. In HRE though, like there's, like you mentioned as well, he needs to be aggressive as he can get, because there's just no reason not to, I mean, he could sit on his heels and go for a fast castle, but that'd be just a complete mistake, because Byzantines will be more than happy to have some time and some buffer room to get that stone eventually, to get those cisterns going, to have the breathing space. That's the one thing you can't afford to let Byzantines have here.
Something that we've also seen a couple of times yesterday, we've seen a lot of HRE players going for the Archon Chapel. In the current meta, I really do prefer the Minework over the Archon Chapel, not just because of all the unique upgrades that you do get from the Minework, but also because it promotes the playstyle of actively creating prelates and having your economy out there, just constantly buffing up your units. Because with the Archon, at some point, all the resource and the influence, they run out. And so many times we see players just not really respecting that, and then it's like, okay, you play HRE, but without the HRE economy. And that just never really feels good, because then we're getting to the point where just any generic civilization starts outgathering them.
Yeah, which just feels different, because in years past, Archon Chapel has just been the go-to more often than not because of its range, because of its influence. But with those nerfs, you're right, it does draw into question of whether or not it's the right choice or not. I feel like for me, the jury's out still. I definitely think both will be very viable here. I think depending on the spawn, depending on what resources he gets, an Archon Chapel could be still worthwhile. Especially if he puts it like right on the wood. If he's got like a wood gold and like a deer not too far, I could see that being really worthwhile still. But the Minework, I think, could get equal amount of value on a map like this when he's trying to be aggressive, as he should be.
All right, now it is time for us to dive into our game number 1 of the day here. Ladies and gentlemen, in the color blue, we do have Nugify playing as the Holy Roman Empire here on Coastal Cliffs. His opponent in the color red, it's going to be Aces the Mista playing as the Byzantines. This is going to be our first set here of the day in our second qualifier for the EGC Masters Fall tournament.
Right away, we see that first cistern being brought up. He's put a mill on the berries.
So looks like the mill on the berries immediately signifies to Nugify. I like that he scouted that one out immediately. It immediately signifies that this is going to be a Hippodrome build. Now, Hippodrome does have like the main strength of course, is that you do have stronger horsemen. So even if Nagafai were to, for example, go for a Mindwork build in a straight-up fight engagement with the Triumph ability, Mista's horseman would still be better here. So that's always something that Nagafai is going to have to keep in mind here throughout the game. Once that ability gets activated, you don't want to take a fight.
Yeah, most definitely not. It definitely does signify that, that Mista knows the assignment here, knows that he can't play passive, he can't really go for a really easy boom game. He's not going to get the opportunity. So it definitely is, like, I agree with you, looking like a Hippodrome build. The Triumph ability, I mean, the tricky thing is with the faster units for HRE, with Spears being your go-to, it's still not an easy fight for the Mista. I think you're right that he does win out on that, but depending on how Nagafai plays it, if he, micros it really well, that's still not easy, and he's going to have to find some value out of it as well, because I think Nagafai could easily get ahead here if he gets a little bit of damage done with a couple spears. If he can, as we see here, the Mindwork coming up, just as you had predicted, if he can get some value here in Feudal Age and maybe get ahead and move towards the Castle Age, Nagafai could be in a really good position here.
Yeah, definitely do like the Mindwork idea. Even if you do know that your opponent's horsemen in a fight are going to be stronger, you should still go for the Mindwork just because that ability is tied to just something that's not active all the time. Meanwhile, your Mindwork, that bonus is going to be active throughout the entire game.
Yeah, definitely. See the sheep being gathered in here. It's a pretty good haul of sheep, actually, for this map.
That's pretty decent. 9 sheep there, so should be very even, I want to say, between the two. Most importantly, though, just having the ability to, or rather, being incentivized to be making your own. Yeah, it's somewhat even, I want to say. Although Mista, he hasn't actually taken his own sheep yet, right? Because he's been on the berries for most of the game. So it does look like Nagafai does have a good couple more. Okay, there's still some out on the map there. One at least left. Yeah, Nagafai getting a couple more in there. Overall, nothing too crazy here, though, for the moment. But yeah, this is going to be a game that's mostly, I want to say, going to also be decided in regards to, like, the outer resources on the map. Because Nagafai is going to have to, like, invest into some prelates and move out onto, like, the outer deer here as well. I think that's probably, like, one of the things that Mista could potentially punish. And is probably going to have to look forward to. It's a difficult situation. It's like one of these, like, very even matchups, the way both are playing it, with Hippodrome into Mindwork, where both players are going to want to, like, have a lot of horsemen up, and both players are going to try and raid the outer resources from their opponents.
It's really going to come down to who can land the raid, right? Like, who can deal the hardest blow in Feudal Age, who can find those outer resources with the villagers just sitting there open. And so, I mean, like, if the Mista, for instance, let's just say, like, around minute 7 or 8, finds a prelate with a bunch of deer and villagers on it and can kill a couple of those villagers, maybe even take the prelate out, that'd be a huge blow. On the other side, though, Nagafai could easily, find the Mista sitting on some berries unprotected and, storm with the infantry and horsemen of his own. So it really is going to come down to who can get more villager kills, who can inflict more damage and get ahead, because right now things are dead even.
I like that we're immediately getting the vision upgrade on the houses there from the Mista. Means that he's going to have a lot of line of sight around his base and is indeed going to just know whenever there's a unit engaging on his side. So, like, look at this wood line. He will know if there's a unit trying to, like, snipe a villager there.
Yeah, it's one of those, like, forgotten techs. I feel like not forgotten, but you don't think of it if you don't play Byzantines a lot or don't interact with Byzantines a ton. You don't always think of it that they have better vision with that upgrade.
Absolutely. Horseman count pretty even between them right now as well. Now, at the beginning, Mista is going to have the benefit of, with the Byzantines, of course, the cistern, giving you a little bit faster production speed on your units. Nagafai immediately getting all pikes in already, so is going to have some very strong horsemen on his side as well. Getting an outpost on the goal as well. Outpost also just really, really important here early on in the game. When both players are going for cavalry, just having the ability to save your villagers on the gold means that you don't need to stick around in your base for too long, but you can instead just move out on the map and get some damage in on your opponent's side rather than just sticking around in your own base the entire time.
First engagement here, Scout takes a little bit of chip damage, but nothing else too much. Just some posturing going on in the middle of the map as both players building up a mass.
We should be starting to see some move into a contract here soon now for Mista. He does already have most of the olive oil gather that he needs from that first berry pack. hasn't decided yet on a contract to go for. There we go, contract, and it is going to be the Eastern Mercenary contract, so we will be seeing some Keshiks in Feudal, Golems in Castle, and eventually Tower Elephants in Imperial Age, should we get to that point, but it means that this is going to be a very much cavalry-focused game here for Mr.
On a map that's, you know, one-third smaller than the others, it's going to mean for a lot of back and forth and a lot of quick plays, and these guys are going to have to keep their heads kind of on a swivel as they back and forth, trying to get some damage, trying to see if they can outdo the other. There's that triumph coming in.
Is going to come in. Now, this not only gives you the bonus attack on the horsemen, but also bonus movement speed. So once these horsemen, the weak horsemen from Nugify, try to run away, they might not be able to make that alive. And we do see 2 horsemen here going down from Nugify. Great micro from the Mr. taking down 3 horsemen, I believe it was, and not losing one of his own.
Yeah, that ability, he timed it almost perfectly, you know, right about the time where his units were sitting around 40% HP. It's that sucker up, and then he's able to outspeed, I think, again. That was the crucial point there, being able to catch up and get that final blow. Because these guys are both so good at micro, they're going to be able to pull away at the right time, but with the extra speed, it won't matter, like you said. And the scout will go down, though, for the Mista.
Now, Nugify, he does, like, never forget that Nugify also has the ability to heal up his horsemen. If he just gets them back towards his base, he does have double prelates there right now, so he is going to be able to heal them relatively quickly. And that is definitely something that he should make use of. It's just saved value. Every horseman that you say, like, that you heal back to full is an immediate 120 resources worth of units that you get back up. Now, there's something nice and something pretty bad about Mr. going for the Keshiks here, because the nice thing is, in a straight-up horseman versus horseman engagement, having some armored units in there is going to be a huge benefit to you. But at the same time, HRE has the best spearmen in the game at this stage, just because of the bonus movement speed, and also with all pikes, they're going to be doing an incredible amount of damage.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword there. I like what you mentioned about the prelates, too, as we see some horsemen trying to poke at the base, not finding any damage. As far as like the healing value, it really is something that I think just across the meta is very underutilized, especially with units like HRE. Everyone knows like Ayubids has really good healing with the dervishes. A lot of people use the scholars with the elephants for Delhi. But outside of that, I feel like most civs just don't utilize healing units enough, and that is just free value, especially for a civ like HRE.
The houses, once again, for Mista, he's spreading them out everywhere. He sees so much around his own base. Nugify, he tried to be a little bit cheeky there, just sending in 2 of his horsemen alongside with the scout, but isn't going to be able to find any value here as Mista does pull his army toward that side. Army is getting split off, though. The main army from Nugify is trying to attack onto the berries here from Mista. Mista already 2 outposts there, and the rest of his army isn't really going to find any value there, and we do see the Triumph getting activated here. Might potentially get a villager killed. Nope, doesn't get it in time.
There's just too many horsemen in Kashik here, and he's got one too many low health horsemen. Nugify doesn't want to lose any, trying to maybe get a vill. I gotta say, Mista's doing a really good job of playing defensive with his cavalry in a way that works, and I really think you're right. It comes down to the vision. The fact that he can see where his opponent's at and trying to poke and prod. He can react with enough time to get there to keep his villagers alive. And that's really all he needs to do at this moment. He needs to get some value back on Nugify at some point, but he's already gotten a couple horsemen up on him. So he's doing a really good job thus far.
We are only just now getting the second batch of Keshiks in, so we'll be getting up to 4 Keshiks on the field. Mr. behind this, though, he's got a great amount of food, and we do have another clash here coming in, but I'm not sure if this is a clash that Nugify really wants to take. He does have the all pikes, he does have the +1 melee and damage upgrade on his horsemen, but just having a couple of Keshiks in there means that the horsemen just can't trade as effectively.
Healing again, right? Like, he really needs to get those couple weak ones back to base to heal. Nugify does that. Maybe he could take a fight here. He does have the numbers here.
Keshiks are going to step forward, are going to tank the majority of the damage, but enough horsemen are here this time around. Reinforcements are coming in. We do see the Triumph ability getting pulled. Nugify is going to be able to clean up the initial mass here, but the reinforcement horsemen are coming in. There's a lot of weak horsemen now in the army from Nugify. Most of them are weak, in fact. He cannot take this fight. Right now, what he needs to do is just peel the alive ones back in order to buy himself some room. Get these horsemen back up in health. You can heal them up. it is definitely a possibility for you, and you would save up so much value. If he saved up, like if he healed up all of these horsemen, it would be like immediately getting 1,000 more resources in. Instead, he will take a fight, get some good damage in on the Keshiks, but this is still not a fight that I would want to take right now with this many weak horsemen.
I agree. It's a very squishy underbelly. In fact, even this right here, it just needs to be distraction. He needs to peel away, but he keeps coming back for more. This is too greedy. He needs to pull those weak ones away. I mean, half of them are down to like 2 HP.
He loses so much value there every time. The destruction value, though, is relatively even between them. That is quite something, considering that Nagafai at the beginning did lose a lot of units inside the base of the Mista. The Mista now reinvesting heavily. He almost had the resources that he needed in order to go up to Castle Age. Castle Age, though, might seem like it's on the menu for Nagafai instead. He's also floating a lot of resources, so somewhat flirting with the idea of going up to next age. Triumph is coming in here once again. It's only going to be a short one, but a short one is going to be enough to do some major damage here in these engagements. And now Nagafai is the one with the lesser horseman numbers here.
We got Spears and Limitane coming out on both sides here as well. Both players trying to find an edge over the other. Man, it just feels like Nagafai's playing with fire a little bit with some of those weakened horsemen. The numbers look better than they are. If you've got a 2 HP horseman, you essentially only have 2% of a horseman.
This is making me very anxious here every time I see these low HP horsemen from Nagafai going for these dives. Nagafai also stepping forward to a berry patch, triple outposts there, so does have a great amount of reinforcements there, and this is so important. Just having these outposts there means that with both players having a very mobile army, you do have the ability of sending some units out more easily thanks to the outpost, because you will have enough time to react to your opponent. We do have another fight coming in here. Triumph does get activated, but it's a very short one. Pretty much only lasts for a couple of seconds, but still, Nagafai, you don't have enough units here. You have forgotten to heal up your horsemen. So many horsemen just going down in an instant here. But now the Regnitz Cathedral is going to be on its way from Nagafai. Does already have 3 prelates out on the field, so getting relics in quickly shouldn't be that tough of a task for him. But he has to be very careful, as he does not have a lot of military here out on the field at the moment. And we do see the berries being under attack here. But with triple outposts, that is not something that Mr. can really commit to at the moment.
Those outposts really saving Nagafai here, because he's in a somewhat tenuous spot here. He's one bad fight from getting cleared. Those horsemen finally getting a little bit of chip healing. I like to see that. This is what he's needed to do for a while now, is just send the weak ones back, sit here. It's going to take a while to get all those back to full health. He should have done that a long time ago. Now, the Mist able to move around the map freely, however. If he finds those deer to the north side, which is where he's kind of angling towards, that could be trouble.
Could be quite a lot of trouble. Nagafai, he hasn't really prepped anything yet for the Castle Age. I'm not seeing any additional spearmen or any additional men-at-arms coming in, because men-at-arms, that would definitely be a unit that he could go for right away in Castle Age. Instead, it is going to be some knights. Mr. though, behind this, he is preparing Limitani, and we now also see the Golden Horn Tower coming in, but getting rushed up with 15 villagers, so will be quite quick to get that up. First relic is going to be picked up in the middle. Actually, this is the benefit with having 3 prelates immediately. Look how quickly Nagafai is collecting these relics.
All 3 in hand already. And the brilliant thing about HRE is it's not a long walk to drop them off in a tower if you need that gold right away, which is what we're seeing done towards the south side there.
Love to see just like maybe 3 villagers getting sent over towards stone at this point in time. I do believe, yeah, we are just now seeing villagers moving over towards the stone. There is a mining camp being put inside, like next to Nagafai stone. If he just gets a couple there in on the stone and just slowly but surely get some emplacements on these outposts, that is going to pay off big time for him here as the game goes on.
See Nagafai trying to get a raid in, but the Mista once again just quick to reinforce. The vision just so good here for him. He's able to really see where Nagafai is at. Although Nagafai did a good job of getting his units and matching what could have been a dangerous raid on those deer to the north. He was able to kind of get his units there in time.
Are moving towards the villagers here. They're not upgraded yet, though. There's no shield wall active at the moment as well. Rather, is it? Okay, now the shield wall has been activated. So the outposts are going to be going down rather quickly here. Nagafai is going to have to be careful. First villager is going to be able to survive, but that is one outpost down.
Die. That was close.
The outpost is being reinvested into. Textiles now coming in as well. More blacksmith upgrades, courtesy of still just being incredibly cheap here for Nagafy thanks to the mine work. And now we see Mr. going for the two-pronged attack. Nagafy, he's just running away. He's immediately running away. There's no scout with the army. Mr. does not see that the villagers have already retreated. Relic inside the outpost is going to be forfeited, though.
Yeah, that scout went down in an early fight right when they got into H2, when there was just a couple of horsemen each. That was one of the pickoffs that the Nagafy got, and that's really paid off now.
The Knights from Nagafy, they do have the barding upgrade from the minework, so they have an incredible amount of armor here. A couple of spearmen getting left behind. They do get some horsemen, but are going to get cleaned up in the end after all. And once again, the spearmen from Mr. are going to move towards the outpost here. This time, though, it looks like the horsemen are going to be moving alongside with them, and then I don't think Nagafy is going to be able to really hold this position. We do see the first fortification upgrade in, though. So one outpost, especially with the relic, is going to be very tough to kill.
Yeah, that's an important one to fortify there. He needs to get that other relic and make sure it gets home as well. He's looking at this one through the far west corner, posturing like he wants to get it. There is, of course, the monk for Mista right there as well, but he's not going to be able to get it now. Big fight here in the middle under the towers. Spears retreating, actually. Too many
Second
units for the Mista.
Coming in. And Mista is going for the torch. He does not have any scouts here, so no bonus torch damage here. As we do know, the Byzantines, they can upgrade their torches with a scout nearby. And the villagers, they're going to have to ungarrison here. That's a lot of them going down. Wheelbarrow has come in, but with Triumph, a lot of things are going to go down. A lot of villagers here going to go down. Nagafy is trying to find some damage inside of the base of Mista here. There are some Keshiks, though, in order to defend that. Second outpost, slowly but surely, is going to go down. That's another 5 villagers here, completely surrounded. All of them going to get taken down. And there's no emplacements inside of these outposts. They're not really doing any special extra damage here. He's just taking down all the outposts. Nagafy, he's not microing the army. Right now, Mista 13 villagers ahead.
This has been a bad exchange. I mean, you kind of hope you do a little bit of a base trade here and maybe you come out even, but Nagafy just missing the villagers. He's finally got some on the gold there in the corner now, but he's going to lose so many villas on his own.
More villagers going down. The Knights still not finding any damage here. It's all toward the front side of Mr. Space. The income, it just hasn't been denied yet. And Nagafy, he's not getting any food in at the moment.
Military numbers don't look good. 37 to 16. It's hard to come back when you're over, doubled against you. It's tough to come back, It's 38 to 16. He needs to get producing stuff, but without any food coming in, this looks dire. I don't know how he comes back from this.
In the bank. Yeah, he does still have a good amount of wood in the bank. And I mean, he still has 4 relics with the HRE. At least the 4th one is coming in for him behind all of this. But yeah, these outposts pretty tough for him to take down. Oh, that's a lot of villagers here being found out, but are going to be able to garrison. Relic needs to be put inside of the outpost very quickly. It does get put inside just barely in the nick of time. Knights here to defend, and this is not something that Mista can really fight into right now. More sprinkler emplacements also coming in for Nagafy, but he has lost a lot of military. We're now actually seeing Landsknechte being massed up for Nagafy as well. Now he does have a lot of relics, so does have a lot of passive gold income. Maybe that's his way of potentially getting back into this game, as long as Mista doesn't, invest into archers or something like that. Because right now Nagafy doesn't have a lot of food, but with a good amount of gold income, Landsknechte is something that you can reasonably afford.
Yeah, that's one of the few units he really can work with right now. He needs to get that food going up right now. At this point, though, this is a weird, awkward time where the food resources on the outside of the map start drying up. And you got to start thinking, how can I get a farm position at home? This is the part of the game where Nagafy wants the game to slow down, and it just won't. I don't think that Mista is going to give him the option. He is just posturing very aggressively on the side there.
Looks like Mista is going to be able to take back that one relic that Nagafy dropped on the berries and the boar. The other relics all in possession for Nagafy, though. Sacred Side should also starting to be capped soon here by Mista, as he's the one that has map control right now. We do see the second TC coming in for Mista on the deer, so is going to get some nice food over there as well. It's going to be roughly 2,000 food there that he will have access to.
I like that play, actually. It slows the game down a little bit for the Mista here, but he really can't give the killing blow right this second. I mean, he could try, but it's risky. He's doing the safer option here of, let me just scale my eco now. I'm ahead militarily. I've got map control. Let me scale the eco behind this. That way there really is no easy way back for Nagafy.
Mr. so far just the military scaling. Every time he took a fight, he took a better one. Looks like Nugafy will be able to find some gold villagers. Ooh, finds the villagers over there as well. We do have some trade out happening as well with the market. Not quite able to stick onto the villagers here, though. Nugafy splitting off into two groups, still chasing after those villagers, though. But there's the spearman. Nugafy, gotta be careful. He's not looking. And he's gonna lose the knights for it. Yeah, he does kill villagers, but he still doesn't have a competitive army at all at the moment. Mr. now heavily investing into... Well, not really investing, but he's just getting a lot of golems in here now as well.
Yeah, at this point, looking at the villager kills, you know, it's 13 to 11 villager deaths. Both sides have done a good job of raiding. The difference is, though, the military engagements here. Nugafy just hasn't won a fight on the ground with his military. It's how do you scale back?
Lanzknechte being shown here, and Mr. spreads wide, wants to go for the engagement yet again. And now he's trying to go for some raids. Yeah, Mr. now is spreading wide around there with his military units. So starting to just try and, you know, pull Nugafy apart on all these different sides. Oh, the villagers from Nugafy, they're being found out. They tried to go back to the boar. No military reinforcements at all, though. They gotta run all the way back, and that's a lot of them going down again.
Desperation play. The Nugafy needs to keep the food income rolling to scale back, and dropping a couple extra villagers, that was the last thing he needed right here.
The army from Mr. at the moment, it mostly just consists of Limitani, so the Landsknechte play absolutely great here at the moment for Nugafy. It's just the mass that is missing. If he had like 10 more spearmen here just in order to be a meat shield for those Landsknechte, it would be a lot better here for him. Nugafy yet again, he's getting put off from just reclaiming that boar and those berries. I think he just has to admit to himself that that is probably not going to be something that he can have access to. And there we go, Mr. He springs the trap. Units surrounding the army from Nugafy, and a lot of Landsknechte immediately going down. Only 5 remaining now.
That's not enough.
Nugafy, he needs to keep the Landsknechte alive.
He needs, more than that, he needs them to do some really good work, and he's not going to get the opportunity.
Behind this, there's also the build-up, the slow build-up from Mr. with the crossbows, and we're getting to the point where the crossbows are going to be able to start one-shotting pretty much just about anything that Nugafy has out on the field, not just the knights, but also all the unarmored units here.
I like what the Mist is doing here. He's trying to like bait Nugafy in, giving that little semicircle, just kind of inviting him in, trying to get that surround. If he ever does get that surround, it's going to be game over.
Right now, both players, though, being very cautious. Mr. realized that if he loses a fight, that could also very well, like, just snowball very quickly against him, as is the majority of his army, it's still just Limitani.
There are a number of crossbows coming up for Nugafy. He's got 16 on the field, 2 more in. Both players leaning into Expos as they've gone into Castle Age here, little bit by little bit. Difference again, it's just the scale, 93 units to 53. It would take a really good fight for Nugafy to get in this, but if he could pull off the miracle, he'd be in a really good situation.
Looks like Mr. starts torching down the outpost there, but that is in range of the emergency repair aura. So that is going to be coming in here for him. Fight looks like it's being taken, but the Landsknechte immediately getting taken down. Only 3 left alive here now.
There's just too many numbers.
Back with the crossbows. Just so many Limitani. Now a lot of them have gone down already. 15 Limitani down, but the army from Nugafy, it suffered equally. And there's just no reinforcements at the moment from him coming out. The Limitani mass, it's just starting to push through. Not enough kiting coming in. And now behind this, I mean, Mr. he still has just so many crossbows alive, and now starting to reinforce again with the horsemen, where at this point in time, with all of these trades that have been going on, if we just check out the Hippodrome again, there must be a lot of stacks there waiting for him.
Yeah, he did a great job of sniping out the Landsknecht. I mean, he really made sure. I mean, I'm looking at it, there's not a single one alive now from Nugafy. Every single one perished in that last battle. The Mista really focusing them down with the ranged units.
Yeah. The issue here as well for Nugafy is that because he doesn't have any semblance of map control, he is completely reliant on the passive gold income from the relics. that's not that much at this point in the game, right? Like, he's getting like 640 gold per minute passively. That is not going to be enough for constant knight production. So I think at the moment he just needs to like fully commit into mass crossbows and spearmen just to like have a semblance of chance here. He does have a good food income right now. He did put up a lot of farms, and I want to say, like, if he just gets like a couple more prelates out again and starts actively inspiring all of these farm clusters that he has, he's still in this one. He's still in this one potentially, just because he's got so many farms. Mister, he's only just now starting to prepare for the farm, so he's got some investing to do. If Nagafai can like rebuild an army here, there's still a chance, because the knights from Nagafai are still absolutely broken. +2 additional armor on them. Like, if Nagafai is able to keep Mister's army in one spot and have just a couple of knights raiding, those knights are never going to die to arrow fire.
It's a big if, though, if he can mass up enough. 70 to 30, now 40. I mean, Nagafai's doing a decent job of getting the military fielded up again, and a lot of what the Mista has is Mutane. But the crossbows, though, as well. The tricky thing is both players have bases that are very difficult to get into. It's hard to do a lot of raiding damage in the actual bases. On the fringes, yeah, you can go, raid the outside resources, but both have the ability to make some very, very annoying towers to deal with. So you just get this kind of weird standoff where they kind of attack on the edge of the base, but don't really go in and do any real game-ending damage.
At the moment, something else that's become a big issue here for Nagafai is, of course, like, not being able to access gold here as much. And Mister, he's about to hit the button. He's about to go to Imperial Age. He's got the resources for it in just a little bit.
Yeah, Nagafai's putting everything he has back into military. The Mista has the military. And yeah, I think Imperial Age is just right around the corner. And there it goes. Foreign engineering company coming in. And that's the answer to the prickly towers, right? If towers are slowing you down, just get some siege.
Nagafai, he's investing into Trebuchet now. Just in order to start to like try taking down the outposts here from Mister, as Mister does have that Sacred Side victory condition, of course, ticking. Nagafai has finally gone into the mass crossbows and spearmen army composition, but it's come so late at a point where Mister now was able to hit the Imperial Age button. I'm fearing that by the time Nagafai is able to take the first trade, Mister should have at least one elite upgrade in.
It's hard to see what else Nagafai should be able to do, too. He just needs to do what he's doing a lot faster, which just doesn't work. He's looking to move in a little bit now, knows he's on the clock and he needs to do something. Knows his opponent is in the next stage. It's a lot of crossbows from the Mista, though.
There's a lot, and Nagafai, it doesn't feel like the trade out here would be worth it for him. We do get the elite upgrades in, both on Limitani as well as on the crossbows for Mista. Both the units that he has the most of right now. Fight is being taken, though, maybe a little bit too early here. The upgrades are not in yet at this point in the game. And Nagafai does have a great amount of crossbows here working for him.
This is his moment. This is where the window is somewhat open. This is where Nagafai can get some damage. Before those elite upgrades kick in, he can make those upgrades not important for the time being. That'd be huge, but he's running low on numbers as well. His front line getting diminished pretty quickly here.
Oh, he's trying to match the Imperial Age timing behind this. Instead of doubling down in the Castle Age now. That is rough. I feel like if he just doubled down and went for a little bit of a longer Castle Age on his side, he would have a way bigger payout. But it looks like he still manages to beat out the army here. Palace of Swabia now coming in for Nagafai. Second Trebuchet out now as well. He's going to start taking down these outposts. And Mister behind this, though, he's got a... Mister, he's holding a massive amount of olive oil at the moment. And if he gets like a point where he's got like 2,000, 3,000 olive oil, he can just all dump it into these royal cannons and just start tearing down the base from Nagafai.
I think I'm looking at those 4 relics for Nagafai. That really might be the difference as to how he stuck it through. And he just had even though he's got no access really to gold, had just enough from the relics to kind of hold. And because he swapped into the spear composition, yeah, the Expos cost him gold, but he swapped into spears as well, which not a gold cost at all. I think even just an ability to keep in this game. The tricky thing now is the upgrades. Can you get all the elite upgrades you need to be competitive in Imperial Age? Because now you've committed to it. can you get the value out of it? And the Mista is a leg up on that regard.
Second sacred side, there weren't too many outposts there. A couple units do reinforce over on that side though. So should be possible easily for Mista to hold that side, at least for the time being. We are now getting the first elite upgrade in for Nagafy. It is going to be elite on the crossbows. He's also getting Tithe Bonds in with 4 relics. That definitely makes a lot of sense, getting a lot more resources there. Passively in as well. But still, the timer, it continues to tick down. And
5 minutes isn't worrisome, right? That's when it gets down to like 3 minutes, you start really sweating.
It starts to get uncomfortable.
Yeah, it creeps up on you.
It's still also just a lot of passive gold income for the Mista as well. He's at 280 gold per minute, so that's almost equivalent to like having 3.5 relics.
That's true. That's true. That's something I think it's easy to overlook, that the gold comes in as well for that. I think once the timer gets close to the time to lose, you forget about the gold part. You're just worried about losing the game outright. But yeah, this whole time, it's been 5+ minutes of having both of those just trickle in some extra, on top of the fact that Mista's owned all the gold on the map until very recently.
Yeah. Seeing more emplacements coming in for Nagafy. At this point in base, in this point in time, like his base is very, very prickly. There, like if you go in there with all of the emplacements there, your units start turning into shish kebab.
It's looking like a balloon tower defense.
Yeah, now Mista is the one that starts taking the engagement here. Now he does have the Limitani with the shield wall, so the crossbows not doing that much damage here to them. Horsemen trying to get the surround in order to connect to the crossbows here from Mista. Still, as you mentioned, a lot of outposts here. That's a lot of damage just coming in passively. And even though Nagafy didn't have the best army formation here, or rather the best movement into this fight, his army is trading out somewhat okay.
Yeah, those towers doing a lot of work. The sprinkled emplacements really helping, not to mention the DPS from the crossbows. The front line is gone, however, so those towers need to pick up some work for him real quick. He's going to have to back up. Heavy price, though, that Mista
sustain. Yeah, Mista cannot sustain this attack behind us. Does have enough stone for a keep. Might want to put one up now on the right-hand sacred side, where all the outposts have been taken down so far. Yeah, at the end of the day, Mista, he's going to have to fall back, and Nagafy still has a good army count now.
3 minutes on the clock, 4 minutes on the clock now for this timer. That's going to be the condition, I think. Because right now, military numbers are evened out. It's 49, 47. You feel good either way. Both players have access to gold. If that sacred timer, though, like we said, sneaks up on you. 3:40 seconds.
He's starting to get to that point now, and Mista... Okay, I'm guessing that's from the Golden Horn Tower, but we do see the first Tower Elephant being queued up.
That's why I love the Golden Horn Tower. Even if you forget that you could do that, the Golden Horn Tower doesn't forget, you know? It'll pick you up.
It's never nice to have a... It's never bad to have a Tower Elephant, especially because they don't take any bonus damage from the crossbows, so they're inherently just an amazing meat shield up against ranged units. Nagafy once again investing into some Landsnasher. We do say a keep now coming up for Mista on the left sacred side. Does still have a good amount of stone income, so maybe we're going to see a second keep. We did just have the first bell ring there for the sacred side timer, so 3 minutes, less than 3 minutes remaining now.
I like how Nagafy's been still trying to raid this entire time. And actually, the villager number is dead even. So he's done a good job of
almost,
keeping things in check.
It's a Swabia, right? Like, he gets a couple of kills. He didn't get many kills, but he got a couple of kills, and Swabia just kind of picks you up there.
Big engagement coming in here. Limitane pushing forward. Man, the trebuchets look very exposed right here.
And there's just no real front line from Nagafy outside of the horseman, but you don't want a front horseman up against the Limitani. And behind this, there's also the elite army tactics now coming in just a little bit. Nagafy with the mass horseman feels like an army composition that you just want to raid with, but raiding is not something that you can really do when there's a sacred side timer with just 2 minutes left on the clock.
And there goes the bell right there. Things getting rough. And unfortunately for Nagafy, both of his trebuchets got sniped down by this Limitane. So he has no range siege to work with. He's got a cannon, a culverin, but that's it.
There's no keep, though, blocking the bottom sacred side. He just needs army mass at the moment. Just something in order to win the fight with. Like mangonels, springles, just anything here at this point in time would really save him, but there's no front line up against the Limitani with which he can fight at the moment.
he keeps making horsemen because he doesn't have the gold to really sustain a whole lot else besides the crossbows and siege he has. And he's looking for raiding, but at this point, like, raiding is great and all, but you got to fight for the day. You got a minute and 18 seconds.
Horseman fronting here yet again up against the men-at-arms. Now, at least while the shield wall is active, they're not really doing that much damage to the horsemen. They lose a lot of their attack speed. Nagafai, he's starting to throw away the crossbows. That's the one unit that he can't really throw away at the moment. He's standing his ground maybe a little bit too long. More and more of the horsemen coming in. Lots of villagers getting pulled right now. Where are they getting pulled to, though? That's the question.
There's a gold on the bottom side there, but he might need to think about pulling them onto the sacred site. It's 45 seconds to go.
I think there's a keep coming up on the bottom sacred site as well.
Has Nagafai forgotten about the sacred sites?
Yeah, there's a keep there now as well. It's getting upgraded as well.
He hasn't even made a play for them. He just hasn't played for them at all.
Yeah, I don't think that he just really knew what his win condition there was. He just tried to go for the raids, but when you raid, you take away your opponent, like, you just make more room for your opponent to mass military, and that's exactly what they want when they're just playing for the sacred site timer here. And now Nagafai, the potential to decap the sacred sites, it's all but gone. He's trying to make a desperation move here. Horseman trying to run to the top sacred site, but he's not able to stand on top of it. 3 seconds remaining, and just like that, Mr. able to win the game with the sacred site timer here. Game number 1 going over to the Mr.
And it really felt like he just forgot about the sacred sites. That open one on the bottom was there for so long. And you got to wonder, he had a pretty good military mass. I don't know if he would have won or not, but you got to at least try and contest that. He definitely was not doing what he was doing. And the raids, again, while great, weren't the win condition there anymore. It feels like he kind of like forgot the assignment for a second. Tough loss to take.
Definitely. It hurts when you lose the game like that, right? Like, because at the end, like, he actually had the better economy towards the end there. Now, Mr. Still, of course, with all the olive oil is pretty massive there, but throughout it, I want to say, like, towards the end, it did definitely look like Nagafai was coming back in the economy.
I agree.
Well.
If that game goes on another 15 minutes, I don't know who. I mean, if he had more time, then I don't know who would necessarily would win that. Like, I think it'd be more of a toss-up. But because of the win condition timer, it feels bad because Nagafai, I felt like his economy finally did get going. He finally was able to get some good units out in the field. Had the culverin come out. He was making great use of the crossbows for a good number of minutes. Just lost sight of track of the time for the sacred site, and that just came back to bite him.
Ah, man. I mean, that's how it goes, I guess.
Yeah,
Mr. just played the mid game. Yeah, Mr. just played the mid game a lot better, I feel like, throughout it all. Just how he took the trades, right, with the military forces, and it just worked out so well there for him.
Mm-hmm. It's a really tough loss to swallow if you're Nagafai, I think. Like, that just feels bad because you felt the tide turning a little bit. You felt like you were starting to get into your groove. HRE is pretty good into late game, and then just the timer, and then it just feels like you can't. You have time, and we were saying too, it sneaks up on you. Like, you feel fine when it's 5 minutes, so you kind of feel a little worried, like you need to do something about it. Then 3 minutes comes by, and it's like, oh, you still got some time. Then 2 minutes, you're like, okay. 1 minute, and suddenly you're looking at 10 seconds, and there's just not enough time to do anything, and the day of reckoning comes.
The issue, of course, always is that it's not just your opponent getting closer to the sacred site victory, but also they're getting additional resources for every single sacred site that they have captured. It's like 3 villagers worth of income. So having those 2 sacred sites, it's like your opponent essentially has like 6 more villagers for free working for them. So the gap just becomes wider and wider. And the longer you wait, the harder it becomes trying to just deny that sacred site victory from coming in. Next up, though, we are going to be moving towards Gorge, and this time it's going to be China for Nagafai against the Ayubids from Mr. And China's a civilization that we don't actually see too often at the moment in tournaments, just because they get banned a lot for very good reasons. In most civilizations, you know, like with pro scouting, right? Like we got a lot of civilizations that are like very much reliant on pro scout, but China is like they pro scout, and after that, like, even once Pro Scout runs out, they still do well. Their transitions are just very, very much simpler for them than they are for other civilizations. Like French, for example, once Pro Scout runs out, if you don't have like a guild hall full of resources and are like prepped for like farms immediately, you have a very rough transition ahead of you.
Yeah.
China has a relatively easy time transition after the Pro Scout play.
Well, they do Pro Scouts because they can, not because they need to, which is just insane. Like, I mean, it's like we're not the same, you know? Like, you do Pro Scouts because it really synergizes with your Civ and you really, really need to. I do Pro Scouts because I can. And that really is the difference, you know? He does not need to go Pro Scouts and he could still be deathly and dangerous as China against Ayubids. That's it. I do enjoy Ayubids into China. That is a fun pick and one that I don't think is a pushover. With the ability to go Desert Raiders, there is a counterplay to the Pro Scouts, but I do worry about Ayubids when it comes time for that food transition for them. I think that's where it really gets dangerous because China's going to be able to get their food going one way or another. Like they're going to either Pro Scouts or they're going to not, and they're still probably going to be fine. Like they're probably going to be able to get the timing right. Ayubids really suffers from the lack of food in the mid-late game because they've got a lot of tempo really quick, really early. They can do a lot of really fun things. That farm transition just doesn't usually happen for Ayubids. It just isn't really good. They don't have any really good bonuses that enable that. So I'm curious to see how the Mista is going to play it in that regard. Like if he's going to be just really aggressive early and try and, you know, keep China ruffled up and not let them do much, or if he's got some kind of plan for if that game goes late.
I think you underestimate Ayubids there a little bit. I think the farm transition for Ayubids is quite fine. They don't get quite as much of a bonus as the Ayubids, but they do still have that golden age with the 10% bonus income working for them. And of course, like if you do have the age up with the economic wing growth, when you use that to age up to castle age, it's essentially as though you immediately get the villagers worth from a second TC without actually having to commit to a second TC. You also just muster up your berries a lot more. Your transitions are actually very, very fluid with the Ayubids overall. They're very strong economic civilization. It's like one of the best civilizations to rush Castle Age with and then just stick it out in Castle Age, even if the game goes longer. It's one of the main reasons why I want to say, okay, even though we don't have like deer luring anymore, Ayubids are fine. Like Ayubids was borderline broken when deer luring was a thing because you could go for logistics wing. You have your 2 dervishes coming out for free, and you were able to deer lure with the dervishes and just have an insane castle age timing with 3 deer underneath your TC. It was a little bit too good. We'll say it was a little bit too good, but we'll have to see just how exactly this one's going to be playing out as we move over to our game number 2 here between Ayubids and Chinese here. Chinese being played by Nugify in the color blue here, Mista in the color red playing as the Ayubids in this one. And I do like the opening that we have here with Nugify. Now we do have a lot of players just, you know, swearing by the no IO opening with China, just in general. But I think it's still great to have that early Imperial Official because with the early Imperial Official, you can do this. You have the first drop-off, like the starting villagers are going to go onto wood, and then you build the mill and you have like the supervised drop-off to get even more wood, and that way you can afford a starting village immediately at the beginning of a game and a mill and a mining camp with just 3 more wood gathered. And it just, like having that early village, you save up a bunch of wood and also just getting 20% more gathering from your starting like 4 out of the 5 sheep. It's a lot of food that you still get there, like 20% out of 800 food. That's 160 food for free, basically, out of nowhere that you're getting with that early Imperial Official. That would have gone to waste otherwise.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. This is my actual preferred way to play China in the opening. I actually like this opening just because it's satisfying to be able to drop that village down. Whether or not it's always optimal, I mean, you could sway me either way, but I do agree. I like that play, and I do enjoy it. Just feels right for China. And obviously there's other plays that are perfectly viable as well, but I do like the early IO opening.
I also just feel like it's more flexible, like to react to when your opponent does like Dark Age shenanigans. Now, not like Dark Age shenanigans are that common in tournaments, but it's a lot more common on ladder. That's where I feel like I'm more at home myself. So it's not more nice that way. Interestingly enough, we don't have Mista going for the berries here early on as Ayubids. This is something that we've seen with Abbasid and just a lot of other berry. Actually, no, mainly just Abbasid. We've seen, I want to say mainly the Canadian players like do that with civilizations like Abbasid, not going for the starting berries early on. And it looks like we can tell why he did it. He's going for economic wing growth. Now, most people still go for the berries early on and just try not to deplete any of the berries. Looks like Mr. isn't going for that. He is going to go with economic wing growth, so he is going to get some bonus food on these berry patches, but he's going to wait for the age up before he moves out to the berries from the looks of it.
That's a fun play. There is a way where you can distribute your villagers right on the berries so that you don't consume any of the actual patches, so you get that plus 50 to all of them. You can do that, so you could go on them early. It just takes a little more micro early. But yeah, this works too. You know, he's still gonna get that bonus, and we see the mill being dropped right there as we speak. Well, and one thing too that's nice about this is that you don't delay getting any resources right off in the Dark Age as well. So you're getting that age up just a little bit faster by getting onto the sheep, which do have a faster gather rate, and you don't have to take time walking your villagers over there, which again, it's almost negligible for most players, but at this level of play, there could be a couple seconds saved from that.
Yeah, 100%. And now we do see the Imperial Academy coming in here for Nagafai. So we'll be able to produce some additional Imperial officials for a very cheap price. That's very nice for him there. Behind this, the question is, what is Mr. going to do? He does have a lot of villagers on wood, so we will most likely be seeing a production building coming in here for him in Feudal Age. I would imagine that it's going to be just the stable into like one Desert Raider, just because a Desert Raider is incredibly good when it comes to denying pro scouts from your opponent. Just having that one very quick unit that does bonus damage not just against scouts but also against like horsemen that your opponent could go into. And even if your opponent then goes into spearmen, you can just switch over to range mode and still do damage with the Desert Raider.
Yeah, exactly. See that Mister's taking a look at the base here. I'm curious what his plan for a Castle Age would be, given that he went for the economic wing this time. I wonder, I feel like I would go for the dervishes, the 3, and just snipe the relics when you want it ready to go up into Castle Age.
It makes the most sense when you open it up with the growth wing. We do have double Desert Raiders coming in here, or at least 2 Desert Raiders already in queue for the Mister. He is soon also going to be able to hit that Golden Age. Just one building shy of getting there. Once he does, we'll be getting that 10% bonus gather rate on the villagers.
Yeah, and that's just such a massive part of their play and why Ayubits could be so good. That extra 10% really does pay off. And the sooner you get it, the better, right? I mean, the longer you have that running, the more resources you get. You see
and the other bonuses as well are just really good for Ayubits, and when they come in especially, just the Golden Age tier 2 at just 20 buildings giving you that additional research speed as well, so it's definitely something that you can hit by the time that you reach Castle Age, and getting into Castle Age with 25% faster research, that is very valuable. We do have the Horseman trading out a little bit there with the Desert Raider. Yeah, he does realize, okay, I win with mass. If I'm just by my lonesome, I'm gonna get counted out.
I love that interaction because it's so true. Like horsemen, like the rule of thumb is that horsemen are going to counter Desert Raiders, but when it's one-on-one, the actual the armor, the melee armor that Desert Raiders have is actually enough to help them win the one-on-one with the horsemen. It's the problem is the economy of scale, right? They're more expensive units, and the horsemen scale a lot quicker and better and are faster, and so you got to be careful. But man, one-on-one, it is a really fun interaction, and especially when they pull out the bows and start doing more chip damage as they try and run away too. Like right there. There we go.
The one horseman,
there we go. One anyways.
Yeah.
I love that.
So able to pick that one off. We do have the Pro Scout still working behind this though, so 2 of the deer have already been brought back here from the looks of it, and Nagafai is going to be able to bring this one back as well from the looks of it. Mist has to be so careful here with that one weak Desert Raider, but gets a nice trade out. One of the horsemen already down in health again, and oh no, he's hitting the scout. Not the unit that you want to hit. We're getting an archer now? That's,
and archers do counter them, but the problem is they outspeed and they just run away.
They don't counter them, they just don't get countered. But there is no real counter relationship between an archer and a Desert Raider. Especially since Desert Raiders attack much quicker as well. Like if you have like 3 Desert Raiders versus 6 archers, the Desert Raider should win.
This is the point where I'm looking at the health bars of those Desert Raiders. I almost wish I really prefer going for the dervishes in Feudal Age, having just the 2, and then going Growth Wing in Castle Age. Just because then you could have one of those guys sitting with them and healing them the entire time, and just think of the amount of value you'd be getting out of that.
Nagafai, he's reinvesting into archers, and Mr. He made these desert raiders from stables. It is so easy for him to just go into horsemen. In fact, he could also just cancel them and just go up to castle age immediately. Does have the option to do so. But the archers right now, they don't really do anything for Nagafai. In fact, the archers just kind of hinder him here long term, because that's not a unit that you really want to go for in this matchup.
Especially when the Mista hits castle age, and then he can, he can swap to horseman right now if he wanted, but then if he ever starts pulling out camel lancers and castle, those things are just toast.
There we go, the horseman now get revealed.
Horseman, yep. And there's logistics coming in, so it will be the dervish play.
And Nagafai, he's just hard stuck in this age. He way over invested into the military now. Instead of just like getting 6 more horsemen in, making the archer range, and then investing into 11 archers, also getting the pierce damage upgrade in now, he's going to be stuck in this age for quite a while, and that means that most likely every single relic is going to be going over to the Mista.
And that's massive. That is so massive for a Ubits, because then it lets them focus on the food a little more than the gold. And then they're just cruising, with 5 relics gold coming in. You pull off all but like 1 or 2 villagers on gold, put it onto the wood, go get your outside food resources. The tempo you get from that is an incredible swing.
Just so many units worth of gather speed that you're getting with all of the gold there. Culturing logistics just 1 minute out now at this point in time. The horsemen from Nagafai are a little bit out of position here, are going to get chased down eventually here by the horsemen from Mista.
And Nagafai hasn't destroyed a single unit of the Mistas yet. We're almost 10 minutes in.
Yeah, Nagafai also hasn't managed to take away any from the deer from Mista's side as well. Hasn't even taken his own deer fully yet. The food income is just now starting to ramp up for him, but it just feels so delayed at this point in time. We're getting another archery range in now. I'm not sure if like Mazhugunu would be like something that he wants to go for in as a follow-up. He's not Song Dynasty yet.
I don't know why you
really
want to. With Camel Lancers on the horizon, I think that'd be a terrible choice.
The thing at least is that Camel Lancers have less health than normal knights, and since you're only going to be doing 1 damage with a Jigunu anyways, at least it's like more effective than if you were to use it up against normal knights. That's difficult, and Mr. Yeah, he's just using the mobility here, making it very tough for Nagafai to move on. There we go, the 3 dervishes, and Mr. already prepped Golems behind this, and double archery ranges now. We're seeing Camel Lancers, Golems, and eventually probably archers as well. Yeah, we're getting the veterans here on the archers as well now.
Nagafai in a really tough spot here. He's got a pretty good mass, but I'm not sure he can do much with it. Mista's not going to take a fight he can't win.
Nagafai is about to be able to hit the age up on his own side now as well. He's going to try and deny some of the relics here from Mista. First relic, first 2 relics are going to make their way back though. The other 3 relics are all on the bottom side. On the right hand side. And so right now,
Mista's just distracting Nagafai with that military there. Yeah, come follow me. He wants him to follow him up into the corner. Let him have some time to go get the rest of the relics.
I like the play with the Astronomical Clock Tower. Now, typically, players would probably want to go for the Imperial Academy, just because typically, as Chinese, you would now go for like a mass knight spam. But against the civilization like Ayubids, eventually you're going to need siege, and having just the access immediately to a better siege workshop, that is worth a ton. Getting those high HP Nest of Bees, or even higher health Springles, helps you a ton.
Yeah, especially when we see there's only 1 Golem on the field. I'm curious why he built the infrastructure just to make 1. Getting some value out of it, though, as he's trying to deny the pro scouts a little further. Not letting these ones get away.
Yeah. 4th relic making its way back to Mr. Side. And all these low health units here as well could all just get healed back up again from the Mista.
Yeah, and unlike the HRE, where they do 1 at a time, that's an area of effect healing, and it's automatic because of the logistics wing.
Yeah.
Good raid here, though.
It's a couple of villager kills.
Couple villagers.
Or at least 1. Maybe 2. Probably not 2. Probably just the 1.
Part of the deal, we'll say. 2 horsemen for a villager. We'll pretend that's worth it. 12 minutes in the game.
We haven't gotten any castle age upgrades yet on the army from Nagafai. We do have some crossbows, but There's no veterancy in yet on the spearmen, on the archers as well, which he does have. Like, that's most of his army. No veterancy in there. We do see the first monk coming in, so at least he's gonna get one relic less for your opponent at the very least. So not the end of the world, but it is a very bad position to be in right now, that's for sure.
Yeah, if I'm the Mista, I'm obviously you want all 5, but I'd be pretty happy to get 4 here. Like that's mission accomplished still.
Yeah, 100%. Just having them there at this point in time already. He's now also moving out to a deer. He is at the top deer as well. This is Nagafai's chance at the moment to just send like a knight around, like one knight on each side, and just trying to cause idle time, trying to deny a little bit here and there. We do now also have the veterancy upgrade on the archers coming in. Does have the resource for the spearmen as well. Definitely will want to get that one as well.
That dervish barely made it out of there alive, but got pulled at just the right moment, keeping those alive. And here's that mass healing that is just so good. And bringing both over. These dervishes, if you've got 2 or 3 of those in your army, it is so much value added back in. It's just so good that, like, as an Ayubids guy, I don't want to overstate it because I don't want to ever nerf because I love it. But man, it almost runs the risk of being too good at times.
Just almost, of course. Just almost.
Just almost. Yeah, not quite. Don't change it, please. But it's just, even I gotta admit, it's pretty good and almost busted when it works really well like that. I'm not gonna, you know, toot its horn too much though, because I like it the way it is.
Barbican of the Sun now coming in for Nagafai, so we'll be getting that Song Dynasty. We'll be coming in on the boar as well, so we'll be able to have a little bit of support there. And of course, that added gather speed from the boar will help him out a lot.
There's those knights we were talking about. Getting some good raids in. He's gotten 2 villagers now. Needs to keep the pressure up because, again, that's where Ayubids can be vulnerable, right? He's got a lot of food income coming in right now, but he doesn't have a lot of food in the bank. So if Nagafai can keep the pressure up on the food against the Mista, force an earlier farm transition, that'd be huge. What's more likely to happen is that the Mista's probably going to, you know, back up a little bit, play against that, defend the raids, and then reclaim the food. But if he can get some good damage in the meantime, that could really help Nagafai solidify his position a little bit.
Knight gonna try and go for a raid again. Mista pays attention though. Villagers do get garrisoned in the outpost there. Now Song Dynasty. Nagafai is slowly but surely gonna start pulling ahead in the economy department. Getting some palace guards now as well from Nagafai, so we'll have a more solid front line up against the archers. And also, most importantly, Nest of Bees coming in.
With the amount of spears he has, I definitely like the idea of going for some palace guards as well. There's not a great counter that the Mista has for that. The camel lancers, of course, will trade pretty well, but with the amount of spears he has as well, that makes it difficult to do. And so I do think it's a good option to kind of, you know, diversify his military as Nagafai and to make it harder to deal with, because the camel lancers, they love being able to charge in and do the really heavy damage. But like you pointed out earlier in this game, they don't have as much health as a normal knight, and so they don't want to stick around too much. And if they get caught into the spears, it can really hurt.
The issue with the palace guards is they don't have as much armor as normal men-at-arms, of course, and that also means that they do take more damage from golems potentially. Just in general, archers can really quite easily take them down just because of that one less armor. But it's still better than not having any armor to begin with, of course. We have some fire projectiles coming in here. SFB hasn't gotten off a shot yet.
I definitely wouldn't make that the mainstay of the army. Like, that shouldn't be the staple here. But having a couple mixed in definitely does help.
Outpost home is just halfway complete, you know, in case he needs it, he's going to be able to rush it up quicker. And if he ultimately doesn't need it, then he's just going to be able to delete it and get the wood back.
Pro play is what we're trying to say. Very pro play. Very what he meant to do entirely.
I see the vision.
I'll just joke that, you know, the permits didn't go through and that the city's having a hard time, you know, allowing that to go up.
It always tends to happen.
Always the red tape. A couple Nest of Bees out there, and those are clockwork Nest of Bees, so they got the extra health bonus on them. Meanwhile, though, the Mista building his own siege, and man, the Manjanique, I just love Ayubids because they've got so many good things going for him. The Manjanique being one of the funnest units, I think, as far as siege goes. Here we can see a raid coming in. Nagafai immediately dives in. It's like a well-placed Barbican, actually, covering both the berries and the boar. I actually really like that spot for it.
It's a lot of income for him there, and very important that he did get that in. Sacred Side starts to get decapped at the right-hand side. Now, if he captures that up as well, it's going to be very valuable here for him. Does finally spot out the villagers on the deer there at the top side. I think that's one villager, just one villager too many. Slight little engagement in the middle at the same time, though. Mr. B is firing off here as well. Needs to micro them a little bit more forward.
Oh, there he goes. He gets it. He realized that it wasn't quite there.
Look at all of these just... The dervish is just healing away all of the damage that came in here from the Nest of Bees. Makes it very difficult for Nest of Bees to really stick here. Like, the damage just doesn't stick.
I like the fire projectiles, but I would change to the regular ones at this point, just to get some heavier damage. Spread is nice, but he's got to actually kill units, not just damage them. Nagafai,
looks like he is actually... Though. Yeah, both the dervishes are dead. The damage now starts to stick here.
He's just sitting there, standing there. He's not moving away.
He needs to be careful. Camel Lances are coming back in. There's no front line anymore.
That felt very unforced. I feel like Nagafai could have backed up away from that. The fire shots don't do that much damage. There was no reason to lose so many units to that.
Yeah, now, I mean, a lot of the military force was very low health, but if he just retreated there, the fight was going quite well for him.
I think some
repositioning could have helped him a ton.
Yeah, he fell in the mistake of thinking he could just take the fire shots, and you can take a fire shot from the Manjanique. You can take 2. Heck, you can take 3. But once you start taking 5 and 6, it's just one too many.
It starts piling up, and just because the spread is so wide, means that you're gonna just... A lot of units are gonna take very little damage, and once that stacks up, then yeah, just...
And all your units are taking all their damage. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly what happened.
That's a lot of your military going down.
Oh, and it's so unforced, right? Because you get so many... it's not like a regular mangonel shot, where if you got like 3 mangonels all shooting the same spot, like it's just... If that lands, it lands. Like there's not much you could have done except try to avoid it. But in that case, he just stood and took it again and again and again. And it's like, no, pull back. You can pull back here.
Behind us, we do have a second TC that went up for the Mister again. Nagafai is still somewhat... just a little bit ahead in the economy department, just because... Or rather, it's just coming up. Because he has that Song Dynasty. Actually, there must have been some idle time then for Nagafai on the TC. He should be further ahead at this point in time in the villager department.
Song Dynasty, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we can't forget that the Mista also had the 3 villagers in the beginning as well, but still, he's had Song for a while.
You've got Imperial Official, so that also counts, like 3 Imperial Academy. So he should have been like 3-4 more villagers ahead at this point in time. Not the case, so just a little bit of idle time. More crossbows and some Nest of Bees coming in now for Nagafai. So the army is still solid for him. We do see some walls coming in at the top side, so if he's able to like keep his farming area safe, then he's going to be in a decent spot. We do see a nice little quick wall coming in here. Army is going to get directed through the base of Nagafai. Yeah, he's going to be able to keep his farm safe.
That was almost, I won't say catastrophic, but very dangerous. That quick wall, just enough time, and the units reacting just enough time to deter the Mista from diving all the way in there. Cheeky scout there in the woods, taking a look at the Vills. That could be a future raiding spot in the next couple minutes. House Guards finishing off the chase.
Behind us though, Mista's food income right now, it's not looking too hot. He must be doing his own farm transition right now. Yeah, I do see a bunch of farm clusters getting up right now. Also adding in a 3rd TC on his side. So Mr. right now leaning very heavily into the economy, but this is a nice window now for Nagafai that he could use.
This is kind of what I was mentioning about as far as food for the Ubids. Like, it's just, you leave yourself a little bit vulnerable for a minute where you might have been ahead the entire game, and then there's a chance. The question is, will Nagafai capitalize on that? Because once, the farms get in place, the Mist is going to be cruising here with 4 relics, as we see here.
If we get to, like, 25-ish crossbows, Nagafai could take just about any fight here, as long as he, respects the Manjaniques with his own Nest of Bees. And Nest of Bees should always come out on top here, up against the Manjaniques.
Yeah, right now he's got 4 now. That's a pretty healthy number. You feel pretty comfortable with that, and sure enough, Nagafai feels comfortable enough to move out with that 4th one coming in.
Starts moving towards the middle, where the army from the Mista resides at the moment.
And here we go. First shots fired.
Just a normal A move, though. Has to be careful with the positioning. This is all about just how you position your army when you take the fight. You want to spread it a little bit wider in order to just minimize the damage that you take from those Manganiques.
I like that the Mista continues to add more Springolds in. He knows that he's got to match the number and maybe have more of the Siege Workshop STBs. Sorry, not Siege Workshop, the... What am I saying?
The Manganiques there.
The Clockwork Tower. The tower, the tower in STBs, yeah. They get the bonus health.
He needs more Manganiques just because of the strength of those Clockwork STBs there. Does spawn out the villagers here, but there is already a nice wall there from Nagafai. Gets an outpost there as well. So villagers are going to be safe there from any raids.
Military mass reacting to that as well, making sure that they leave for good.
We're now also seeing some crossbows coming in. I feel like this would be a great point in time for Nagafai to just go gung-ho into mass horsemen. Even though there are camel lancers, at least with the horsemen, you can force the camel lancers to just chase the horsemen for quite a while in the game. And if they ever choose not to chase the horsemen, you can dive onto the siege and onto the archers in the back line. He's got the food income for it.
Another Springgold. Pretty good mix of siege here for both players. And the 5 Nesta Bees feels really good. But on the other side, 5 Manganique and 3 Springgolds isn't anything to sneeze at either.
Ooh, just a couple of archers here, causing some idle time. Archers that will get taken down, though. Next up, there's a keep that's being planned here on the top side in order to start decapping one of these sacred sites here at least. Mr. though, starting too much forward. Nagafai, does he see it? Does he see it? He does notice it. Is going to pull back here inside of his base, and the keep will get rushed up. Mr. Does he see it? I believe he did see it, thanks to the line of sight that the sacred site provides you.
He by the time he gets there, it's going to be up. That faster build speed for China is going to prove very effective, and he's going to have to just say, no, okay, we'll just take the fight down the middle instead.
Lancers taking down some of the crossbows there. The Nesta Bees, they're just not moving. 2 go down.
Huge pickup for the Mista there.
Oh my god.
Well, now here's the fun thing about the Manganique is the fire shots weak against units but have a great spread, but they do pretty good damage against buildings per design, and that tower probably going to go down as it lights a flame. Here comes Nagafai. Manganique's getting some really good.
Oh my god, the volley.
Everything grouped into the little choke point, and the Manganique's taking full advantage of it, raining hellfire down from the heavens.
More SFBs coming in though. The crossbows, they're not hitting the camel lancers, they're just standing there.
Next to the catastrophic.
Just like that. The entire mass is getting evaporated here inside the base from Nagafai. He's got no more defensive to fall back onto. No keep inside of his base. And just like that, GG comes in. Mr. wins the set 2-0.
You said it came all down to positioning. And positioning did it come down to indeed. Every unit of Nagafai was in that little choke point between the wall. Everything was clumped in super duper tight quarters like they were playing sardines. And the Manganique just nailed him. All 4 or 5 of those Manganique went right onto that. And that was an incredibly good shot. Devastated the army of Nagafai. And then there's just no coming back from that. The Mista takes it in 2. What a series. What a game.
GG coming in here. That means Mista is going to progress through the bracket. His next opponent is going to be, I believe it was... either Valdemar or Jean Doe on this side of the bracket. They're currently battling it out, so whoever wins their set is going to have to face off against the Mista next.
Pretty convincing series there from the Mista. Never really a point where it didn't feel like he was relatively in charge. Both games, he was pretty much ahead pretty early on and kind of just maintained that lead. And that fight, though, I feel like Nagafai was in this game, but that fight was so catastrophic.
It was. I mean, it was just masterfully played as well from the Mista. He really played it well there, just playing towards the sacred side and just getting the relics in. First game, of course, like HRE got all of the relics in there. There were some good raids that were there as well.
Manjanique, what a fun unit.
I mean, the Manjaniques, I think, were neutral-ish there. It's the positioning in the last game, of course, and just the timing on the age up. Like, I feel like if Nagafy just didn't go for the archer play instead, he would have probably had enough resources to maybe match the age up timing, or potentially just deny the relics a little bit more. Because, like, if your opponent gets 4 relics, that's always super massive, especially for the Iobits. I mean, just making full usage of the Dervish there, and then very quick Sacred Site capturing as well. It's a lot of passive gold income there as well. Means that Mr. basically doesn't even have to actively gather that much gold. He can use his villagers and other resources and pull ahead in that regard. So yeah, it's just the way that Mr. also just positioned his army. Always take, like, whenever you look at, like, the army value and the army count, and it's looking even. The way Mr. won these fights was always just through positioning and just making sure his units are standing in the correct just position, just having them spread out, not taking as much damage from nest of bees, having your dervishes with the archers. So if there's a nest of bee shot coming in, you will be able to reheal those units. But that is going to be this set. Next one though is definitely a set that you guys will enjoy for sure, because we're going to be jumping straight into SAS versus, I believe he's called YCY. Now, you guys might not know YCY, but every player in the top 30 knows him. This is the guy that is, like, always in the top 15, top 10 on ladder with the Geralt the Witcher Steam profile picture. He's a Chinese player that used to be like a very religious, I want to say, Ruse 1 trick, but now has started playing like more and more different civilizations. The dude is actually legitimately very, very good. Like, he has a great understanding of win conditions, and he genuinely, like, I was surprised to not see him like play tournaments more often before. So this is going to be like the first like time that we're actually going to shed light on him, as he's going to be facing off against SAS here now in the round of 32 in the EGC Masters Fall.
This should be an exciting game to watch. It's going to be on Frisian Marshes, where we start off with French versus Knights Templar. You know, I got to say, like, I know Templar is a variant of French, but I just don't view them that way. I still view them as their own unique identity almost. I don't really think it was an offshoot of French, but 2 French civs technically coming on this one. I've seen YCY a lot.
Yeah, it's definitely the most unique variant that we've got in the game. And out of all the civilizations, like all the variant civilizations that we have, I want to say like Knights Templar is the one civilization that really, really deserves the to just be. I personally wish that Knights Templar would get reworked into like its own fully fledged civilization, because it really doesn't deserve the tag of variant civilization at all. Like, just get some unique voice lines in there for that civilization. Just keep the architecture as it is. I'm fine with that. But just get some unique voice lines in there, because why do the like Teutonic Knights speak French instead of German? We got the voice lines in the game already for it. Just make it happen.
Yeah, it definitely does stand out amongst the variant civs. I put it right next. I put it above pretty much every other variant civ as far as standing alone as unique. But here comes SAS and YZY duking it out here. We are still in EGC Masters Fall. SAS in the blue, YZY in the red as Knights Templar.
Yeah, and here we go. Frisian Marshals coming in. We don't have any Dark Age shenanigans coming out from YZY. Villagers just immediately moving out to the gold here. And I'm really excited for this one, just because like YZY, whenever I play against him, I always feel like, okay, this dude has great macro. This dude like knows win conditions. He knows how he should play against his opponent's civilizations, and there's just something to like the level that he plays with where it's like, okay, why hasn't he been competing in tournaments so far? And I'm very excited just to see him play in tournaments now.
Yeah, this Is this his debut in EGC?
I'm not sure if it's his first tournament that he's played, but it's the first one where I actually see him, where I realize that he's playing in. Yeah.
Well, I'm excited. Okay, we're getting word from a cow that he played in some 4v4 tournaments before as well. So maybe not brand new to tournaments, but maybe in the 1v1 format at least.
Yeah. I gotta check again, like where he's on. Yeah, okay, so this is literally his first 1v1 tournament at all that he's playing, and I gotta quickly check AO4 just to see where he's at the moment on the ladder, because typically, like, I see him in, like, the top 10, top 15 all the time. Looks like right now he's not quite as high, he's in top 27 just at the moment, but that's typically where he's hovering around, yeah.
Just in the top 30 casually, no biggie.
No biggie, it's just what he does, right?
Yeah, he's definitely someone I've seen, like, I mean, if anyone was watched, like, any pro player who's been streaming, whether that be, Beastie or Puppy Paw or Wham, like, they play this guy all the time. Like, he's just one of the guys who pops up in their queue
this dude
almost
grinds
daily.
the game.
Yeah, he does.
Like, he plays so much.
Fun to see him here. So, French into Knights Templar. How do you play this if you're French? I mean, obviously you're not gonna go for anything crazy like Chamber of Commerce. You're gonna be making knights.
He's gonna go 2TC here from the looks of it, immediately pulling villagers over to stone. So it looks like we're getting an economically focused game here. Sheep count very even between the two. 16 for YZY, 13 for SAS. 2 still out on the map to be found. A Knights Hospitaller age up.
I feel like Knights Templar is a civ that I've had a hard time getting my mind wrapped around as far as just what they can do. It just feels like they can do so many different things with each different age up they have, with all the different combinations you can make. Maybe it's just that it's still kind of got that veneer of newness around it that I just haven't quite, really sunk my teeth into it all the way to know like all the intricacies of what you could do with this civ. I definitely think there's things yet to be explored with Knights Templar.
The issue that I see here is when you go 2TC against a civilization that has access to knights and feudal age, it always feels very rough because just knights in general, just being able to mass them so much. This could be quite tough. There are so many resources out on the map as well, and if you go for that second TC, you're going to be forced into the back of your base, so you don't really have the capability of moving out and taking those resources. This is something where French can kind of get into a checkmate position when they have enough knights to just start diving your base. There we go, Age Up comes in right next to the gold and next to the berries. Beautiful spot there for the TC. Kind of have to see though if this is going to be good enough here for him in order to survive up against the French attack, and this is a great timing as well, so good build order from him in order to get the TC up at a very, very early point in the game.
That is kind of crucial to a TC build like this against French. Like, if you're going to go for it, it does feel inherently risky. If you are going to do it, you better have really good timing, because that knight comes out so quick, already halfway through the queue right now.
He's going to get it up in time. Yeah, the main issue that I see here for YCY is, like, right now he's already 6 villagers behind just because, like, you sacrifice 3 villagers for the age up, and then you're also up against French, which get more villagers out. So this GC, it's going to take quite a while in order to pay off, or rather to get you into a position where you're going to be economically ahead. Because right now, this is probably where he's going to be at the lowest of lows when it comes to his income. And it's going to take a while until he catches up now to SAS with the French.
Yeah. Knight's on the way, already halfway across. Barracks is up, so first Spearman gets in the queue. The Knight's going to beat that out, though. And one Dark Age Spear isn't going to be too scary.
Scouts right now just looking at each other, so YZY is going to have vision of what's coming towards his base here. First Spearman in, but I think just one spear isn't going to be enough in order to deter SAS. I believe the first woodline is already mostly outside of TC range, and yeah, there we go. SAS is going to go for the charge. First hit comes in. These aren't hardened Spearmen yet, so only Dark Age, not doing that much damage to the Knight. And SAS, he's following up now with a Pro Scout play, so just getting a whole lot of Scouts in queue. Archer range, I believe I already saw prep for him as well, so we'll be able to just follow up with a lot of archers and just go for like this mass knight archer army composition off the back of the pro scout play.
Knight looking for some
Archer
damage on the gold.
kept alive. Barely.
That was close. It was close.
That's gonna be a dead Vil.
That one's a goner.
Oh,
no, he backs away.
He can't kill him. It's the Hospitaller, the Knight's Hospitaller. He gets the bonus health on the villagers,
that's
plus
right.
15. And the bonus movement speed as
really
well.
huge
That
here.
is saving him here. I believe he got the second hit on that villager there as well, but thanks to the bonus health, not able to get the kill.
And if you're Sass, that's gotta feel like a funny interaction. That's gotta feel like an interaction you just don't see ever. You're just so used to Knights two-shotting Vills.
You just
it almost
don't
takes me
see
back to the
Knights
days
Templar
before.
typically, so that's probably why. What do we have there on the pawns? Is YZY going for dogs on the pawns? He's actually actively investing into pawns now as well.
Oh, that's
a
so
good
brilliant
play.
because that villager can just immediately get onto the wood because he's Knights Templar. He doesn't need to build a lumber camp. That's actually kind of crazy. You can just go hide that villager in the middle of nowhere and still get value out of it.
We've seen that yesterday against HRE. Issue there was that HRE was on top of the game and just killed the villagers a whole bunch of times whenever they tried to move out for it. But that hasn't happened here so far. YCY also hasn't invested into pilgrimage yet because he knows, like, at the moment, there's just no way that those pilgrims would ever get a connection into the sacred site. So there's no real reason to invest into that yet.
Exactly. I'm just imagining now, I guess Knights Templar would be the one civ that could actually, mine a stealth forest for wood and not have diminishing returns on that, really.
Yeah, exactly.
It'd be rare that you'd ever do that, but it's kind of an interesting interaction that's something that, that's on the table. If all the other wood was expired, like, he could still do that and still have, like, the same gather speed.
It can happen more frequently than you might think, but now we're getting to the point where YZY will start to slowly eke out ahead when it comes to the income. Now, he has been still behind for like quite a while, so still gonna be a little bit for him to, get ahead, but it's gonna start happening. Knight, has he been noticed yet? YZY, no reaction at all from him, but Sass doesn't believe it's worth it. He thinks maybe he's caused some idle time just by having the Knight there. Didn't happen. YZY didn't respect the Knight, and thus no real hit there for the efficiency.
And we're saying this 2TC build is super duper risky. It's risky until it's not. And once it pays off and you've gotten the reward for it, then it's going to look like an absolutely extremely smart play. YZY doing a good job of holding here so far.
Yeah, I feel like if it's 2 more minutes with YZY not taking any like major damage, he should be in a good enough position. Now, he does have the benefit of just having the TC next to gold vein, so he is actually able to like get gold. Typically, when you go for a play like this and you don't get the TC on the gold, your opponent can just keep you off gold forever and you don't have any upgrades to work with, so your villagers aren't really that efficient. We're just going to keep looking at that villager here for a little bit, as YZY needs to react soon if he doesn't want to have that villager just die to the Gaia there.
One too many attack pings. That villager might be a goner.
Oh, he does realize. Takes out the
there
spear.
she goes. All right, YZY1, Gaia 0.
And the Sass still
Hospitaller
gathering
coming in.
up all of the deer.
If that villager hadn't had the bonus health, I wonder if it would have died. I'm curious what the HP of that thing is now.
It would have died. I believe it's less than 15 HP remaining on that. Actually, okay, it would have barely
it would have
survived.
just lived.
Yeah, I thought it was less than 15.
He's a real pro,
He
If it
knew
were me, it
exactly
would've been
what
a
he was
dead
doing.
Like, it probably still would be a dead vill, even with the Hospitaller. I'd still would probably let it die.
Yeah.
I don't know that Sass has gotten enough damage and value out of these Knights yet. It's still good to have them. Like, having the Knights is still great. But, man, YZY has just been pretty much undeterred in what he's doing so far. And I don't know that Sass even has an inkling of an idea that YZY has snuck out for some of those fishing boats out there to the north side.
Yeah, he hasn't really noticed this yet at all. Didn't have a reason really to scout that. He believed that YZY with the second TC, like, there's no real reason to go for the fish when you do have that second TC, or at least you don't expect your opponent to go giga greedy.
It's like so crazy, it's brilliant, Like, it's so greedy that they just don't expect it, and when you do it, it's just like, wait, you got that greedy? And it's like, oh yeah, did that too. It's actually kind of wonderful to see. It's just really fun to see. We do see that ram coming down from Sass, so it looks like he has had enough of that TC, and he wants to do something about it. He does have a pretty good size of archers as well.
Is he gonna go for just one, or is he gonna go for the second one? We only see the one
I
so
feel
far.
like you
Now
need
Archer's
two.
also coming in for YCY. Does have a good amount of units inside of his base. Is just now getting another blacksmith upgrade in.
Just
YCY, he
one
does see
ram.
the ram in front of his base. The horsemen are circling back around as well. Can Sass commit enough though? The TC is also in range of the main TC, so in theory, YCY could start repairing the TC from the other side. And the knights wouldn't realistically be able to get on top of that. Some spearmen getting sacrificed here, but overall, Sass realizes, okay, I'm gonna need another ram for this.
Well, it doesn't help that the one ram he has is now half health. I don't know if he's actually going to commit to building one or not, though. We're kind of waiting to see. He's backing up a little bit more. Horseman getting a pick off with a scout.
And now we're also getting textiles in. The villagers, they're going to be super tanky now with textiles as well on top of the hospitaller buff. You can definitely just use those now to be a little bit of a meat shield here for your army.
There's that second ram. Now, at what point do you consider a third? Because you got one of those rams is about, 2/3 of its health.
You consider going for a third if this push fails now.
And that starts leading into the definition of insanity, though, yeah? Now that push failed. Let's build another ram. Oh, that one failed. Let's do another ram. I mean, it reaches a point where I get diminishing returns, but this might do it here. Enough archers to keep the spears at bay. They're going to try and get onto it. Knights diving in.
Ooh, horsemen, they're just getting picked apart. The archers, they're not really hitting right now as well. They're mostly just standing in the back. Just now, starting to move forward a little bit. YCY needs to pull some villagers here to start repairing. The TC is going to start to turn on fire. It's on fire now. Villagers, they're going to have to start evacuating here. They're going to jump out. YCY, though, he does have a huge economic advantage still behind this. So he's fine with the second TC going down.
Now, he knows he's got fish behind this that he's really been gathering up on, so he feels okay letting this one go. Sass could be lured into thinking he's really ahead here now with taking that town center down. But again, the fishing for YZY. He does have 14 idle at the moment.
And the military count isn't the largest for him at the moment. He's got so much wood that he's just not able to translate into military at the moment.
Sass looks kind of caught in between going castle and building more units. Looks like he wants to go castle right now, but he could reinvest that if he wants.
Ooh, the spearmen. They're getting caught out a little bit there. Yeah, YCY is still in a rough spot here, even with the massive economy advantage that he has at the moment. He's just not really able to get enough units out on the field, especially not against this massive army value with the knights here from Sass that just provides so much value.
Yeah, Sass's archers really making it difficult.
Not coming through yet. And Sass is about to pull the trigger on the age up. Is it going to be the Royal Institute that could come in here now? He should have the option.
Yeah, 13 knights. You definitely feel comfortable doing that if you want. He's going to go Guildhall. He's going to play it a little safe there.
He's discovered the fishing. Does just now see the fish, yeah. Now Sass just gonna wait for the age up to come in. I see why he doesn't really have the option of going for the age up.
He should invest more into military. YZY had a lot of food coming in. Now his food eco is drying up. Now he's feeling boxed in. This is kind of where the risk of going the 2 TCs really shows itself. Is that now he is boxed in, and the outside resources he has been enjoying have been dried up and are getting attacked. And then the food at home is all but expunged. And the one gold vein you're next to, you can't quite get to because there's just a lot of military on the field. This is dangerous. In fact, we see a lot of stuff all over the place. This is a good pickup here for YZY, though, if he can get that tower down.
Yeah, at the same time, though, YZY is trying to expand over to the gold yet again, just as Sass hits the age up. He's gonna potentially get the villagers here. Doesn't notice as they jump out.
It's one.
Now the spearmen return. Shouldn't be able to go. Okay, never mind. They just do a little passing maneuver there.
A little do-si-do.
So I does notice now is gonna fall back towards his base. The veterancy upgrades are coming in, both on the knights and the archers.
Yeah, YZY
looking good for Sass now.
I'm getting a little worried. He's investing everything he's got into more military. Love the use of the ram here from SAS to take down the dock. I mean, in a minute, YZY could hit up in castle. In a minute, YZY could hit up in castle himself, but the problem is, by the time he does, SAS is going to have a fully upgraded army. Here comes the veterancy for the archers right now.
And once the archers are vetted up, I mean, it's not just that they're vetted up, but also that SAS has as many as YZY does. So it's not even that YZY has a better, like, more military or anything like that. Not even better, not even more military at all. This is going to hurt him quite a bit, and the ram now is going to start cleaning up these docks bit by bit.
Looks like the wheels are starting to fall off ever so slightly for YZY. He needs a really good fight somewhere, but I'm not sure how he's going to manage that.
Villagers at the top side. YZY, no reaction, no reaction.
Oh no!
Villagers just getting slaughtered here.
Honestly, I think SAS could have stayed a little bit longer there and done a little more damage.
Yeah, the army from YZY that's reacting to this is nowhere near big enough in order to take this fight. Fortress is coming up inside the base from YZY. He's actually just getting a fortress in now up against all of this. Is this going to be enough? It might actually be enough in order to keep himself alive. But is this enough to grow from? I'm wondering right now. The keep is here, and now with the keep, his archers actually gain more attack range as well, while they're in the influence of it.
Feudal keeps, man.
Who thought of that?
Fun to see. Fun to see. Not something I'd expected to see. It doesn't feel quite as bad as like stone walls in feudal age, you know, which are obviously not allowed in this format. It's probably the right call though, because YZY. I mean, he's going for an early farm transition as well. Only 18 minutes in here, still in feudal. Yeah, and the gold, and that's kind of what that keeps trying to do, right? He's trying to give him that gold vein back. Tricky thing is that both his gold really is forward. Yeah.
He needs maybe like another outpost there on the side. He does have enough stone in order to get like double emplacements in. To like get 2 arrow slits emplacement on outposts. Now fight is being taken underneath the keep though. Fully garrison keep as well.
Knights have... SAS has the +2 for his range defense, so he doesn't mind coming into here in Castle Age. Doesn't want to stick around too long, but the Knights could go under if they need to.
Structural value is still in favor of SAS, even though he's been diving there for a little bit, quite a while.
That ram's still just doing its work bit by bit.
I see why he's floating so much food, but he just hasn't been able to get the age up, and now SAS is going to go for a siege workshop in order to really start pushing forward there. I see why with this much... He's finally able to get the age up in. Wondering which one he's going to be choosing here. In theory, the heavy spearman would make a lot of sense. I think it just came in, or at least he clicked it. It's just not its turn yet. We do see like there was some villager kills there. We checked the TC. It's going to be, yeah, the Angevin Empire. Makes a lot of sense here. Getting those heavily armored spears in up against the knights, up against the archer mix there could definitely help him out. It's going to be a relatively quick age up as well.
Unfortunately for those docks, it'll be a day late, dollar short to get that bonus health for them. Those docks all cleaned up now, it looks like, from YZY. So SAS has gotten complete control of all those pawns.
Siege workshops take quite a while to build up, especially with only a single villager. So by the time the siege workshop comes up, the age up is going to be completed for YZY. He still has a good amount of food. SAS, he's just about ran out of food inside of his base. His food income just collapsed.
He does have the guild hall sitting back on that, but obviously he's going to save that up for probably a red palace drop later in the game. Right now only 800. Yeah, you definitely let that sit and stew for a little longer. But he has... The difference, though, is SAS has the knights on the field already, at least. So he's got some time to build that food eco back up. The tricky thing is YZY is doing a pretty good job of getting some vill kills here and there. Trying to mitigate some of the damage that's been taken.
Oh, the knights, they're just diving in.
Away.
Looked away for just a second, and that's an immediate, like, 10 villager kills there. Just like that, the economy, it's almost even. As long as it's even, though. Knights Templar, as long as it's even, they're ahead. That's not the worst thing yet. And he's got all the farms, right? Like, YZY, if this game goes on for a little bit, SAS is going to have to do farm transition. And actually hasn't been any real, like, kill pressure here. Sass is now going into Trebuchet. The interesting thing here is the Angevin Empire, a bonus that they do get is the docks get more health and the fortresses also get a lot more HP on them, so it takes a good while to take them down. This is where I'm starting to get worried for Sass, because Trebuchets are expensive, man. And it's just got a lot of investment for not a lot of throughput in the end. Double archer ships here trying to defend dock.
And in the range of the docks,
fishing
they're
ships
healing at the same time, too.
If the fishing ships come out to repair, they don't. Or rather, they didn't. They could have.
He still
they
could
didn't.
use them.
Yeah, he's not repairing. I see why he's getting a lot of crossbows out, but yeah, gold income is rough for him. He just realized that there's another gold vein in the top side that he can have access to that Sass doesn't see at the moment. That's a benefit there from him. Wait, did Sass just take the food out of the guild hall? Can we check the guild hall, see if Sass took the food out? He just suddenly has a lot again. No, he didn't take it. Okay, nice. He still has a lot of gold there waiting for him. So if he gets the gold in, if he takes the food out, he's going to be able to immediately age up.
Horseman letting the knights just chase him for a long time here. Man, YZY really was aggressive on these pawns. I mean, all across the pawns, there's docks. Moving out now from the fortress.
Now starting to push forward. Just when Sass invested into 2 trebuchets here, YZY is starting to push in forward and push Sass out of his base. And that's a lot of lost value now for Sass. The trebuchet is going to go down. That is so much that he invested into.
Both of them. Not just one, but 2.
That's 1,000 resources.
That's a huge thing for YZY. Sass's advantage evaporating here in the blink of an eye.
Now YZY not wanting to push much further. Does have a lot of crossbows there in the back. If he just gets them in position, those knights cannot keep chasing. There we go. Knights just suddenly start falling like flies underneath the bolts of the crossbows. Just also firing there on the archers, and just like that, YZY solidifying his hold there. We do see a mangonel in queue. It's going to be a while for it to come out, though, while the crossbows still pepper down on all of these knights here. There's a lot more knights coming. They're just not where they need to be at the moment.
This looks rough for Sass. Military value not looking great. The numbers definitely favor YZY right now. Crossbows, the DPS that he can just distribute, it's just insane. He can just deal out right now. Knights just can't stand. They're picking off the archers. There's not much of a front line here for YZY. But by the time they get to the cheap archers,
little misclick. I suppose have to step up forward. There we go. Now takes the position here.
Even if
Horsemen coming in on both sides.
Body block, even if the archers just want to sit there and just take the hits of the knights, the crossbows behind that are just going to just destroy each and every single one of them.
Sass is not out yet, though. We're now seeing magnets coming in forward here, so he immediately has some great siege to play with.
That is the answer. Put a couple mangonels out there, force YZY to come into that range. And then behind this, I mean, Sass has the ace up his sleeve in that as soon as he wants to go Imperial Age, he can. And he's almost got the gold for it.
How much is there? Yeah, how much is there in the guild hall? I think now we must be approaching like the 2.5k mark as well, where he immediately has enough food, even if he's at 0. Yeah, 2.9k.
Oh, yeah. He could do it right now if he wanted. And he's got relics behind this, too. He's got 3, 1 more coming in. So he's going to get all the relics.
He could pull like 30 villagers and just place it like in range of YZY's fortress and TC and just take down both landmarks with the bolts from the Red Palace. That is literally something that he could do right now.
Mangonel now on the field, getting hit by something from range.
Not sure what that was.
I don't know if that was maybe the tower had an outpost on it, or had a sprinkled emplacement potentially that was shooting it back.
We're now getting some heavy spearmen in the mix as well. Sass, is he gonna make a move for it soon? Ooh, knights from the top row. YZY does notice. Only lose a couple of villagers.
Once that gold runs out, I'm a little worried for YZY. In fact, he's sneaking villagers out right now to the stone. Look at that. He's sneaking a ton of villagers. He got them out just in time to the north corner. They're walking all the way up to that stone up in the north.
Sass has a unit just running around the top side, patrolling there. He's looking for if YZY goes back out onto the docks. Instead, he actually docked the pawns himself as well. I'm not sure if he actually saw the villagers moving out. I don't think he did. He did see, at least he didn't notice.
I think YZY knows that he needs to get stone so he can secure himself a place on the gold veins.
Sass is playing a safe. We're seeing the red palace coming up in the middle of the map. I would have loved to just see the red palace be the landmark that snipes both landmarks from YZY.
Maybe say starting to do some work. It's like we said, it's gonna take a long time for one Treb to do it. And man, I'm just thinking about the other 2 Trebs that Sass has lost. Like so many resources that just never got any payoff.
Of night raids or attempted night raids here from YZY. Templar Brothers are on paper better than the Royal Knights. More health, more damage. But it's still difficult because Sass gets them in for such a cheap price as well. He does have that early keep inside of his base, so he did get that bonus in when it comes to production costs very early on. And now Imperial Age comes in. Sass immediately sending all the villagers over to stone. He's just gonna lock down the sacred sites here now behind this. The fight coming in.
Trying to take the tower down. A lot of crossbows here, though. But a lot of Arbitrie from Sass as well.
He can't push too far forward, though. There's still the Red Palace, and it's just destroying the units here one by one. We just see the projectiles coming out of there. They are very faint, but they still do a lot of damage when they do hit.
Mangonel creeping forward behind this as well, and that is kind of the death blow for YZY. He really can't stand up and fight against that with his range mass. There's the outline of that keep you were talking about. A fortress coming up on the gold as like I expected as well on the north corner from YZY. He gathered the stone for it. He knows he needs to get gold. He's going out for that 8k. A fortress on that should help secure him and keep him in this game a little bit longer.
Yeah, for sure, definitely needs that. The question is, though, if a fortress at this point in time is enough to keep him safe. Sass has 5 relics behind it, tithe bonds coming in, 2 sacred sites locked in, 30 horsemen on the field. He's gonna have the resources easily in order to get biology in as well for his knights and his horsemen. And we're approaching the moment where YZY, like even a fortress, is not enough to just stop a pure unit flood. And we do see, yeah, there it is. He's just sending them. He's just sending them across the map now.
Yep. Say 91 to 35 units, not looking great. YZY was able to pick up that Mangonel and destroy it, but that's just not going to be enough.
YZY is trying to go for his own age up, and now with the Horseman flood just coming in there, he will not have the ability to go for that. And look at that, he's just taking down the buildings with the demo ships.
You can just demo it down. That's funny. You don't see that every day. And that's
there it is. GG comes in.
YZY sees the writing on the wall, realizes that there's just no real avenue back. He's just too far back behind and calls it to fight another game.
A nice game from Knights Templar here on Frisian Masters. Just not enough in the end. Sass with the French on top of the game. Just pure aggression from him throughout it all. And just very calculated gameplay.
There are definitely some points where I thought YZY was doing a really good, like I said, a pretty good job there. I think that it's so tricky though when you've got that death ball of knights that just snowballs slowly and just starts growing and growing and growing, and it reaches the point where like at the end 90 something units with all the Arbitrie mixed in as well. It's you just have a hard time, especially when you're down in age. That guild hall really is just such an ace in the sleeve, just to pull out at the perfect time just to get the head. It just kind of builds, and then just becomes overwhelming, and that's kind of what Sass banked on, and it worked.
Yeah, APM 355 from YZY, so I don't think he's out yet. Yeah, I'm tempted to chalk this one up to just not there being the greatest matchup here for Knights Templar up against French, especially with the 2 TC play. So I'm very interested to see what we're going to be seeing next. And it is going to be House of Lancaster up against the Chinese. And House of Lancaster, I do know that YZY does enjoy his House of Lancaster. I've seen him play it quite a ton. Typically, it's always the same-ish, like 3 manors into Fast Castle, and then just, knights and men-at-arms, and kind of played from there. I'm not sure if China is that potent against it. It kind of depends, right? Like, you're getting Pro Scouts, of course, yet again. Like, this is the second Pro Scout civilization here for SAS, and I believe it's 100% going to Pro Scout plate as well. That'll be interesting.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Dry Arabia, of course, the classic map. It'd be fun to see. I can't stop thinking about YZY having 355 APM. That's like StarCraft 2 level numbers of like APM that there reaches a point in this game. I wonder, like, where do you get diminishing returns on your APM in AoE 4? Because I feel like after you hit 200, like, I mean, I guess more APM the better, but it feels like at what point does that matter as much? Or are you just clicking to click? I do think it's a very high number though.
There's always something to keep in mind that APM does not necessarily equal awareness. Like, a lot of players try to like keep their APM high. And high APM is nice and all, but it doesn't help you when you're clicking 300 times on the right hand of the screen while you're losing 30 villagers on the left side of the screen. So that's always something to be aware of, that there is like a peak where I want to say like APM helps you up until you reach like 200 APM.
200 or so, yeah.
Yeah. Over that, it's not really necessary. Over 200 APM, you will rarely find yourself in a situation where you're APM locked, but more likely awareness locked, where you're just not aware of situations, where you're not aware of stuff going on. So I think that's just a lot more important to keep in mind, like having awareness. But now it is time for us to jump into our game number 2 between SAS and YZY here in the round of 32 in the EGC Masters Fall qualifiers. And we're jumping straight into it, as we do have SAS in the color blue playing as the Chinese here for us. He is not going to go for the early Imperial Official opening. Instead, he is going for the classic Noya opening, and I am screaming internally as I saw that villager with basically no distance between him and the mill choose to drop off at the TC instead. That is just sad and happens all the time, and I wish it would stop.
No, I'm not going to complain too much because China, I feel like, has just so many good things going for it that, that's an okay nerf. We can let that slide, I think. Although if it were me, I'd be screaming too. So,
Interesting macro at the beginning. What SAS is going to get on top of it will now stabilize there. And then we have YZY in the color red here, of course, playing as the House of Lancaster. 3 villagers already on gold for him. And we will most likely just be seeing the classic old Lancaster castle build coming up. And then it's going to be a lot of nothing really happening for a while. And we're just going to be sitting there, twiddling our thumbs, waiting for something to happen. And I mean, one side is going to Pro Scout, the other side is going to Fast Castle, and we're just going to be
just going to see who does it better. Yep, pretty much. Not the most exciting start to a game. We haven't seen any Dark Age shenanigans yet either. Although I will mention that the gold placement and the berry placement for House Lancaster, the Abbey of Kings,
it's pretty good.
Yeah, a good spot for that too.
He's got options. Yeah, he's not getting his starting gold, but he could, his starting stone, I mean. Oh, it's actually going to be Abbey of Kings coming in here. That's interesting.
I'm looking at that Chinese. Going, I was expecting the other landmark, but Abbey of Kings, so maybe going a little more aggressive. Maybe looking to play for a defense against the Pro Scouts. I'm not sure how effective that would be at this level, but... Well, at least it won't be boring.
It is an interesting one. Something to... Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an interesting... approach here up against the Chinese. I guess it's nice because you can actually, like, with Abbey of Kings, you got a good enough timing to actually contest the Pro Scout play from China. Because typically China is just so quick, just like Juju to the Pro Scout, that, by the time the first unit comes across, Pro Scout's already in, the first couple of deer are already coming across, and like when there's 3 deer that your opponent has already gathered up in their base, it's already 1,000 food. You're not going to be able to really outdo them for a while with that 1,000 food that they have access then. That's always like one of those things. Like the first 3 deer, that's all they really need, and then they can just sit inside their base, mass units, and then push out later on when they actually have enough units to contest you.
Which is why we see those civs banned all the time in these high-level tourneys like this. Which is interesting, though. This is the second Chinese game we've seen in as many series.
Yeah. Hasn't been prio banned enough from the looks of it. So Imperial Academy is going to be coming in. Abbey of Kings just about finishing up now as well. That is going to be an instant free Lords of Lancaster coming in here for YZY. If he finishes it up, just a little bit. Off. Yeah, that's what you get when you're at 3:55 APM.
3:55 APM. I was gonna say the same thing. I was like, man, he's just so ready to click it so quick that he actually jumped the gun there a little bit. That's fun.
First manor immediately coming in. Second manor should be coming in soon as well. I'm not sure if YZY is going to really like invest much more into the feudal age. I'm not sure if he's going to like actively produce any Lords of Lancaster. I think maybe he's just going to like use the one that he gets for free, tries to do some damage, and just rushes for an age up after. Actually, he's just trolling inside of his base.
This is very peculiar. Today we're going to be marching up and down the square.
He's just chilling. He's just working out, you know, getting his steps in.
Marching
10,000 steps a day.
And down the square. And look at his uniform. I never actually looked at this unit up close this nicely before. That's sweet. Look at that.
Yeah, it's pretty unique looking. It's looking like active development right there.
You think his shoulders get tired from holding the sword the entire time like that?
It's a pretty big sword as well.
Like one-handed as well. He's got a shield to go with it.
He seems pretty muscular. Maybe that's it. Just the muscles.
Yeah, he's just born that way, you know. It's a king. He just has to be that way. 3 IOs now
the
for
sword at birth.
Was born. They just, you know, little infant. Here you go. Here's your sword. Right here, turn this around.
Here's your free sword, sir. Use it however you please. Pro Scout now in queue. We did have Sass opting for an early archer range. Hasn't produced anything from it yet, but does have the option to do so, should he chooses to do so. Second Lord of Lancaster in queue now. And I do believe the first Lord is just now starting to move out across the map in order to start denying some of that Pro Scout. And Sass, he's getting very close now. The upgrade is going to finish within the next couple of seconds. And
why the delay?
Scout is already waiting. There it is.
Why did he have his guy marching back and forth? I'm still trying to figure out the rationale behind that. Usually I can understand, like when a pro does something, I can usually go, okay, this is probably the reason why. I just have no idea why you wouldn't just already have this guy sitting on one of the deer packs.
I wouldn't be able to tell you as well. Maybe he just didn't want to show it off, but Sass already scouted prior.
Yeah, so he already saw the landmark, so he knows it's coming.
He knows that the unit exists. He's played the game before. We do have some Hobblers in now as well. Should be the moment where the Hobblers should start to strike. Get some early kills here on the archers. There they go. With all of the bonus armor that they have, yeah, the archers, they're not really going to do any damage here to them.
Hobblar is a great unit for this kind of thing. Quick, fast, speedy. Not something you can dive a town center with, but excellent for dealing with archers in the open field.
Yeah, Sass going for his own horseman now. Isn't really going to be able to trade out too evenly, but the deer, they're already so close to the main TC at this point in time. It's very difficult for YZY to take any of these fights here. Because Sass is always just going to run back to the TC with a hand cannon placement. That's not something that you really want to dive at this point in the game.
Yeah, and those Hobblars are pretty light when it comes to armor and their health. They really cannot afford to dive under, especially with that hand cannon placement. You really don't want to be diving at a Chinese TC.
Couple of hits coming in, but we do now have Spearmen out on the field as well. Now, Lords of Lancaster are still going to be able to do a decent job up against the Spearmen. But they've been taking a couple of hits, and slowly but surely the health is going to start diminishing on them. And YZY behind us, though.
It's not really a denial of Pro Scouts. It's really just a delay of Pro Scouts.
It is. It is a delay. It is a force of investment on Sass side into feudal age units. And YZY, he's just going to go for the tower, the white tower here in just a little bit. Get the 3 free men-at-arms and try and push from there on out with a heavily armored castle age unit. We do see him moving out forward. Is gonna secure not just the gold, not just the wood line, not just the berries, but also a stone there, all with a single landmark here at the front side. So he's gonna have a very, very sustainable economy after.
I mean, he almost got moved that just like a tile or two a little more to the west. He's almost on that 8k gold.
Yeah. Might have been a little bit too greedy in his mind, but definitely would have been an option for him. You don't even have to be that fearful if your opponent pulls their archers, because you have some short bows there. If you just pull enough villagers, you just kill the archers with your villagers. We do have some horsemen striking at the villagers from YCY, but not going to be enough in order to kill anything. But Sass now realized, okay, there's an age up on the way. I got to go for my own age up, and I believe he just pulled a lot of villagers over to gold now. So Sass should be able to get his own age up in soon behind this. Still attempted
trying
raids.
to get something done. You just really can't get in there, though. They're really good in the open field, really good at tracking stuff down, really good at hit and run kind of raiding. But when you've got a defensive civ that's just geared up for that exact thing, it's hard to get a lot of value.
Yeah. Sass behind us, though, very close to getting his own age up in. YCY with a lot of barracks inside of his base. We're seeing a lead immediately, like a lot of men-at-arms, a lot of Earl Scouts being queued up behind this. Where are all the barracks? How many does he have? Two barracks there. Could also additionally get a knight in. But with 4 Lords of Lancaster, these Earl Scouts are going to have a lot of health. And there we go, YCY now starting to take some dives inside the base of Sass. And with all of this bonus health, that means that YCY's Earl Scouts, even if there are these bonus shots, the hand cannon placements from the TC, the bonus health is a direct counter to that. He's going to be able to dive much deeper. And the Lords of Lancaster, they also got stealth upgraded to the castle age, so they get some more armor and some more health in as well.
Ablar is diving the wood line as he goes up the top of the TC as well. Getting some decent value in here now. There goes one.
Pretty much something that could just get put back in queue immediately again, though. Age up comes through, but Sass's base is completely idled out right now. He only has enough resource for a single knight, and villagers start to go down now. 7 villagers down already.
Another lord goes down, but the value of the trade feels like it's worth it. And he's all over, even on the other side of the gold, too.
Yeah, YCY just taking incredible trade here, and Sass
Another
still
IO.
completely idled out inside of his base. He cannot get any resources in right now.
30 idled of 32, and those 2 are dead. This is a great play by YZY. He's really taking it to Sass right now. We might just have a series in our hands. Sass trying to stabilize. Able to clean this stuff up eventually, but man, that puts him behind just a little bit.
Just a little bit,
the trick here now is YZY needs to have the good follow-up. This is where it matters. Like, that was a great punch, but it wasn't a knockout blow. Now you need to have the follow-up. Can you survive the follow-up? Can you continue to keep the pressure up?
YCY is in a great spot right now, because not only is he 10 villagers ahead, but if you also count in the manors that he has, he's more like 20 villagers ahead at this point in time. Right. Also trying to get the relics, so this one is going to get spotted. That was the one on Sass's side, so a little bit of a greedy relic pull here. Makes sense that one is going to get denied by Sass. But still should be a lot of relics going over to YCY's side here.
You know, the funny thing about AoE 4 is that in like real medieval battles, if you had a casualty rate that was this many killed in action, armies just didn't fight to the death like they do here. But man, you see so many times in AoE 4, the army's just down to the last man.
Yeah, Sass behind us trying to take away the deer from YCY's side. Needs to be careful though, doesn't want to run through the base of him. There's a white tower there that could potentially block some of these scouts if Sass isn't manually moving them the correct side. Now we have a lot of Earl Scouts, and once again, both, like all 4 of the Lords of Lancaster, and these dagger throws just time and time again could also mean that Sass, with just 4 crossbows, not having enough to counter him out.
Yeah, Sass knows he needs those. Getting some palace guards in the mix. I'm not so sure about those, actually. I'm not sure how that... I mean, having the meat shield would be great. You need the crossbow mass to back it up, though.
Horseman needs to run away from the Wallalow there. Reinforcements there, so this relic should be coming back. And the dagger throw, actually, a little bit of micro there as well. Dagger throw on 2 units, not just the 1 spearman.
That's actually brilliant. Not letting them overkill, but trying to get the full value of the damage.
Yeah.
You see that with javelins a lot too, you know, or javelin throwers will just overkill units like by a lot. And if you can split them up into groups, you can get a lot more value and a lot more DPS. Or effective DPS, I should say.
Lots of Lancaster coming in. Dagger throw coming in as well. Killing another one of the crossbows. Can we just select one of these Earl Scouts? How much health do they have with 4 Lords of Lancaster next to them? Plus 33, almost 200 health on these Earl Scouts.
And, you know, he could just walk this right back to the Abbey and just, you know, heal them up slowly with everything he's got. I mean, he just looks like that's what he's going to do.
Yeah.
Just get continued value out of that.
4 relics secured. Sass did manage to bring the deer back. So ICY is in theory behind when it comes to natural food resources, but more manors coming up behind this, also expanding out towards his own deer. Sass making sure that the relic's not taken.
YCY could still try for that relic. Yeah, Sass does not want him to have it, but trying to get that wall up now. Probably be a 4-1 split by the looks of it.
The side's also being taken behind this. YCY, there hasn't really been a move yet to like a different army composition. Just the Earl Scouts for the time being, and now also the move into the upgrade for the remaining 3 manors here for him. So economy-wise, ICY, he's looking quite strong here in just a little bit as well. Sass, though, the food income's still looking strong, but I'm wondering just how much longer those deer can sustain inside of a space. It should be running out soon. Great rate, though. 2 villagers will get picked off there.
He's still so far behind, though, economically. YZY did a lot of damage to him and is very far ahead with those manors. But little chip damage you can get will help. Sass needs to do a lot more of it, however.
Yeah, definitely does. Seeing more production buildings coming on Sass side. I believe he is pretty much trying to all in here on that side. Just trying to get as many units out as possible. There's no move out for him for like a Song Dynasty or a second TC. So he is very much committed. And oh my god, the daggers.
They are
Knight almost just dying right there.
Nowhere to go.
Oh, he protects the knight with the scout. So this knight is going to survive unless there's like a cheeky goodbye dagger. Oh,
on the wrong. Oh, he just won.
He gets him still. Oh my god, these daggers, man.
If it weren't for that scout giving its life as well, he would have lost 2 or 3 knights there. I think that was a good bit of micro from Sass. He dodged a little bit of bullet. I'm surprised it wasn't more. And there's the deer, all out of food. He needs to make a granary transition, but he doesn't have the wood for that right now. And he really doesn't want to take the time to do that. He's caught in a very tricky spot. Normally, China can make that transition so smoothly, but here, caught with his pants down, essentially, no wood income like at all. He's getting more on there now, but it's going to take a while to get that bank big enough to actually get a food eco.
Yeah, and without Song Dynasty, he's not going to be able to place granaries. He's going to have to just make normal mill and farms until then. Something that's also very annoying is, sure, he does have the Imperial Academy. He can use it to activate the spies every now and then, but there's just nothing to raid, right? Like, YZY with the House of Lancaster, the economy, it's just all inside of the base. There's no move out necessarily.
Answer's trying to get into the gold bills. They're going to get maybe 1 or 2 for their effort, maybe, or maybe not. Wow. Within an inch of their life left, 2 bills escaped to live another day. And those dagger throws.
It's so oppressing.
It really is. I mean, you can't even run away. You're just getting stabbed in the back.
Yeah, Sass, he's massed a big number of crossbows behind this. The issue with that, though, is that YZY now has a lot of yeomen. He's going to be ready for a fight there. We do have another move out with some scouts trying to pro-scout away the deer, but the outpost with the sprinkler placement just means that Sass isn't going to be able to get any more deer out of the map. Now, still the play potentially onto the boar. the dwarves that are still out there. Does have the option of dropping a Barbican on one for Song Dynasty as well. A little raid here. Why still in a good spot in that regard.
Yeah, YZY space. Putting some forward farms around the White Tower too.
It's nice when you have them protected by the White Tower. Some more farms coming in back as well. He's got enough wood for a good amount of farms here at the moment. Just keeps on massing more and more units. Sass at the moment does have a very nice army value. Just no real siege to push with, and he will need siege if he wants to push past that White Tower.
Yeah, the game definitely feels like it's slowing down a little bit. Both players getting the farms going. It's true, it's true. I'm not too sure if I love the composition from Sass. He does have a number of Palace Guards as well. He's got pretty much equal numbers of Spears and Palace Guards, and then has about the same number as both of those in crossbows.
Villagers, some more villager kills coming in here. This time Sass is getting some more pickoffs there. Not able to pick off the last one though. Still now it's been 12-6, so a little bit more getting back on track for Sass there, picking off a couple here and there, the numbers pretty close, 57-53 overall, and then as far as military numbers go, again, pretty neck and neck, 70 to 62. It's interesting that Sass has managed to cap all 3 sacred sites here. That's 300 gold per minute, so interesting enough, even though YZY has gotten 4 out of the 5 relics, right now Sass has more passive gold income than him.
Funny how that works out sometimes. And really, there's no reason for YZY to let this continue. Like, he could easily send a couple units to one of those sacred sites and decap it at least turn the timer off. He's been trying a couple times. YZY had tried a couple times to get a monk on one of those sacred sites. He kept getting sniped out. Another one actually dies right now on the sacred site.
Yeah, I think now though it's time for him to start really moving out. We do have a lot of Yeomen now, even more coming out behind this. And Palace Guards, they just don't serve as that great of a tanking unit here up against the Yeomen. Some Spearmen in there as well with the Billhook. Able to debuff the units, and now we do have the wraparound here from the Hobblers. Knight's trying to fight off as well. Lots of Lancaster, just 2 remaining.
Those Men-at-Arms having plus 33 health during this whole fight for YZY, helping a ton, but the Yeoman really being the DPS behind this.
And Sass now on half the military force. Army value also more looking like half here. Not really able to fall back that much further. We do have some Nest of Bees here trying to help out. Obela's trying to get on top of them, but there should be enough of a line there in order to stop that from happening. The infantry mass coming in as well, though. Nest of Bees trying to step back, trying to get the shots off onto the Yeoman. Getting some good shots off. It's just not enough.
It's close. A lot of weakened Yeoman, but no front line left. They just dive right on top. The Lord right on the Nest of Bees. 1 goes down. 2 go down. Make it 3.
And that is it. Sass, 0 food per minute. He's got absolutely nothing left. And YZY can just run inside of his base. And that means that we are going to get a game number 3.
First series today that we've gotten to cast. That'll go the distance, all 3 games. YZY playing his game on that one. You know, I don't think we expected to see the Lords come out. I don't think we expected Abbey Kings off the get-go, but really made a case for why that could be effective here. I was able to slow down the pro scouts, was able to force a reaction out of Sass, and then leverage that into a quick castle timing, and then just kind of made Sass play catch up the entire time. And even though he had some good positioning with the sacred sites, the raids that Sass was trying to inflict just weren't enough. YZY doing enough damage early in the game and then just kind of coasting from there.
Yeah, I'm wondering what's next on the block here. YZY so far, he's doing a great job. Next up though, it is going to be Sass that picks the next map. What was the last map that was remaining here? Was it a water map potentially? Because this is where it's Holy Island. I just got the confirmation. We're going over to Holy Island, and this is where it starts becoming tough for players that just started out in tournaments that are mostly just used to ladder games, because that's where let's be honest, most players, they just veto the water maps.
Yeah.
But in tournaments, those tend to make their way through the draft sometimes. And yeah, we are going to have a water map here now as the home map for SAS, and that means YZY, he's going to have to play water here. And we're seeing English against the Mongols on the Holy Island. That's an interesting matchup.
I am impressed with YZY's performance. I mean, we expected SAS to come out and play really well, which he has. I am impressed with YZY. He's known as the Rus guy, you know? He's the guy who plays Rus, and Rus has been banned. He does not have that option. He's playing pretty well with what he's been given. And so Holy Island English into Mongols. You know, 2 English civs back to back. I mean, House of Lancaster now English proper. I'm curious to see how YZY wants to play this one. But yeah, water maps are always a different animal than the land. And most players tend to shy away from the water maps. Even at this high level, you get the sense that, you know, more pros prefer land maps over the water maps. Ones who can make water work really well for them, though, usually perform very well in these kind of formats.
Yeah, water maps is definitely something that you do have to learn with civilizations, because it's just a completely different sort of... for one, build order-wise, every single civ is completely different. Like, no civ plays the same on water than they do on land, pretty much, and you just can never really ignore water. If you ignore water when there's deep sea fish, then you're just gonna fall behind a lot compared to your opponent. It's just something that you really have to play with, that you have to keep in mind as you play with it, and yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see if YZY, a player that, you know, that is his first like tournament appearance here, whether he's got a game plan for it.
I think with water maps, and I think why most players tend to not like them, is that it kind of splits your attention, which is ironic because you're already supposed to be splitting your attention into what you're doing in your base and what you're doing out on the map. But I think water maps like really forces that from the get-go, where you have to have your mind split on 2 sides. You got to be looking at the land portion of things, but you also have to be paying attention to the water. And for players that, you know, especially like on the ladder, like for every average Joe players like myself, you know, that's a lot to ask for, to have to keep your mind pivoting back and forth and back and forth. I think that's why players tend to not care for water as much. And if you lose water, more often than not, you can really quickly lose the game. Like, it's just so critical. You have to play it. You can't just afford to ignore it or to lose it. Because once your opponent secures that extra food resources, you're just kind of hosed.
Yeah, it's the point of spreading the awareness, as we mentioned earlier. Just having those 2 points, these 2 fronts that you always have to like be aware of, see how they're moving, see how your opponent is moving. It just adds a completely new dimension to your gameplay, and you just have to be aware of how your opponent's moving, if your opponent's attacking, because it could happen that your opponent attacks you on land and attacks you on water at the same time, and then it just becomes a very much like you have to react on both sides. And water tends to be a lot more snowbally than land, because all it takes is one demo connection for you to lose all of your sprinkled ships on water. So you have to like be like, okay, 70% aware of water and then 30% on land, and that is still very difficult to do.
Well, and if you blink with those demo ships, man, you can lose your entire armada. You blink and it's gone. If you miss that, it can happen incredibly quickly, and it can be kind of hard to distinguish when all those boats get clustered together too. It can be a little difficult to tell what's what. And then if you look away because you're getting raided by a bunch of knights on land, suddenly boom, boom, boom. What's that? Oh no, all my ships are on the bottom of the sea. GG's. And so I think that pressure really makes water difficult, just in general and for all players. A couple seconds to start here. How do you expect Mongols to go about this?
Mongols is an interesting pick here. So I'm wondering just the same thing here, how SAS is going to play this. Now, they do have some different opening potential here, but it looks like we do have the early Uvu opening here from SAS in the color blue playing as the Mongols here on a Holy Island. His opponent YZY in the color red playing as the English. And it looks like SAS isn't actually sending a unit across towards his shoreline. So it looks to me like instead he is just going to be going for a horseman rush, which is actually something very interesting, something that you can do against English, because for one, English in Dark Age, they get vanguard men at arms. They don't actually get spearmen in the Dark Age. And their villagers only get a ranged attack that does 1 less damage against horsemen that have pierce armor in Dark Age. So yeah, that's actually what we're going to be seeing here from SAS, moving out with that villager and just getting a stable up in the Dark Age here now.
I mean, neither player is playing for water here. ICY just ignored it so far. A standard opening from him. And SAS, obviously, the horseman opening.
This might just be a very lucky condition here for him. Just that he didn't go for water.
Maybe he kind of knew that was going to happen coming in. Maybe he expected this play from Mongols, because you don't think of Mongols as a typical, like, full water civ.
Yeah, it could be. Sass does see that YZY already is on gold. He's pretty much already gathered up enough for his own age up. No horseman in queue yet. Could be that he wants to wait for that little bit of extra stone to get the double production in on the double horseman play there. Wondering so far. I'm guessing it's gonna be the double production for the horseman. Yeah, now he's moving the Gur over to the gold in order to just start getting his own way up to feudal age. We do have the double production there on the horseman. There it is. Abbey of Kings coming in here. This is looking like a very good opening so far from YZY. I don't think the horsemen are really going to find too much value here in this one.
Yeah, probably a really heads up play not to go for water. It feels so counterintuitive, right? Because so often getting on water early expands your economy. But in this instance, I mean, going out later, knowing your opponent probably isn't going to do the same. And there's the horseman, just like you said. I mean, this is going to play right into YZY's hands. He's going to have a really good chance to repel this with ease and then maybe take water later on in feudal and then just play his game again.
Exactly, the horsemen are going to come across. This also delays Sass's age up to feudal age by quite a bit. YZY rushing the age up even with 5 villagers, so he's going to get a very quick age up. It means the king is also going to be coming out relatively early on here. Yeah, the horseman just torch damage alone. I'm not even sure if he's going to be able to torch that mining camp down. Worst case, YZY can just pull a villager there in order to repair it. The villager should be in range of the TC in order to keep him alive there as well.
That's just close enough. I was wondering, maybe if I was debating in my mind as we were like, before these horsemen got here, is if you do destroy the mining camp or not, deny that extra bit of gold. But it is so close. He really could just send a vill.
Age up now is coming in from Sass here. Relatively even sheep split. Just the minor lead here for YZY.
I think he's just going to let him have the gold.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's going to go for the repair. Instead, we do have a villager now moving out. So it looks like YZY is just now going to go for the dock play here. So biding his time. Yeah, YZY so far, it looks like he is very much aware of the matchup, just how he should play it. Bounty does get taken though by Sass, so he's gonna at least get a little bit of resource. And invested 120, gets like 50 back.
I think you're willing to give that up if that means you're getting up to age first and now you're safely able to get onto water.
Yeah, 100%.
There's a signal arrow as the speedy boys begin speeding around the map.
Now with you, Sass does have the option of potentially just getting his own dock up and even getting some dock emplacements. Could put a dock forward in the middle and just have it be there as a deterrent. Makes it difficult for YZY to move forward. At the same time, YZY, if he gets to the point where he can just get the Admiralty upgrade on water, and he does just pull a lot of villagers over to gold, if he gets Admiralty on water, he's gonna win any water fight in feudal age.
Yeah, it feels like this is gonna be a tricky. It feels like an uphill battle for Sass right now. Like, it just feels like YZY has the tools he needs to do what he wants to do, and Sass was hoping to interrupt things and just hasn't been given the opportunity, it seems. Scout looking a little weak there, but I think at this point YZY would almost trade a scout for the horseman.
Horseman will be able to take down the scout. Kashik's coming out as well. Oh, double produce Kashiks as well.
That king probably can't stand there.
Yeah, the knight, you definitely can't stand next to the Yam aura there. But outside of the Yam aura, the king actually does have a movement speed advantage compared to the Kashiks. Khan trying to body block here, actually.
That's really heads up play. You could turn and take that one horseman if you wanted out. But I don't know if he'd be able to keep the knight alive, or the king alive if he did. Already have an
archership fight. King looks like he's going to be able to stay alive, though. Second dog in the middle. Oh, YCY got a villager kill on the dock there.
Has to back up, though. Can't fight underneath the dock.
And the king was able to stay alive. Is going to get healed up. Villager from YZY needs to be careful out there, though. Could potentially get found out and taken down.
This is where this map gets really interesting. There's just a lot happening all at once. And it's all very little tiny engagements. Nothing too big yet. Just, they're all over the place. King healing up, but...
Sound bell is ringing. English do get the heads up there. Thanks to that aura.
You pull some bills for the longbow shot? Or the short bow shot?
In the worst case, you can. Just really like a committed dive. Sass now putting more on water there. YZY is getting really close to being able to research Admiralty here behind this. Just needs a little bit more gold.
And once that happens, I don't know what Sass's response to that should be. Things just get very difficult.
Oh, instead, queues a demo ship. And he doesn't have that many villagers on gold anymore. He had 5 earlier, now it's down to 3. So maybe he's not trying to go for the immediate Admiralty. Definitely should, though.
I agree. It definitely seems like a win-win to go for it. So on the off chance that you build that demo ship, you build some navy, and then somehow you lose that fight, you're really far behind tech-wise. Then you don't have an edge anymore. Demo ship.
Oh, villager does get found out.
And loses archer
also
ship.
losing archer ship. Yeah.
That's the crazy thing about water, right? Is you blink and suddenly the tides change.
Yeah. Still no Admiralty in queue for him. Instead, YCY kind of needs to invest more into water, into just any water presence. Hasn't done so far.
Does Sass know about this demo ship?
Should do so now. Does get alerted to it. Unships are gonna fall. Or the sprinkle ships are gonna fall back in time. Demo ship also needs to fall back.
Here.
Doesn't look like it. Oh, demo ship does get sniped. YZY loses his own sprinkle ship here just a little bit. Movement speed bonus gets activated. Doesn't continue to move out though.
And just like that, what shouldn't have happened has happened. Sass has pretty much control of water over right now. I mean, there's not much that YZY can do.
See more ships in queue. Cancels them. Does he get Admiralty in instead? Gets a Springle ship in instead. Does he have enough? He barely has any wood income at the moment. That's the weird part.
He's got a lot on wood.
So he should be getting some more wood income in just a little bit. But it feels like he was trying to go for an age up instead behind all of this. Just looking at the resource that he's been banking.
Yeah, it feels like Sass now is in the driver's seat. Seems like one too many errors on YZY's part, and now Sass capitalizing as best he can. And that's, what good players do. They wait for the errors to happen. Sometimes the errors are few and far between, but if you can capitalize on your opponent's error, that can be the difference of winning and losing. As King right here, just getting body blocked on the stone and goes down. Add that as to another in the win column for Sass. This is looking dire.
Where did YZY's food just go? Didn't YZY have like 150 food just a second ago? And now he's going for farms?
That does not seem like a good sign.
Did he queue something up? Now he's got the 500 food again. Okay, I'm a little bit confused right now. This does kind of feel like he just was incredibly unsure as to how to play this game from the spot that he was in. He's remaking the king now. But Sass at the moment, he's got so many Kashyyyks in as well. I feel like YZY needs to age up. The question is, what can you realistically age up with? It feels like you kind of need the White Tower. But at the same time, because your opponent has water, you kind of like need the King's Palace there instead.
Yeah, this is a very tricky spot to be in, and I'm not sure...
Oh, good kill.
Hit there.
Very good kills.
Archer's not doing enough.
Trading out the Spearman. Yeah, taking down 3 Kashyyyks like that. Definitely a very good trade there.
A little bit of breathing room.
YZY.
But is it enough? And I'm not sure that it is.
Oh, he's got enough. He's got enough resource now. He's just going to pull the villagers. That's fine. Just kill the archers with your villagers.
Civil defense force is a go. Each one of those shots does 5 base damage.
It works so well, actually.
I mean, 40 units times 40 times 5. I mean, that's...
Now the age of behind it,
damage
just
a
when
shot?
Sass loses his entire army to villagers. Dude, he's done that to me as well. Just killing you with villagers.
King's Palace. I mean, when you think about it, right? Like 40 villagers times 5 a shot is 400 damage a shot every so many seconds. And that's going to start one-shotting even the big tanky stuff. I mean, they do have some armor, so it affects the math a little bit. But yeah, I mean, that's one of the tricky things about English. That's why they are a defensive civ at heart.
We do have the King's Palace coming in, so YZY, even though he is going to lose water, he is going to be on a second TC. So we'll at the very least get some additional villagers in here. But yeah, this is water now completely lost for him. But has reached castle age. No
military,
real
though.
production building, though. There we go. Okay, stable is coming up behind us now as well.
The tricky thing is you don't want to keep exchanging villagers for archers.
Yeah,
He's going to have to here to stay alive. Thankfully, the town center can keep him safe for a second, but he needs military.
It is an old school TC, though, the King's Palace. It still has, like, the 10 villager slots that he can put in.
Oh, man, that takes me back.
Yeah, a little bit more damage that he can put out with it.
Gosh,
And
remember
YCY, of course, like, he's no stranger. He's no stranger to pulling the builds.
Remember when the hometown center used to have 20 garrison slots? Crazy.
Wait, no, it didn't.
It used to, yeah. The hometown center used to have 20 garrison slots back in the day. Like your starting landmark? It's been nerfed down to 15 for over a year now, but...
Huh.
Used to be 20. Used to be 20.
No, I would remember that.
Coward doesn't remember that either. It was a thing. I was there, Gandalf, 4,000 years ago. Was a thing.
Nah.
It used to be 20. It seems crazy now. I can't believe that's how the game started, but...
Okay, this is a fever dream right now. I can't remember that, but I feel like I'm getting gaslit here right now.
It was a thing. It was a thing. My memory, I'm like an elephant over here. I'm not sure how sustainable this is for YZY at trading bills for archers. Now he's got a knight in the field now, so he's able to start doing some work, but quite a bit of delay.
That must have been before ranked.
No, it was during
Before
ranked.
the first season.
It was for a couple seasons. It happened now. It did change 2 years ago now, I will say, but there was a full year that the game's been out for over 3 years.
Damn, I don't remember that at all.
So
I don't remember that.
That was when they changed the other things as well. They used to have 20
I'm just getting
for the hometown
gaslit
centers.
here. I'm just getting completely gaslit here right now. Oh yeah, a year ago in 2024, TCs had like, that must have been like,
It was 2 years ago.
Way longer. That must have been 2022 or something like that. Like,
It was 2 years ago, but it was they had 20 at the hometown center, and then all other town
I
centers
don't
had
think
10.
two. That must have been like at least 3 years ago.
Has the game been out for 4 years now? It might have been close to 3 then. It's been a couple years, but it was a thing. My, have we come a long way though.
YZY is keeping his knights alive. Will want to do so for a little bit longer. He could heal that one up again, but that one's gonna go down.
That's down.
There's no way he keeps that one alive.
Unless he body blocks right here.
Khan's gonna take it down.
Oh,
Movement speed
Sigmaro.
arrow. It's gonna be enough.
YZY in such a tricky predicament here. I just feel like once you lose water, the game tends to be up. And that's not obviously a true like hard and fast rule. There are definitely games that you can win outside of water should you lose. But man, it's tricky here. I don't know how you claw your way back in without doing some serious damage to your opponent.
Sass. I mean, he is now also in H3. He does have water working for him. So there's no real food transition for him. King gets sniped as well. That is something that YZY can relatively easily rebuild, though. At the end of it, I mean, he's just a little bit too slow when it comes to pulling these knights back in order to heal them back up again in the King's Palace. In the Abbey of Kings.
I want to shout out
So
chat
these
for
trades...
reminding us that the patch was real.
It was real, okay.
was
August
real.
4th, 2022. It's been a while.
Been a while. 3 years.
Been a hot minute. You made it sound so recent, 1 year ago. I blame that.
Years have been blending. The years have been blending so much. It's. I have a hard time.
2024, yeah, okay, 2024. Cow says. You know, just the other day, it still was 20 slots in the main TC. Just the other day.
Just the other week, you know. You blink and it's gone. Relic coming in for YZY. He needs all the help he can get, so I like that he's going for these relics, trying to find every little inch of value he can.
This time around, though, this is the issue with Keshiks. They just don't trade out that well up against the Knights. Like, how much health do they have in Veterancy? Like, 185? They have less in Veterancy than Knights do in Feudal Age. 175 even.
175, it's even worse. Yeah, and you're seeing it right here. Without the Kurlitai helping him out, I mean, he needs to be, setting him back to the heal at the Kurlitai is actually massive. Gets a little more value out of that. But if he's not fighting under the Kurlitai as well, they don't play too nice with Knights.
Outpost coming up here. YZY just continually expanding. He does still have a similar overall economy count to SAS. Lots of stables from SAS. He's also invested into Kurlitai, so with that, of course, does have the option of always healing up his Keshiks as well, similar to the Abbey of Kings.
This could be a good fight here for YZY. Yep, SAS knows it, backs away. He's happy to get the monk that he got. However, gets body blocked on the gold. That could be a one down, maybe. Ooh, it's close. Just escapes. Reinforcements arrive and they double back to attack again.
Relic gets taken yet again. Movement speed arrow.
Ooh, Wololo coming
Wololo
in
here.
And it's been a while since I've seen a big Wololo play like that. I'm trying to think the last time I've seen like such a high level Wololo pull off that many units.
Oh, nice charge though. At the moment, YZY, he's really balancing his army quite nicely up against the Keshiks. This is the issue with they just don't trade well enough into Knights.
No, they really don't.
Oh, King barely survives.
Such good value.
YZY somehow, he got 3 relics.
Yeah, he's been grabbing behind this the entire time. He's lost a monk or two along the way, but he has grabbed a good chunk there. I still see 3 relics on the map. Are there 6 relics on this map?
Yeah, there are 6 relics.
Huh.
It's like 1 bonus relics if you take water.
Bonus relic on the whole
bonus
island.
Relic.
Okay. Today I learned. Alright, that's like the 3rd monk I think I've seen YZY lose this game. That is starting to add up. He has gotten the relics, the majority of the relics, well, a half of the relics technically.
It's charging once again. YZY, he doesn't have the second step prepared yet. He does have the Knights. He doesn't have anything against the crossbows yet. This fight, though, doesn't look that bad. He's able to clear up all of the Keshiks.
And now he's on top of the crossbows.
The Keshiks are still so low.
This is a great fight for YZY. Loses the king, but I think you take that to sweep off the crossbows.
Easily.
He is managing to take some really good fights here. I was saying it's an uphill battle for him, and he's really threading that needle nicely.
Yeah, it's just the power of Knights, or rather the lack of power of Keshiks. SAS, even though he had way more Keshiks than YZY had Knights, he just wasn't able to win the fights.
These units we see right here is it for YZY. This is his entire military mass, and he is making them work. He is just using them to the fullest extent that he can.
The charge through. Trading out the Knights. Has to be so careful though. Loses 2 there just for 1 Keshik. SAS, his food income, it's looking rather swell, but somehow YZY is at 2.4k food per minute, while SAS with all the fishing is only at 1.4k. The power of the farms and the deer that are gonna run out soon though. Wait, YZY, is he just going imp? He's just gonna go imp here. He's about to hit Imperial Age.
It's insane. That could, could that work? I guess it could. Like,
he's got the cold in the corner, right? Like, the question is what he's gonna age up with, though. He's actually gonna Berkshire this. Interesting. The Berkshire is gonna buy him the safety that he needs in order to just get upgrades like enclosures in. Once he gets enclosures in with this many farms, he's gonna be set.
That's true. Gold will no longer be an issue. And he's gonna have food.
Especially since he's got 3 relics as well, right? Like 3 relics and enclosures. That's very good. Oh, the villagers though. You can't lose them like that.
Not like this, not like this. Need them up a little longer here. Right now it's 89, 82. far as economy count. Need to keep that as close as you can considering you don't have water. And that Berkshire, there's no running from that. That knight with an inch of his life left. And immediately
so
clicks
gonna
on the
make
closures.
their way out alive. Yeah, it's just the one tech, right, that is gonna absolutely propel you forward, even if you're like stuck inside your base. Sass, though, he's preparing for his own age up behind this. And we can never forget that the Kaganet Palace, it's one of the landmarks of all time.
Yep, it's a landmark.
It's a landmark that, like, one of the landmarks that exists in Age of Empires 4. There's multiple. Kaganet is one of them.
And it happens to be with the Mongols, you know. It just so happens.
World High is just getting kind of parked right in front of the base here from YZY, and he's just going to start torching.
He has to. He needs to get damage. He needs to punish this defensive play from YZY. The tricky thing is, though, is that if YZY can just hold out another minute or two, I do think English has a much better Imperial Age than Mongols. The question is,
I'm not sure about that.
I think they do, but if he's got to get there in a position of power, though. And if having your relic torch down doesn't feel good.
The thing is that Mongols get access to some units that are just broken by design, with especially the Mangudai in Imperial Age. Oh, the keep is getting built.
And see, that's tricky, is this dive right here. I still think YZY English has an edge in Imperial Age, but you don't get any kind of edge if this is what's happening as you try and get up in age.
Yeah, the issue here for YZY is that the Keshiks, they're just healing the damage that comes out from the TC there. So YZY, he needs to focus fire onto the crossbow specifically. He can't kill the Keshiks reliably, and now the H-up has come in for Sass as well.
And this is where the wheels might fall off finally.
Is he about to go down?
Hold. Well, the Berkshire is in such an awkward position at the edge of the map. It's defending a lot.
It doesn't protect that much,
Yeah, it really doesn't.
It could have protected more.
I mean,
bombs coming in.
A good third of its ability is eaten up in dead map space where no unit can go. You really want that thing able to cover as much of the map as possible.
Yeah. We have some knights here now. Hand cannon is coming in for YZY. Together with more knights. He did get elite upgrade on the knights. Or modern placement in now as well. But all of these buildings here, Sass, he's even getting the bounty upgrade behind this. He's going to be able to just start burning down a lot of buildings here. Now he's also going to start stealing the relics.
Yeah, I think this game might just be over. It was a good effort from YZY. There definitely was a moment where I felt like he was doing so much with so little. But the timing push proved supreme. As GG is sure enough called.
GG.
Sass will take the series 2-1. But hey, YZY making a good showing here.
Yeah, definitely. For his first set, like in any tournament, that was definitely a very nice just first performance here that we have gotten from YZY up against Sass, who at this point in time is very much established in the scene, I want to say.
Yeah. I'm definitely excited to see more of YZY in the future. And, you know, I feel like Sass might be sighing a bit of a sigh of relief there. There was a moment there where it felt like even though he had won water, that game was not going. That was not a comfortable win, so to speak. Like that, there was a moment there where it felt very precarious. So I'm sure Sass is signing. I mean, imagine like winning water and then losing the game. That would feel really bad. Sass though does take the win, moves on. But yeah, YZY, I'm pretty impressed with what I've seen today.
Yeah, indeed. Like this was a very great performance for him. I even liked like the macro play on water here, considering just as we mentioned, this is his first tournament after all. Now though, next up, we are gonna be looking at the next set that is gonna be coming up, and that one is going to be Lash versus Scatterbrain. Just before that though, we are gonna be taking just the shortest, the absolutely shortest of breaks, and then we will be back live here on EGC TV, bring you Lash versus Scatterbrain in the EGC Masters Fall Qualifier number 2. right, I hope all of you are ready because we are back again here with EGC Masters Fall, and this time we are going to be bringing you guys Lash versus Scatterbrained here. And right away, something that we do see, or rather we do see a lot of prevalence of, it is water maps. We get Archipelago, Holy Island, Kalogger, and arguably Frisian Marsh. Just any map where there was just a little speck of water, these players chose.
We like boats, you know? So.
I like a good fish like just as much as the next person, right? So it's good protein, it's relatively cheap depending on the region, and just overall
good vitamins.
Yeah, very good vitamins. But we're gonna be jumping right into it because this game has already been just running a little bit, so we're just going to be very quickly jumping through it just in order to catch up to a live game because we want you guys live here in the action, not behind doors. So we're just going to do a little bit of a speedy cast through here at the moment, as we do have Lash here in the color blue playing as the Chinese, on the other side Scatterbrained in the color yellow playing as the Byzantines here on Dry Arabia. This is a best of 5 now, so no longer will we have those 2-0 quick victory sets here at all. Imperial Academy coming in, 4 villagers on that. No IO opening here from Lash as is standard. On the other side, Scatterbrained is opening us up here with the Grand Winery, so we're not gonna get a Hippodrome build here in from him. Age up completes, and we are most likely just going to be seeing that forward pro scout play coming in. Second cistern coming up for Scatterbrained already has the resources for the next cistern as well. That is going to be coming up next as well. So already cistern level 3 looking quite good there for him. Archery range now from Lash is going to start us off with some archers before the pro scout, even ending in the barracks before the stable. So looks like he's just going to be going for some straight up aggression before transitioning into the pro scout play. Also having an outpost here coming up from Scatterbrained is going to be able to protect those berries very nicely with that. Barracks stable now coming in as well in order to counter out the archers, but will need something else as well, as there is already a barracks out there as well.
The real reason we're speeding up is because Crackety's just very excited to get to the water games after this. So 6.5 minutes in now. Looks like it's gonna be pretty aggressive. A lot of aggression here on the side as Lash move around. Take a look at the gold and is gonna walk right back around. 4 cisterns up now.
So the economy is looking quite nicely here for Scatterbrained. Hasn't really taken any damage right now. Also starting to see some walls coming off for him on the side there. And oh my god, that wall is going to protect not just the deer on his side, but also the double berry spot that he's got in the back there. That is an excellent spawn there for him. The gold also going to be protected. So with such a nice spawn, Scatterbrained definitely has to be very tempted of just trying to go for the castle age transition here behind this. Only 1 villager going down here from that raid with the horsemen, so able to keep most of them alive. Lash now also moving forward with his archers, and I do believe that we are now going to be caught up to the game. So now we can stop. Yeah, welcome to real time. This is the real in real time strategy.
Is this the real life? I'm not gonna stop. I'm not gonna sing. I'm not gonna do that. But yeah, real time. That wall. Like that wall, man. That is. You know, sometimes you get a spawn where things just line up so perfectly, where you can just wall a couple walls here, a couple walls there, and it just becomes this really, really tough fortress to get into. And those 3 wood lines are doing so much, and they're just in like a great spot. Like, he needs those walls. If he didn't have those walls there, it'd be like whatever. But with where his town center's at and just where the walls are placed and the way he's kind of built his base around it, man, such great value.
Lash is going to have to be quite careful now, because this is a perfect spawn now for Scatterbrained to go into this fast castle age, or rather, well, not a fast castle age, we're past 10 minutes now, but into this castle age transition here. And yeah, it's very hard for Lash to punish this, so instead he might just have to go for his own castle age behind this, but it looks like he's still reinvesting, even some more horsemen, more archers coming out from his side. Scatterbrained, though, still has his horsemen out on the move, so reinforcements are going to have to be careful from Lash, could get caught off, and also the villagers in the wood line feel a little bit exposed here.
It's a surround, 1 goes down, 2,
got 2,
maybe 3, maybe a 4th even.
Maybe even 4?
No, he's going to back out. Well, 3 for not a single unit lost. You take that every day. And there is a castle. I would say 11 minutes isn't a fast castle, but it sure ain't a slow castle.
I'm surprised that we're getting a ram here. I'm wondering what the ram is for the wall or for the 1 outpost, because Lash, in theory, has more than enough units to just torch that 1 outpost down.
It does seem like a strange investment of wood. there it goes. I guess he's looking at the wall, saying, I want to get through.
Yeah, that wall definitely needed the ram to go through, but now with the age up in, Lash, he's going to have to feel really, really pressured. Hexile's also coming in for Scatterbrain, so the villagers are going to have some extra survivability. And we do have the upgrade. Veterancy is going to be coming in for the Longbowman next, as well as the +2 pierce damage. Longbows showing themselves. There aren't that many longbows out yet, only 10. Doesn't have enough olive oil for the next batch yet.
I was wondering if he's going to do enough chip damage to hit that in 2 shots with the ram, but not quite enough.
There we go. Ram is now going to be pushing through. Osman still trying to do some damage on the backside. Ram's
going for that outpost
forward.
now. Yeah, looking at it, but limit's in the air.
Lash instead going to go for the deer there.
Yeah.
Villagers in the back there that are now running away from the army that's chasing after him.
Oh, they're too slow.
And is there a gate? There is a gate. It's just now coming up. Villagers trying to speed build that, but the horsemen, they're going to jump ahead.
A body block.
They're going to body block him. They run away.
Oh, he lets him away.
They let him through.
He lets him slip through his fingers. He had him on a silver platter and let them go. Oh, that has to feel so bad if you're Lash. He had them.
Unfortunate there for him. More spearmen coming through. Just on top of the horsemen here.
Man, call those guys Houdini. I cannot believe they snuck out of that.
Am is now running around again. Scatterbrain going for some cataphracts here. He's out of food completely. He's actually completely pinched. There's no food income from at all. TC, there's nothing garrison, so no additional damage coming out from the TC here at all right now. He's just gathering gold, but no food at all. He does have the market, could potentially buy something. TC completely idled out as well. Nothing happening there. Longbows doing a great job, though, of sniping out the archers. The archers from Lash not focusing the Longbowmen.
Cataphracts.
The villagers actually just did an entire loop around in order to get back on top of the deer. Okay, what happened there? Lash's entire army just kind of flopped to a couple of cataphracts.
Yep, cataphracts got onto the archers and just picked them off little by little. Man, what a turn of events. I feel like that really did not turn out well for Lash for how good of a wraparound he had there. That felt like he lost an incredible opportunity. Just slipped right by him.
Yeah, that felt like it should have been like a checkmate moment there in that situation, but turns out it wasn't. And now Scatterbrain, sure, he lost a lot of villagers. He's behind a lot in economy, but he still has a level 5 cistern economy. He does have the Golden Horn Tower just pumping out units for him non-stop. He's got cataphracts that are still alive. And now he's got the opportunity of to start taking some of the relics off the map.
Yeah, I think honestly, looking at the destroyed value, looking at the villagers killed, 8 to 4, he's down a little bit of eco. I wonder if there's maybe a little bit of idle time in there as well.
Fine, yeah.
But otherwise, like, yeah, he can easily, with the cisterns making up the difference, I would not be too worried.
Ashley's recommitting yet again. Wants to still take the fight here.
Horseman getting onto the archers, trying to wrap around.
Spearman also going for the engagement. Archers on archers. Scatterbrain doesn't quite have the mass here in order to really take these fights.
That was a
Ash
great
does notice that.
Cataphracts getting some damage on the horseman.
Through the gate again. Gate's still down. The wall is down.
Gone. He's just running into the corner. There's nowhere to go.
But the spearmen all pretty much taken down. The longbows hiding back, able to take them down quickly enough. One more cataphract looks to be going down. The remaining cataphracts are going to be strong enough. The archers, they need to focus down onto the longbowmen here instead. Instead, they're all gone. Gonna let the cataphracts kill them.
Yeah, they can't do enough damage. It's just paper cuts to these heavy units with so much health.
Ash behind us, though, is going to now opt for his own age up. Just needs a little bit more gold. Has a ton of food in the bank behind this.
Yeah, Scatterbrain is starving. He's only got 160 a minute right now. Only sitting on 137 food. He is just so food hungry.
Spermano Clock Tower now coming up. And the deer for Lash, there should still be plenty of them alive. Or, well, not alive, but like available to him underneath the mill. Yeah, Scatterbrain, though, is starting to bring back some relics.
Yeah, he needs every bit of resources he can get. He is feeling the pinch. He's got 500 food now, but man, when you're trying to mass up the military and be in Castle Age and use that tech advantage as an advantage, Being food starved is not helpful.
Oh, the
Lash,
scouts
though.
finding the villagers on the gold there. As they do take away the deer from Scatterbrained. And Spearman should be able to hold against the Cataphracts here if the archers like body block or rather tank up a little bit of the damage here. Because Cataphracts are still like kind of filthy with how much damage they can deal. But the archers don't tank here, so the Spearmen, they're a little bit exposed. They're gonna get taken down.
Cataphracts are like the one lifeline Scatterbrain has. Getting a lot of value out of those. In come the Lancers, though.
Lancers aren't like that great against the Cataphracts, and Scatterbrain's still actively making them. His food income has stabilized now as well. So Lash, all of this failed aggression and all of the destruction value that Scatterbrain got off just killing Lash's military over and over again when Lash just kind of like threw them blindly at him. It's starting to build up.
It feels so spooky too.
Now coming in as well.
He gets all 5. He could get all 5. The 5th one's
He's going to. Yeah. And the issue is, like, that is also a lot of passive olive oil now for Scatterbrain. He's going to be able to just make even more longbows now as a follow-up. Wololo coming in.
That Wololo.
Upgrades on the archers, the knights, also low health. Just too many Cataphracts here. Lash not able to trade out his army effectively at all.
Yeah, but Scatterbrain's done a really good job of using these Cataphracts. He's lost a couple along the way here, and there looks like there was 3 that he lost, but the amount of damage he's been able to inflict with them. I mean, a lot of that is just because Lash threw his military to the wind.
Yeah.
I mean,
still
2
one
failed
berry spot
dives,
remaining. Yeah, I believe Scatterbrain also has some units here on the boar, on Lash's boar on the right-hand side. Just waiting there for Lash to eventually have to go to that boar. I'm not sure if it's like a Landsknechte. It would be funny if that's a Landsknechte because he's got some. I don't think that's a Landsknecht there on the boar waiting. Actually, it is. 3 Landsknecht. Imagine if Lash just goes out there and tries to go for the boar.
A massacre as much as I do right now. I love when Landsknecht get to do that. What a fun
Why does Lash have so many stables inside of his base? That's a lot. For someone that's not actively producing that much. We're starting to see some walls coming out now from him.
Five relics.
Or stable knight production is quite something.
Landsknecht doing their thing. Yeah, these Lancers really can't even get home even.
Yeah. The bonus damage on the longbows as well just means that they're able to penetrate even through the armor. And now Scatterbrain once again with the Cataphracts inside of the economy here.
He just walks
Lash
right
hasn't
past
reacted to it yet. He's gonna go for the berries, but there's nothing on the berries yet.
There's nothing back there. He could have gotten so much value.
Want to go on the berries, but
well, here's the thing: is I don't think Lash has. Okay, Lash does know they're in the base. He is sending stuff back there into the corner.
Scatterbrain behind us. He's got so much food to play with as well. Lash, he needs some dynasty in order to start building some granaries. So he needs a Barbican at some point. He's still ahead when it comes to the eco count, but with 5 relics, the actual income is definitely in favor of Scatterbrain here.
Oh man, Scatterbrain sent those Cataphracts to those berries just a couple seconds too soon, because now in come the Vills onto those berries for Lash. This is one of those things where it's like right idea, just mistimed a little bit. There's nothing you can do about that.
Yeah.
These Lancers, I don't think, are they going to make it out of the base? I just think those longbows are just putting out way too much damage. They're gone.
Yeah, and that's even with the +2 Pierce armor. It's just not enough. And there we go. Barbican of the Sun now coming in for Lash. Crossbow's at least going to do a good job here of cleaning up those couple of Cataphracts that are inside the base. But Lash, he really is going to need a lot of food now. So the farm transition can't come in quickly enough with the granaries. But even with them, like, you're definitely like on a big timer here. Actually not big, it's a small big timer. It's a very big clock, but it's not a lot of time remaining on it.
A small big timer. Today's Oxymoron has been brought to you by Crackety. All of those Landsknecht are still sitting on that board just waiting. I don't know if they're actually going to get the kills that Scatterbrain hopes for, but I do love that he left them there.
This is a small big time rush here now. The Cataphract mass just also keeps increasing, and It's just so brutal when you see the amount of longbows and you just know your opponent hasn't spent a single food, gold, or wood on that. It's all just the olive oil working for him.
It's at this point, like, the build numbers are in favor of Lash, but I feel like the economy is in favor of Scatterbrain. All 5 relics, getting sacred sites in, and he's got level 5 cisterns. I mean, man, he's not really wanting for a whole lot right now.
Yeah.
Heck, in a minute or two, he could just go up to Imperial.
He could. He definitely could. We do have the granaries finally coming in for Lash, though, so should have some good farm transition here coming up, and that's, yeah, second granary coming in. Already has enough wood for the last granary as well. And with that, the full farm transition. The issue behind that, though, is that he needs to make something happen soon, because if he gives Scatterbrain too much time, as you mentioned, it's just going to be Imperial Age from him. And without any relics, like, you're not going to be in a great position here. I like the idea of going Horsemen here for Lash, just because it's much easier to invest into than Knights. And he's also going to be faster in the Cataphract, so maybe with that he could go for some raids, he could maybe try and get the longbows out of position and then collapse on them. These are the kind of things, but the stars would really need to align here for Lash in order to make something happen in this game. He has a lot of resource to play with, though. He just actually needs to play.
He needs to find a good fight, and it's really hard to do given the composition that Scatterbrain has. Well, I just keep thinking back to the earlier part of this game where Lash had a really good golden opportunity even, and it just slipped by, like just a little bit of missed micro, and this game is on a bit better a little bit of micro in that point. Like if you just hadn't missed micro that one spot, this game could be on a whole different trajectory right now.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Behind the still, the longbow mass just keeps escalating more and more, and I feel like if we get the age up in from Scatterbrain, those longbows, they're going to become just absolutely unbeatable. If you go up with the foreign industries, you're going to unlock the volley ability where the longbow attack speed just becomes massive for just a limited duration. And in that time, you can kill so many of the crossbows of your opponent. Also, with this many longbows, you can split your crossbow, like your longbow mass, into 2 and just have 2 individual groups of longbows killing the crossbows at the same time.
Yeah, I'm not sure at what point I call it a critical mass of longbows, but I do know one thing. Once you get above 49, you definitely have it. 50 longbows is just ridiculous. And to boot, he's got 15 cataphracts on top of that.
I suppose are forcing him back, and now the foreign engineering company is going to be coming in. With that, all the foreign industry technologies are going to activate, so the Landsknecht are going to get more movement speed, the longbows are going to...
I think there's villagers on the board now, finally.
They are.
Oh, no, it's Horsemen. Okay, nope, Landsknecht.
They cleaned up the Landsknecht, yeah. Could have been worse. Now, Lash isn't too far off his own potential age up, but... like, where is he even gonna, like, age up? Like, I feel like he needs to secure gold somehow.
I mean, he is China, but taxes alone won't be enough, for sure. Not if he really wants to have a convincing Imperial Age play. Well, rip to those Landsknechts. Doing there what they could.
There it is, Imperial Age has been reached. Lash now. What's the answer going to be? He's messed up some more knights. But we are getting elite on the Cataphracts, elite on the Mercenaries, and elite, or rather veterancy, on the Limitani now. I think Lash still has a timing to, like, kill some villagers here. He's still very far ahead in the economy department, like, overall, villager-wise.
This decap is actually really huge. I know it's only been down for about a minute, but just keeping that away from your opponent, not only just stopping the timer, but as we've said a couple times today on this stream, make sure that gold income isn't more than it needs to be for your opponent. Denying any gold that you can get. Yeah, it's already a lot with 5 relics. You don't need him to have 3 sacred sites on top of that. I mean, that's like almost an extra 20 villagers, it feels like. Yeah, at the very least, stopping that timer helps him give more time to get into Imperial Age and maybe find a way to leverage what China can do. Because China is really good in Imperial Age. One problem is, so is Byzantines.
64 longbowmen now, all elite up as well.
I don't know if there's any stopping that.
You can't really invest into... Yeah, you can't even invest into Palace Guards at this point in time. Like, the longbows are just downright a counter now to the Palace Guards with all of the damage that they have.
They're about to get their +3. And once it's just getting university upgrades on that as well, I mean, these things are just insane. And even with the nest of bees, it's like they can almost just start one-shotting nest of bees when you got 64 of them.
The issue for Lash is that he's gonna have to age up inside of his base, and he can't go for the Great Wall Gatehouse on top of one of the 8k golds, which is where he would want to put it, but he can't. There's just no option to do so, and there it is. Great Wall Gatehouse is going to be coming in inside of his own base, just as a defensive landmark here in order to keep the food safe. No other option for him really right now.
And at a pretty crucial timing here, as Scatterbrain has decided to hit the go button and send it right as Lash is aging up. This could not be any worse timing for Lash. That said, Scatterbrain probably could
to enter
go
the base.
past the mills. We don't need to worry about those guys. Those mills aren't doing anything.
Yeah, lumber mills don't really hurt that much.
Get the production buildings, guys, not the mills. Come on.
It's time to get the houses. That is actually not a bad thing. Just
That's a good
houses in
choice.
general, they go down quite quickly, and you actually do have an impact. Incendiaries now in as well.
That's what he was waiting for. Okay,
Yeah, that's quite critical. Now the archers are able to take down the houses as well. And the production buildings. And anything in between.
Just deleting building health right there. I mean, just
Oh, he's getting silk bowstrings as well. He's going to get all the range on the longbows. And longbows already have a lot of range. It's going to start turning a little bit profane now.
This is just getting ridiculous. 74 longbows.
64 to 109 military.
There's no coming back from this.
Not really. If we're honest here, there's no real way to come back from the situation. 79 longbows, like, you would need 79 horsemen to beat that. And even then, you would need upgrades that Lash just doesn't have at the moment.
Maybe if you get to age 5, you can launch an intercontinental ballistic missile, and maybe then you can, bring it back. That's about what it would take here, because with these longbows, I mean, goodness.
That's
They
a lot
can
of
just
nest
blot
of
out the
bees, but
sun
the
with the fire
longbows...
arrows.
The longbows just took down the nest of bees there. With the silk bowstrings, they have more range, or like similar range, to the nest of bees. 8.5 tiles. And the nest of bee, how much tiles of range does it have? 7. Yeah, it outranges the nest of bees by a good margin.
Yeah.
It's just... Lash doesn't have anything to fall back onto.
There's nothing you can do here. Byzantines, man, what a civ.
Yeah, I was
this,
thinking
just
like maybe
securing the map.
mass palace guards, but the upgrades are just missing. Like if he had a lead army tactics and like the bonus health upgrade on the palace guards, then it's like a maybe, because you're actually able to like pretty quickly surround the longbows, and with the bonus health you're able to survive for a good amount of time against them.
Yeah.
That's just Lash doesn't have the gold for that.
No, and that's been the problem. He's got like the one gold vein down in the corner, but just not enough to keep up. Well, he's lost all the relics. He doesn't have any sacred sites. Your opponent's just near base. At this point, Lash is just processing this loss, probably thinking ahead of what to do for next time. It's just
Well,
a
you
matter
can't
of
lose
time
any
now.
relics if you never had them to begin with.
Yeah,
I'm not
that's
sure
true.
why Scatterbrain is moving back right now. I'm not sure if he just wants the game to go on longer. Just like tilt his opponent a little bit. Let him really come to terms with the situation that he's in.
Playing some mind games here. Well, maybe he figures if he wins hard enough now, it counts towards 2 or something. The funny thing is, this is actually the worst thing he could do, because if you just sit back and let Chinese sit for a while, there's a world where they could maybe make something happen.
Yeah. I alluded to it earlier, like, legitimately, if he gets up to, like, 50, 60 palace guards, which is, like, pretty realistic with
That's
China and
doable.
their crazy food economy, with elite army tactics, like, he could surround the army and, like, actually kill the longbows fairly quickly.
Would hate to see a game lost due to hubris. 74 longbows. I mean, he's got
Starting
map
to
control.
mass a
He
good
should-
amount of resources again.
He should just go recapture the other sacred sites as well and just really put the extra pressure on. Just make every win condition available.
Oh, he's gonna take a fight. Actually, he also has, like, very little wood behind this. Now, landmark's gonna go down. Just invest into bombard emplacement as well.
He's got a couple wood lines left, but not really on that right now. I think his main focus is he's trying to get golden food.
Yeah.
He's got food, but he's trying to get the gold to match to make the units he needs.
He does have
doesn't really
gold,
have
he's
anything
just
in the
not
queue,
really
though.
doing anything with it.
He doesn't have like anything in the queue right now.
He's positioning his nest of bees inside of the wood line. Might want to take a fight around that. Play a little bit with the line of sight there.
It's kind of crazy watching that Palisade gate just get melted.
Just by arrows.
It's just something to behold. Fire
Now
arrows
we're
do
getting
it.
a lot of hand cannoneers and pyrotechnics as well. So it's gonna have some hand cannoneers with more range. The issue is,
It doesn't trade well.
sure,
in
your hand
longbows.
cannoneers are gonna have more range, but they're still not gonna have nearly as much range as these longbows. And we do have some nest of bee shots coming in. Not a single longbow goes down. Instead, we sometimes see the nest of bees just getting killed quickly by a volley or two.
He may have a bunch of nested bees, but these longbows are looking a lot like a giant fly swatter.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot to comment on right now.
No,
right?
there really isn't. The game's over. I mean, the game is
the game is over.
Scatterbrain literally throws this one away. The game's just kind of done. We're just in the motions right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's also just banking up resource behind the 6,000 food, 2,500 gold.
If anything, I'm wondering why he hasn't like pushed in a little harder.
He definitely could. He's also getting like 700 olive oil per minute. He's now investing into more royal cannons.
Yeah, I get more siege. You run the risk of being too passive. It definitely feels like a man playing not to lose.
Yeah, he could definitely play to win, though.
Yeah, I agree. This definitely speaks of like very cautious, like very methodical. You run the risk of being too cautious in the games like this, though, and I get it, because the last thing you want to do when you're in a position that's this far up is to throw the game. Nothing feels
Yeah,
worse.
Slash is now gonna try and want to go for some raids here, but once again, we do see the fight coming in, and the longbows, they're just gonna be aiming for those nest of bees.
Well,
There we go,
Canada
volleys
help
coming
with
in,
it.
and just like that, look at the volleys. The attack speed.
Man, that's just disgusting. And it's crazy when these units are firing and it's almost a whole screen's worth of distance that they're shooting. Well, then here's the tricky thing with Byzantines. You got all those mangonel towers in the back, so even if you get into the base, you're just getting chipped away as well. You're not going to find a lot of value.
Sacred sites have now all been captured up as well. So even if Scatterbrain doesn't, like, kill Lash, he will eventually still win.
He's got a win condition, and that's kind of that's what I was trying to say earlier too. Is like, yeah, like he needs to go capture those. If he's got the map, go take them. That way, if at worst you can't break this egg, you can at least fall back and defend on your own.
Oh, it's a keep on keep play. Oh, Lash. The ground was already busy with, or rather, was already prepared for Scatterbrain's keep, so his keep gets cancelled instead, and he doesn't realize. He's about to lose a lot of villagers there. Not that it really matters at this point. Still gonna hurt though.
It'll just, speed things along. It'd be the humane thing to do, just end it now. Yeah, I think the Cataphracts. He's making sure though that Lash cannot get away.
Yeah.
I keep thinking back to those two throne fights from Lash, where he just
the
dove
wall
the base.
On the left side is also open because of the stone mine that has been gathered up, so he's gonna have to repair that now.
How different would this game have looked had 8 or 9 of those villas been trapped by Lash and destroyed?
Oh, he could have killed more than that.
Like,
I
yeah, it would have been more
killed
too.
like 15, 16 vills easily.
It would have been a huge blow.
I believe he clicked on the other side, and the horsemen like went back because they were trying to path around.
Ah, such a one click. Is one click the difference in this game? I mean, it very well could
might
be.
have just been. Yeah.
That's insane.
Lash once again is going into mass horsemen. He does have a good amount of them out there already. I just fear that it's the upgrades that is missing. We do have the bombards now starting to fire onto the Great Wall Gatehouse. And Lash, he feels like he needs to take a fight, which arguably he does, but it's just no upgrades on them. He doesn't have any university upgrades on these horsemen. He's trying to circle around now, trying to attack from many different angles here. And cannoneers and crossbows trying to stay at the front, but now volleys coming in again. That's a lot of shots now coming out very, very quickly here from Scatterbrain, but the bombards have all been cleaned up. But it's still just not enough. There's more horsemen coming in, but there's still enough cataphracts. Actually, a lot of cataphracts have been cleaned up. But still, it's 10,000 food in the bank from Scatterbrain. Sure, maybe Lash
Surely he doesn't throw this, right?
doesn't win this fight, but like comes out even. He's still not gonna like really push him back here.
You sound nervous.
Nah, I'm not. I'm looking at the food bank, which just went down by 5,000. I see the queue, and I'm like, okay, yeah, Scatterbrain. Just give him like
gonna have this back again.
20 seconds, and he's gonna be back to 200 out of 200 army population.
Yeah, by the time Lash can even get half across the map, it'd be over again.
200.
Well, that really is kind of the strategy in these late games, right? Is it's a meat grinder, and it wasn't here for a bit, and so Scatterbrain was just getting a bank up. But now at this point now, it's just a meat grinder, and whoever runs out of resources first just loses. And unfortunately for Lash, he just does not have the production capability to bring this ass back again.
Yeah. Scatterbrain immediately back to 2 Royal Bombards as well. And now we're even seeing a switch up into Varangian Guards as well. We're seeing Berserking and Elite coming in for Scatterbrain. And that means that the Varangian Guards are going to move at like lightning speed there. Lash, he's just sending out a lot of villagers, wants to secure the 8k gold vein with a keep of his own.
Are those towers going to be in range? Those are Mangonel towers, I believe.
Yeah, they're gonna be... Wait, yeah, it's one...
Nope, they're in range.
Mangonel outpost.
Oh, but
they're gonna be in range. It's hitting the keep, so... The villagers aren't going to be able to gather. He's going to be able to get the keep up, but he's not going to be able to gather there. He's going to need a siege workshop first. SFB emplacements. They're not really doing that much damage. They've been nerfed nowadays.
Yeah,
nowadays it's actually just an SFB on top of a gate. That's just kind of sad. Damage isn't what it used to be.
If Flash gets access to gold... I'm just trying to think, like, is there any way he can bring this back? Scatterbrain has been very passive, but the bank is just so huge on his side.
Flash is a fighter through and through. He always says that he doesn't want to like surrender games ever in like tournaments, and we can kind of like see it here. This is a done deal though. And now with all the villagers going down, that's so much gold actually just going over to Scatterbrain. Look at that, every single villager just 30, 30, 30 gold.
Flash sent those out to go gather gold for him, and instead all they've become is a sacrifice of gold for his opponent. There's irony in that, I think.
There is. Most definitely is. And Lash, he's just spread so thinly. He can't even remake villagers because, well, guess what? The TC has been killed like 10 minutes ago.
The tricky thing with China is they just have so many landmarks, so getting that actual killing blow is not as easy as it would be for any other civ.
That's what the Sacred Victory win condition is for. I'm actually surprised, though, that it's actually coming down to the Sacred Victory condition and not just Lash tapping out 20 minutes ago.
You said it yourself. He's a fighter.
He is.
41, 42 down. Destroyed vills. Make that 43 and 44. Hard to win a game when you've only killed 12 and lost 44.
Here comes the bombards again.
And if I'm scatterbrained, I'd be thinking about reinforcing those sacred sites right about now, because if Lash has been able to duke out this long,
he's got to keep on every single one of them. He just hasn't stonewalled in the right-hand side.
Well, if Lash decides to send a bunch of knights, he can at least, I mean, with his military, he could theoretically decap one.
Ooh, the Great Wall Gatehouse now been taken down. Lash once again tries to take engagement, but he's only down to 40 military here. That is not enough to take the fight. It has to be. Nest of Peace getting sniped as well. Nothing remaining here, and that has got to be GG. Game number 1 is going to be going over here to the Byzantines, played by Scatterbrain. That means that he is going to be needing at least 2 more games, 2 more victories in order to win this set. But man, that is Actually, the military value lead, I can't believe that it was... Does that count olive oil? I kind of refuse to believe that it was only towards the end where Scatterbrain was ahead. There used to be a bug where olive oil units just downright didn't get counted by the UI into like military value.
Maybe. Yeah, definitely shows like he was definitely ahead for a lot longer than that. That military value lead doesn't look like it really tells the true story what's going on here. I think the economy count gives you a better idea, honestly.
Yeah, definitely does.
I mean, one click I think was the difference in this game. I really think it was that one click of letting those bills
I
go
agree
away.
with you. Yeah.
Which is an incredible thing to say, that one click, one misclick in this game could cost the whole round right there. I mean, that's because he had 16 vills like ready to be body blocked right then, right there, with a huge mass of high DPS units ready to go to town, and let them slip by accident. And I think you're right. I think he clicked past the wall with those horsemen, and they just kind of scattered and let the vills run past them. And I think that little slip up is what really ultimately cost Lash's first game here, because otherwise that could have been devastating.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, right? Like when you look at the overall strategy as well, like it was a very off-meta strategy from Lash that he tried to go for here with like a Chinese feudal age all-in up against the Byzantines. Not something that we typically see. Typically, it's more like, okay, China, they try and eke out a lead early on with some harassment here and there, and then they just like try to follow up in the age, mass knights and mass knight archers, and just try and take it from there. That didn't happen this game at all. He went very gung-ho in the feudal age. Even went for a ram, which honestly didn't really achieve much. I'm not sure if that was like
Broke
really
the
like
wall fast, I guess.
Yeah, but Torches could have even done that quicker, I want to say. So it was an interesting play. I'm not sure that it was like really necessary at all.
It almost worked
well, like, it almost worked, not because of the ram, but because he managed to like pick off, like almost surround the villagers there.
Oh man, that was so close.
Yeah. After that as well, like he went for the astronomical clock tower instead of the academy, which could have just like given him a lot of vision and like seen, if he had seen like where the villagers were, for example, maybe could have opened up different like raiding and like additional raiding approaches. I think it's a combination of those things that just kind of like where Lash was very mujust destined to win, but you know, never surrender to destiny. That's kind of the story there.
I'm just gonna be thinking about that one play, that one instance where we thought all those vills were just gonna be trapped and gone. Because man, he really dove in, and not just once but twice, right? I mean, obviously that one golden opportunity he let slip by, but he was in the base and shutting things down twice, and then losing those two armies, I think just put him back so much, where Scatterbrain was able just to rebound so quickly and easily from that. Then the writing was just kind of on the wall. Then of course the game went on for 40 minutes. We just kind of had to wait it to be done. But goodness, he had the upper hand there, and I think if you're Lash, you're kind of kicking yourself a little bit. And maybe he kind of stuck that one through, trying to wear out Scatterbrained. I feel like Lash has a lot of endurance as a player, and so maybe that's kind of his idea, is let me just drag this one out as long as I can, swear him down, make him really fight for this win, and then try and go in, because this is the best of 5. You can afford to drop a game here and still come back and win it all.
Oh, definitely. Like, I mean, we mentioned it, right? Like, Lash is a fighter. Sometimes there's an obvious writing at the wall, though, but there's always two sides to a coin there. So it definitely makes sense for him to play it out, and he is the kind of player to, like, even play games that, you know, other players would probably forfeit a while ago, but he thinks if there's, like, a 1% chance to win, then obviously, like, you gotta go for it, right?
Well, and to his credit, you know, it took a while for Scatterbrain to really close that one down. I mean, he made him work for it, and you know, there is a kind of a gamesmanship to that, I think.
It is those kind of situations where when Lash streams and he's like in a game where he thinks, oh man, why is my opponent not just killing me right now? But yeah, it was one of those situations. Next up, though, we are going to be moving over to Holy Island, where we're actually going to be seeing Lash on the French civilization on Holy Island. That's an interesting one, up against the Mongols. Now, French, they're not the worst water civilization, but when you're thinking of water, you're not really thinking of French at the end of the day. It's more, it's more like, okay, I'm gonna be playing like my English, my HREs, my Juji's Legacy, if they do make it through by some sort of miracle. And yeah, that's not coming in here. So instead, with French,
I feel like for some reason of all the water maps, I feel like Holy Island is the one I do see French on more often than not. Like that's just more anecdotal on my part, but it feels like that's the one you see it.
Yeah. Something that's nice that we did see in like the last game of YZY versus SAS as well is that when you have when you have good knights, Keshiks just don't really stand a chance. Like Keshiks are just a lot weaker, so it's your opponent can't like out cavalry you in most situations.
Yeah, that's true. The Keshiks they just don't hold a candle to Royal Knights. They really don't. We saw that play out earlier. I'm curious how the water play will go, because last time we saw Mongols on this map, they obviously went for the horseman kind of play. I wonder if that'd be something they would go for again, or if maybe we see like a tower rush instead. Because I mean, French, I feel like has a tough time with Mongols from time to time, depending on how Mongols plays it. It can be difficult to work around. I wonder if maybe French goes straight for the dock, or maybe just kind of, because I liked what YZY did about delaying that a little bit and then sending the units after. I thought that was a brilliant play.
I don't think you necessarily want to delay your dock as the French civilization, because you do have the bonus of your dock also being a house. At the same time, though, you have a lot of walking time on Holy Island, so the question is, can you even like get the dock up in time for the house to be there, the bonus population space? The map is also large enough to where Dark Age rushers just aren't really coming in on time to really do anything. We're going to have to wait and see exactly how this one is going to be played, because I believe it is time now for us to jump into our game number 2 now in our round of 16 here between Lash and Scatterbrain. So let's just dive on in, as we do have Scatterbrain here, yet again in the color yellow, playing as the Mongols here on Holy Island. And unlike YZY, or rather unlike SAS, he isn't starting us off with an Uwu. He's immediately going for the dock out on the shoreline. And Lash, he's not going for a dock. He is going for a straight up feudal age opening.
Oh, I love this. I think this is why I've seen French on this map from time to time. Is there's kind of a fun strategy you can do, and we'll see if he goes for it, of just going straight knights and getting them across fast enough to really wreak some havoc on your opponent's fishing economy. Just getting those docks down and torched away. The timing works out really well on this map, because like I said, Dark Age Rush hard to do on this one because of the distance between the TCs. But knights can cover that ground pretty quickly.
They can. The question is going to be, though, if these knights are going to be like paying off in time here. What can you really do with them? I'm looking at the map from Scatterbrained, and I do see a rather exposed gold mine that is pretty far away from the main TC. Also, no stone anywhere nearby. So, yeah, both the Uwu and the gold mining could be definitely pressured here by Lash if it goes just for that fast fuel age. Even opting for a fast wheelbarrow here from him early on.
Oh, this is gonna be. I think we're in for a fun game here. I think Lash is definitely itching to take a game from Scatterbrained. Be fun to see him put the flames to his feet early here.
Khan does spot this out now, though. Lash only with a single villager remaining on gold, though. Now pulling every single one off of gold. What's the reasoning here now behind this, I wonder? I mean, he does need a good amount of gold, a good amount of food left in order to go for the age up. Macro's a little bit off there for it.
He's got wheelbarrow on the queue and he's pulled off a gold. Is he going to go for like horsemen then instead?
I think he's eventually still going to send villagers over to gold. Like, he still like needs to build the landmark, obviously.
Yeah.
It's just a little bit late because of the wheelbarrow, and I'm wondering right now if it wouldn't have been better for him to grab wheelbarrow in the transition and just get the age up in a little bit quicker. School of Cavalry is now going to be coming in, 5 villagers on there. I believe he should be sending out villagers over to gold again. No, he isn't doing that. Oh, he's going for fast feudal age to now get a follow-up with a dock play after feudal. I am not a big fan of this on this map. Yeah. There's a pretty large distance to cover. You need to get the dock up first as well. He doesn't have the resource for that yet. I think leaning more into a feudal age, like land military push, would probably be better for him at the moment.
I definitely agree. I feel like going either, I mean, you'd have to get back on gold to make knights, but even if not, just going horsemen or something to get some land pressure. Do you have the timing? This just feels like it's delaying both.
He hasn't sent a villager out to the shoreline yet as well, so the dock is going to be coming in quite late. Scatter, he's gonna get a very similar age up time in. He's gonna be able to age up right now. 9 villagers on it. Yeah, he's rushing up on up.
There go the villagers now, sending 2.
Scatterbrain hasn't seen those go out yet, though. I believe they were just barely outside the line of sight of the Khan.
I'm gonna lean on the idea that Lash knows something about this build that I definitely don't, and he's got something up his sleeve, but I'm skeptical as of right this second.
Always good to be skeptical, and this one's definitely something to be skeptical about. In theory, though, I mean, looking at it, right, like, because Scatterbrain had to place a TC at the beginning, obviously, and because Lash with the French produces villagers a little bit quicker, even though Scatterbrain has 3 fishing ships, the economy is actually leaning towards Lash's favor at the moment.
It's true.
I spot the dock out now. Feud late just completed for Scatterbrain, and we do see an archer ship coming in.
Scatterbrain, of course, sees this.
Khan just getting chased right now by the scout.
Absolutely intrigued. I almost wish Lash would have, like, I mean, again, like, I almost wish there'd be like some horsemen just to deal with the Khan, you know, like just have like 1 or 2 go do that and then go pressure the gold or something. I really think that would be a really.
There's no outpost on the gold yet, so definitely would be worthwhile. We're even getting an emplacement on the dock now. Or Scatterbrain. There is a knight now. Okay, we're also getting Keshiks in. Is that a single produce? That has to be like a single produce Keshiks. I don't think he's got enough stone for a naval emplacement and double produce. Yeah, it's just a single Keshik now.
Well, that easily loses to a knight.
Yeah.
Well, that scout's taking quite a bit of chip damage from the Khan. Archer ship lurking in the shadows, looking at the fishing ships for Scatterbrain. Kind of going right past. Okay, no, he sees him and he's going to go in for it. But the emplacement forces him away.
Khan just still continues shooting at the villagers. It's a little bit of
One
damage
horseman
done there.
deals with that. He's got a horseman in queue now, which will take care of the Khan eventually. But man, yeah, some serious annoyance from Scatterbrain, making that Khan an absolute nuisance.
Scout does see the Keshik there. And the villagers, what are they doing? They just went out again, thinking that they could just mine gold there. Is that going for an outpost? Little pressure outpost. Scatterbrain also got his own outpost up, so the knight isn't going to be able to find any villager kills there.
There's the horseman for the Khan. He'll go down after a bit, although one of those vills in a precarious spot. That Keshik was thinking about it, decides otherwise.
Wheelbarrow paying off, though.
Yes, indeed. Decides to go for the tower, but Wheelbarrow more than enough speed on the villagers to get out of there in time.
And the Khan is finally going to get taken down here. Movement speed arrow is going to come in, but it's only going to delay the inevitable here. Unless Lash decides not to go for it, instead chooses to almost kill the Keshik there.
Should be able to get that in just a poke or 2 here.
One more hit. Should do the trick.
One more should do it. And there we go. So what's more valuable in your mind, the Keshik or the Khan?
Khan's going to come back eventually, so Keshik definitely makes sense as well, but I think you could have gotten both.
Yeah.
And you might still get both.
Ask and you shall receive. There go both. All right, well, no harm, no foul for Lash. He gets both.
Both players now starting to invest on water as well. Scatterbrain, we does now have... There we go. He is just queuing the double Keshik now up as well. So we'll be getting some more Keshiks. Villager on the shoreline, though. No ships to protect him. Is going to get picked off. Good villager kill there.
I'd be almost, instead of the docks, I'd be looking at the Ovo, maybe. Our Sketchik's now coming in. Trying to defend it. That knight should be able to deal with both, really. Especially with the horseman distracting the other. Horseman does need to be mindful not to be idle, or it will go down. Which I think it just did.
Horseman taken down. Ashna also investing into some spearmen. Scatterbrain, he's just going full on into Keshiks.
That's not a recipe for success against French knights. Lash actually going for some spears behind this as well. You don't see that from French every day.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, though, if your opponent's literally going for only Keshiks.
Only Keshiks, yeah.
It's, in theory, much more worthwhile to just continue massing knights on your side as well.
I'm still not sure I understand the grand design that Lash was going for with this build. It feels like we kind of ended up in the same place anyways.
I'm wondering if we're eventually going to go to Castle Age and we could be seeing the unique ship from the French in Castle Age. Because that still exists. That hasn't been patched out yet. That's a cannon ship that... it's a cannon ship that doesn't take... Oh, that villager... That... Oh, he's safe. Okay.
Nope, it's gonna trap itself in there. No? Keshik get bounced back by the ship. Okay, lucky Vil.
Yeah, and I mean, the wall's there, of course, helping him as well.
Except it's gonna have to walk all the way around those to drop off. Can those Vils drop off gold at the docks?
You cannot, no. He's just gathering it to do something with the villager.
I feel like Lash is in a pretty decent spot for where he's at right now. I feel like with the Knights going into Keshiks, there's the question about who wins water. Right now we see some Navy being moved out from Scatterbrain towards Lash's economy on the water. I'm curious as to how that'll pan out. Engagement about to happen actually on the water, and there it goes.
Ooh, is that enough though? We got double demo ships here, but double archer ships as well. That should in theory work, but Lash doesn't have any demo ships of his own in order to force back the demo ships from Scatterbrain. Does have enough damage though. The archer ships, they're just gonna move forward. And Scatterbrain isn't able to remain here for much longer.
Can't take that Vil out though. Is a demo ship worth one Vil? Okay. We'll call it a draw.
It's okay.
Feels like it's a lot of resources, but at least it's better than just losing the demo ship out in the open water.
Yeah.
But it doesn't still, I don't know if I'd still say it's a win.
Lash behind this, he is starting to pressure the Uvu from Scatterbrained. We're not exactly seeing like who's really in the lead here. I think Lash is in a great position overall though.
I mean, Lash has really good control of water at the moment. And then on top of that, he's pressuring Scatterbrain stuff. So I definitely think Slash is ahead.
Yeah.
This Ovo going down feels really good. You've got very solid control and handle on the water. Your units are pound for pound better than your opponents. I gotta give it to Lash here right now. One Ovo goes down and another shall take its place. Maybe.
Yeah. What's going on? Knights exchanging blows here with the Keshiks.
There's quite a bit of Keshiks and there's a spear
here to
in the
take.
mix.
Yeah, I mean it's enough Keshiks here to take some really good trades.
Spears are a bit annoying there, but actually well microed overall by Scatterbrain. I'd say that's a win for him there.
Oh, water fight though went on at the same time, and Scatterbrain, he lost his entire naval force. Only has a couple of demo ships remaining behind us, and this is what we talked about earlier as well. It's these water maps, your attention being split on both land and water can be really, really punishing. Behind us as well, it's just something that we haven't really talked about earlier as well. Lash, he's gotten pretty much every single economic upgrade, while Scatterbrain has nothing in the upgrade department.
Yeah, it looks like Scatterbrain won the little engagement on land, but the war was fought on water as well, and Lash definitely taking his share there. And adding more docks and more docks. This is a scaling that gets dangerous, right? Like, Lash is just tightening his control. And meanwhile, Scatterbrain looking for some damage. He might get a couple Vils there that are outside the walls. Lash's attention split a little bit there. I don't think he lost any, though.
No, he got 2 villager kills there.
Got 2? Okay.
Yeah. Scatterbrain now also moving into archers, so it's going to have a nice response to the spearmen. Lash, for the time being, is just kind of cementing himself deeper in feudal age. Now also getting some more hulks in. It looks like Scatterbrain has kind of forfeited water now completely at this point in time. Would actually love to see him like just send a villager out with a transport ship to like the neutral market island and just only have like 6 fishing or like 4 or 5 fishing ships remaining on the main side that you sacrifice, and have the remaining ones just like fish on the other side with a dock on like the neutral market there. Because you can very often just like make that work, like your opponent doesn't look for that.
At this point, what Lash should do is probably just move his navy out and just destroy the docks, scatterbrain, just take full control, just get him off. He's still got some units there. It looks like that's what he's doing behind this fight as well.
And the army's starting to look more and more, I want to say, like, impressive here from Scatterbrained on land. Lash, he's just more invested into the waterfront, and only just now queuing up a couple more knights here on land. Definitely will need that. We're seeing some outposts coming up here. Definitely need as well.
That touches on the other thing I was thinking of, is that Lash runs the risk of over-investing in water. If Scatterbrain's just going to give it up, you don't need to put too much in there. Oh, some great shots from the archers there over the woods.
Archers could definitely fire on that Vil as well. It's just worthwhile. Like, oh my god, Lash, he still doesn't react.
Oh no.
Had so many villagers that just went down there. Lash at the same time now going for the all-in on water. Just sacrificing stamina ships just to take the dock down with the emplacement.
I like that choice, actually.
It is going to be enough.
No reason not to do that there. Fishing ships going to be idled out and destroyed. At this point, Lash has taken over water entirely now.
Yeah.
He's got to be careful, though. There's a big mass of units right outside his base, and he has lost quite a couple villagers on that wood line. Eshik's trying to break through. He's moved to the backwood now. That's nice and open.
Now Ram coming in as well. Lash still investing more now into the feudal age. More knights, more spearmen coming in. Army value is looking good, but it also does account for a lot of ships on Lash's side, so it's a little bit skewed off at the moment.
Yeah,
it's very hard to actually judge how much he has on land.
Scatterbrain definitely has a lot more on land than Lash does at the moment. And he sees where he's at now, so now the Keshik's immediately pulling back away from the knights here. Question is, does he continue this push in down the middle, or does he go around and try and hit the Vils on the wood line? Meanwhile, he's got to deal with the knights right now. He has a big engagement right here. Our knights are pretty much right on top of the archers, though. Needs to back him up, and he does a little bit.
Keshik
trying to deal with the knights.
Going forward again. I think it's enough Keshiks here in order to win this. I'm surprised that Scatterbrained hasn't pulled the Deerstones forward yet with this all in play. Definitely something that he could have done. But Lash is now completely off gold here. He doesn't have access to it anymore. There's still the golden back. And is he pulling a lot of villages over there? He does have the mining camp in production there for it.
Oh, you know what?
From Lash now also being sent back.
Rams could take care of the docks on this side. That would actually be a really big win if he could take off all these docks.
Yeah, I love the entire water economy.
Boats racing home trying to deal with this. Second ram down. That one's pretty weak right there, though, but arrow fire from these ships doesn't do a ton.
The rams, they do, of course, have that bonus percentage armor here, so they're barely going to take any damage from the ships there.
Lash still hasn't had any gold coming in. He still hasn't moved any villagers onto that gold vein.
Yeah.
It's been like over a minute. These knights are all he has.
Now a fight coming in. Movement speed arrow coming in. Spearman getting sniped. Keshiks trading out against the knights. This is going to be good enough, though. I feel like the Keshiks are starting to lose out here. More Keshiks coming in, though. Big reinforcements. That was needed. The much needed reinforcements here now.
Lash just doesn't quite have enough.
Any more knights.
If he had gold, this would be a different story. He just doesn't. A lot of weak Keshiks, but a lot of weak knights. And this one, this some really tight fights here where it really almost could swing either way. It just kind of comes down to who gets the hit better.
Yeah. And the Slash is on the deer at the moment, so getting in a lot of food and slowly but surely. Like, look at this, the Rams, they're just not taking any damage from all the ships here. Just one dock remaining now.
Imagine if Lash had gone for some trade like you mentioned on the water.
trade could have been an option there for him as well. Or just, at the very least, like, send with the transport ship one villager out to the neutral market dock there. Because you can then place, like, another dock of your own there. And it's not something that your opponent can ram down. That way, at least the food income is going to be still there.
Scatterbrain doing a really good job here. He lost the water, but he's really giving it to Lash right now. I mean, the lack of gold has just been critical.
Lash now, though, he's starting to get a good amount of archers out, and a lot of the units from Scatterbrain are still just trickling in.
Last dock's on fire.
And most importantly, yeah, the docks are down, and with that, Lash, his food income is gonna go down very quickly now.
Watch that 1,200 a minute dip down to like 200 a minute here in a second.
I think there's already like a villager. I think there's already a villager moving out in order to put another dock up there again. On Lash side, like right there at the shoreline. Yeah, there it is. Villager's already out there. Oh, he's going for it. There's the transport ship.
He has heard your calls and said, hey, you know, we could just avoid this whole problem. Maybe.
Yeah. Why dock here if we can also dock there?
Scatterbrain geared up and ready to go again. The different thing here, though, is that the reinforcements take a long time to get here, whereas Lash, when he gets the gold, can just pop them right out and they're already ready to fight. Scatterbrain's got a long walk, but he's got a good mass here.
Something important to take note of as well is that, sure, Lash's fishing ships can't drop off right now, but they can still, like, gather up to 40 fish and hold that, like, up to 40 food. And then once that dock gets completed by Lash, he's gonna be getting an immediate big influx of gold. And I believe he's also sent villagers out to the gold now at the top side, so should be also getting some more stable gold income there as well.
That'll be at least enough to get a night in production at any given point. And there's the dock.
There we go, all the fishing ships now able to drop off again.
There they go. Let's see.
It's gonna be a lot of food.
267, where does he end up after this?
Easy 1,000.
Easy. And immediately spends it too.
More units coming in. Scatterbrain still has a large army mass though. 15 Kashyyyks, 10 spearmen. Nice time to attack on the other side.
That archer mass giving them the DPS. As long as he's got a front line and the spearmen can take care of the knights. Lash does have 35 archers of his own, but 39 for Scatterbrain. It's pushing him off of food now, but thankfully for Lash, the fishing eco is back online.
Lash, he's... Oh my god, the step redoubt now. Instead of Lash going for the age up, it is actually going to be Scatterbrain now. That is quite big, because I feel like Lash was thinking about it. And he actually is thinking about it. He just sent a lot of villagers over to gold. Why is this game like this sometimes? What are these villagers doing?
What are they doing? Like,
yeah,
everyone,
is this?
Single file, please. A single file? Can we please have a single file line along the gold?
This reminds me of, like, what is that game mode in CS Counter-Strike where they're just, like, gliding? That's what the villagers are doing right there. Just gliding. Yeah, the surfing.
Oh, man. See, look at these villagers.
They're just showing off their knife collection there.
Everyone has a little bit of room. Gosh, what a free-for-all over here. I mean, that's means that Lash is idle, right? They don't gather when they do that.
It is, but Lash is now going to be able to also, like, follow up with his own age up now behind this. It's not the end of the world for him. His fishing is working again. He's still, in theory, ahead in the economy, and we are getting Guildhall now with 30 villagers on it. He wants that one up ASAP. The gold mine, though, it's just run out for him, and he's going to have to send a lot of villagers over to the back now in order to get the gold. And meanwhile, Scatterbrain, he's getting his veterancy upgrades in now. Already his veterancy on the Kashyyyks. Archers is also coming in behind this. So this next fight, it's going to happen without the upgrades in for Lash, while they are going to be in for Scatterbrain.
I really wish Lash would just make some trade ships. Just start scaling that up now. It's so good. There's no way that Scatterbrain's going to get back on water.
Like, yeah, if he had like 2 trade ships, that would already like have given him so many dividends in terms of just gold and wood there. Mostly gold, that's the important part. There we go, fight is coming in. Upgrades not in yet for Lash. Village is getting evacuated. The archers are moving in.
The knights are still better than those Mangadai, even in feudal age, but you don't want to test them with spears behind it. Big
It's getting taken out. Movement speed arrow is being activated. That was with the upgrade for the duration as well, so movement speed arrow is going to be active for quite a long time here.
This
More
doesn't look
Keshiks
good.
coming in through. The archer count's stinging out as well. It's still so
The
many
archers,
veteran archers
Scatterbrain.
here. The upgrade's still not in for Lash, but he had to take the
47.
fight.
47 archers upgraded. Doesn't look good.
Knight's now charging in again, but they're all low HP. Lash's got to delete the wall in order to get his army to safety, or at least not lead the army from Scatterbrain to the gold. But Scatterbrain isn't falling for it. He's going for the gold villagers.
Oh no. Oh, he's got to run like the wind.
Scatterbrain, he doesn't see them.
don't see him.
He's gonna see him. He's gonna see them.
Oh,
He
no.
sees all of them. No way out. Lash, he's trapped now. All the villagers are gonna get taken down. And that is going to be it. After this many villager
a huge
losses,
blow.
there is no way to come back. Lash out of gold, no way to get gold. At the same time, reinforcements are coming in on the other side, chasing the villagers in the wood line.
Man. This whole thing could have been avoided if Lash had added some gold traders on the water. He just was without gold for so long. He just couldn't make the right units. And now Scatterbrain just has a snowball.
Indeed, he does. Lose water, but still win the game. Scatterbrain with an insane comeback here on land. The Mongols up against the French.
So much of
Lash is still trying.
So much idle time at this point. I mean, he's got 173 gold and hasn't gathered any for about a minute and a half now. There's just not much more he can do. I think it's just over.
Yeah.
Unless
Definitely
Scatterbrain
is.
accidentally deletes this archer mass. I don't see how he gets back into it.
Just so many villagers killed. Look at the worker kills. Scatterbrain, 52
man.
worker kills and more coming in. He's found the villagers in the forward wood line where they evacuated onto. And there's so much more idle time now as well. Villagers are just running for their lives, but there's just nowhere to run to. The Keshiks following right after them. And more reinforcements just circling to wherever the villagers are going. A new Khan rises, and this game, there's just no coming back in this one from this
And
situation.
we know that
sure,
Lash
there's a
likes to
guild
stick it
hall.
out. We know that Lash
We
likes to
do.
stick it out, but I mean, at this
Yeah.
point, how many Vil kills do we think we're gonna end up with here for Lash? I mean, 58 right now. Are we thinking plus or minus 70?
I think we can hit
75?
70.
We think we can hit
Yeah.
70?
Surely at 70, he's gonna have to.
Happening
Like,
really quick.
he's down to 37 villagers
Do
now.
I hear 80?
80, take it or leave it.
80 over under. Make your bets now. Vegas puts the odds there at 80 and a half. Now this has been, and you know, we often say I think there's a pretty general saying in AoE4 that if you win water, you win the game. Clearly, that's not the case. There are ways around that, and is the case. Obviously, here we are seeing the other percentage of that come through. You know, when 9 out of 10 dentists agree, I guess this is the one that disagrees. That breed out. They don't need it at this point, right?
Or getting taken now as well. Ah, the classic Mongol building not unpacking here.
Oh, man. Lots a bit of extra gold, you know? Don't need to get greedy.
More rams coming up yet again. Honestly, at this point, just thinking of like a landmark victory. Like all the landmarks are next to each other inside of Flash space.
Yep.
Scatterbrain has free access. And there we go. He's starting to torch the guild hall.
Only
800 food
in there.
inside.
Yeah, not enough to do anything. There come the Rams. This game. And just about here, the big lady starts singing. I don't know why
He's
you go
going
for
for
the
the docks instead.
I wouldn't
This time,
even- I'd just go for the landmark at this
doesn't-
point.
yeah, the docks doesn't really do anything for him this time around because there's docks on the other side.
Yeah, this just feels like a waste of resources.
Yeah, I guess he doesn't know about that, so he thinks, okay, I'll just deny the water again. That's not the case, though. Lash on the other side, though, trying to go for his own raids. Looks like Scatterbrain pulled the villagers off in time, though.
You know, I look at that step redoubt and actually
Just
go, how
sending
do
the
they
archers to
unpack
deal with
all
that.
that stone? How does that work? You know, you look at that landmark and you kind of go, how do they pack that up? And those rams taking 0 damage.
Oh, the knights are gonna find the wood line. Villagers are gonna run. There is the Yammer, though, so the villager's gonna be extra speedy, but yeah, looks like he's not going for it. I'm gonna commit to that.
Oh, there we go.
Flash going out to the Holy Island
That'd
here.
have been a great thing to have done 10 minutes ago.
Oh, look at that. Lash, he also put up docks on the side of Scatterbrain's water, so he's getting the fish there as well. Guildhall being repaired. Kaganet Palace now. Okay, that has to be. Come on,
Gotta do it.
That's a GG move right there. That'll do it.
It's like you said,
That'll
one
do
of
it,
the landmarks
surely.
of all time.
Yeah.
A landmark that exists in this game.
Unless Lash now collects the food from the Guildhall and ages up with Red Palace on the island there on the water.
Would that be enough?
And then goes into water trade.
Like, there's 2 8Ks on that thing, too. And you've got enough fishing on there to keep you going. Like, is that enough to, like, bring the game
theory.
back? Like, in theory, does that work? Like, could you get enough...
It has happened before.
Really? It
There
has?
were
Oh my goodness.
legendary games. There were legendary games on Holy Island where players have won while only being on the 3 islands there.
I want to see those games.
With
That
water
sounds
control.
fun. That sounds amazing.
It really wasn't.
It really was. What was it? The game time on that? Like 2 hours and 37 minutes?
Yeah, exactly. Something along those lines.
It would be pretty incredible. It would be something.
These
to
are the
behold.
kind of games where after like 2 hours, you're like, I want my time back.
I want my time back. I'm done. Thanks, guys. This is fun. Guildhall goes down.
And he is going for it. He just took the food out.
Oh my gosh.
We're gonna see it. The Red Palace on the island there. He's gonna do it. And I've seen Lash like play like this as well. Yeah, there we go.
Oh my word.
Yeah. Word indeed.
The madman. The absolute madman. And you know, he owns water right now.
Now we just need some water trade as well. If you get some water trade going, he's got access to every single resource that he needs.
Would he have enough wood with that?
I mean, you get wood from water trade as well.
Okay. Okay. I wasn't actually sure.
Yeah, water trade gives you wood and gold for some reason.
Yeah, that's exactly what he needs. And he can hold this. Because right now, Scatterbrain's entire comp is all in land units. Is there a world where he brings it back to win it from this? Really? Like, do you really think it can happen? I'm like sitting here going like, just like like part of me thinks like, yeah, there should be a way to do that. But on the other hand, like, it just seems so ridiculous. Well, we're 31 minutes in, almost 32 minutes in. I hope everyone at home is ready to buckle up for one of the games of all time. And somehow, Lash still has villagers on that top gold in the north.
We got our first Hu Pow in now behind this. Scatterbrain, he's gonna have to somehow get access to water again.
It's easier said than done.
He's got a second TC. He's got to kill every single villager. At this point, like, Lash just needs to fully commit into water trade. I don't see a single trade ship yet, though, which is concerning.
That? Why hasn't he done? That's the way in. I'm still scratching my head. It's like, has he just forgotten that exists? Do you think? Or I just feel like that should be such an obvious thing to do. And I get that this pressure of the game can make you do silly things, but man, it feels like that's such an easy win right there. He still has knights in the field that he's been wreaking some havoc with, going back and forth. They'll get cleaned up eventually at this point. There's not a whole lot of places they can run left. Well, every time they get to the corner, Scatterbrain leaves them alone once they get in range of the ships.
We do have a first Carrack now coming out as well for Lash. And wait, does he actually... Is he griefing himself? He needs to have like some water trade going on right now because... No, he's making a TC. You need water trade, Lash, else you have no wood access on the islands.
Oh man, he needs...
There's no water trade.
He needs trade.
There's no wood access.
It's right there. It's right there.
He needs at least like 100 wood. If he just had like 100 wood, you can at least like start the trade somewhere and go from there. But with 0 wood, it's just not possible. Does he still have a market? I think the market's been burned. He doesn't have enough wood to make a market. No, there's the market.
He's got to buy wood.
Please,
buy wood.
Just a little bit of wood. Just a little bit of wood, Lash. You need to start somewhere.
He's not going to do it.
He's getting burned. Everything's going to get burned. And he's got the improved bounty as well. He's getting so many resources from just burning everything inside of Lash space.
Funny thing is, like, there is a world where Lash could come back and win this game if he just gets on the trade right now.
If he had some wood, yes, he could still, like...
He's got like 10 seconds left to make that choice before it's over.
But with 40 wood, there is no comeback chance. And honestly, I think it's more realistic at this point in time for Sky to just build a wonder and win this that way.
Trade.
I can't believe that he's not trading. The market's about to go down. He's about to lose the last remaining way
every opportunity. Scatterbrain is hitting every building but the market. It's like there we go. This is game's over, and
that's it now. As soon as the market goes down, Lash has 0 opportunity of getting wood anymore.
And then it's gone.
No wood at all. Yeah. The TC has killed him. The TC that Lash has built himself has now killed him.
I'm dying. This is going to be 2 games in a row where Lash has lost something that really should have been, like, really could have been a win based off a click. Like, 1 click probably could have done it right there. Just build it, make a trade ship. Like, 1 trade ship could have carried him so far in this game. Imagine if he had 10 trade ships. Like, he'd be cruising right now. What a painful way to go.
It is. It really is. Looking at the economy count there, the military value lead that Lash had, but still just not being able to win it in the end when...
I feel sick to my stomach. That one, just like the opportunities that were like just lost of no fault. Just a mistake by pure omission just hurts so bad.
It is a rough one. It is definitely a rough one to lose, and now this means that Lash is finding himself against an opponent that is now on match point. Scatterbrain 2-0 now in the series. 1 more victory, and he will be able to close it out. Well, not really close out his qualification, but he is going to be able to, go 1 step further and go into the final for the qualifier in his pool.
Man, we have seen some incredible games today that have just kind of come down to little things. It's amazing how a game that's so macro and micro focused can sometimes come down to just like 1 click. I mean, that's twice now. I mean, essentially 1 click is the difference between this game as well, I think. I really do think 1 trade ship gives him the amount of knights to, the amount of gold to make enough knights to hold down to land a little bit better. You just started slowly transitioning that. It's like such a simple, small thing that's overlooked. And you just kind of have to sit here and wonder, like, what if, There's a lot of what ifs in life, Like, what if I had asked that girl out to prom? What if I'd gone to this career? What if I'd have just clicked plus 100 wood? We'll never know. We'll never know.
Only what if, yeah. We'll never know. What we'll know, though, is the civilizations for the next map. It is going to be Kurlauger, and we're going to be looking at the House of Lancaster for Lash up against the Ottomans from Scatterbrain. And this is also going to be quite the interesting situation here, because the Ottomans, something that they can go for, something that we see a lot from House of Lancaster when they go greedy, when they go for like a fast castle age, is they're not going to be making a lot of units. Yeah. They're basically just relying on the Lancaster castle in combination with the manors to be safe enough for an age up to castle age. But the Ottomans, they get Sapai, the strongest horseman in the game. On top of that, they also get the Matter for an additional +1 ranged armor. And with that, you're essentially copying the tankiness of knights with a much cheaper unit with an insane raiding potential. So if you find your opponent just starting to age up, you can right then and there just dive with the Sapahi and bring your opponent down to the Dark Ages, basically back down to 15 villagers.
Yeah, I feel like Ottomans has the potential to be really, really good on this map. Kurlauger is one of those maps that's just so interesting, right? Because it's not like the water has a ton of food in it, per se, but it's just, it makes for an interesting dynamic where you could make military ships. But I don't know that Ottomans even need to worry about that. I think Sapahi just reigns so supreme with them. This would be really funny, but imagine if they went Ottomans, and this isn't going to happen. So I'm just saying it just because it'd be funny. But there's that military ship that produces units, like a military school, but on the water. Imagine if we got to see that today on this.
Yeah.
That would be so fun to see, but we're not going to see it. But I want to.
Yeah.
After all the shenanigans
they actually changed it a while back. They actually bumped it a while back. So what they did is they made it so that the ship produces as quickly as a military school that's always in the influence of a blacksmith. Before that, it used to produce very slowly.
Very slowly, yeah. Maybe we see that. It'd be kind of fun. I'm all for the novelty things. I want to see the crazy shenanigans in these kind of games. And on Kurlager, I feel like that could work. I don't think
it is a very strong ship, and it doesn't get countered by, like, it doesn't take bonus damage from demo ships, and it just kills everything.
It'd be interesting.
It's very strong when you get to
a mobile. I mean, think about that. A mobile military school. You can just walk right over to your opponent's base and start pumping stuff out. I like the idea of that, but I think we'll see probably more standard gameplay out of that. I like to think that that'd be a fun idea, but with 2 minutes to go into this, I think Glash has got his work cut out for him with House Lancaster into Ottomans. I think Ottomans are a difficult one to overcome as Lancaster, because they're just not going to let you have the time, you know?
It's an interesting matchup to see play out. I'm honestly just wondering, like, if Lash is going to go greedy or not, because I think if he just plays this, quote-unquote normal, but like the new normal for House of Lancaster with the Abbey of Kings Lord and the Lancaster Lords, and just like Hobblers and just Spearmen, Archers, that kind of gameplay could really work well against them. We'll have to see just how exactly this one's going to be played out, though.
There's like certain matchups in the game that I feel like I know, like a lot of players know very, very well. You know, like French, English, most people know. I mean, that's obviously like the old classic. People know that one. You know, like China, Rus, people know what to expect on that matchup, I feel like, more often than not. I think with the fun thing with some of these newer civs like House Lancaster is it just kind of throws a curveball into things. That's why I'm super excited for the new DLC, getting a couple more of those variant civs. It just always is so fun to see matchups you just don't see every day play out. And on this one, like on this map in particular, I mean, I feel like this matchup on this map is not one I think I've actually casted before. So always fun to see something, a new permutation, so to speak.
Yeah. It's always nice when you're getting like more options to play the game, like more things to try and more theory crafting to do. That's really where the game just becomes fun to me personally. And it's going to be very interesting to see how this one's going to work out when we're getting this many new civilizations, especially like some very unique civilizations with completely new units. But now we are going to be jumping into our game number 3. We are on match point here for Scatterbrained, already leading 2-0. And here we go. It is time for Kurlager. We got Lash in the color red playing as the House of Lancaster, and I talked about this yesterday with KP, where when you open up with deer as the House of Lancaster, you're essentially just griefing yourself because sheep you actually gather faster from as House of Lancaster. Yeah. Lash is griefing himself.
What is the actual gather rate for sheep? I don't think what it is, because it's increased Lancaster.
There was a spreadsheet back in the day that I always used to have open that kind of stopped getting updated like a year into the game, that had like the exact gather rates for every single thing, like after every single upgrade, like a huge spreadsheet. I don't think that exists anymore.
I wish it did. I wish we had easier access to some of those stats. Cal is on our production team. Shout out to our production team again as well. Cal running the show. Vodka is our observer today. They've been doing a great job. But yeah, it's with 20% increase. I know that like the gathering meat's a lot faster for a civ like English than like berries per se. We know that, you know, shoreline fish is the fastest for villagers to gather. I imagine though 20%, like plus 1/5, that's got to be better on the sheep than anything else for Lancaster by far.
I mean, if you're getting survival techniques, once again it favors the deer, but that Slash didn't grab survival techniques, so he's just starting on the deer and not really benefiting too much from it.
If anything, you lose out a little bit by spending the wood on the mill, unless you're gonna get an upgrade.
Yeah. Lash did notice that Scatterbrain opened up with the dock there.
Also, Lancaster sheep, they're 44.46 a minute. We know what the standard is for deer.
That is,
I mean, that's fast.
Quite quick. That is very fast. I believe the standard is like 38-ish food per minute, 38 and a half, I think.
With no tech,
And
deer do
without the tech is
41.7. So 44, 46.46 for sheep, and then only 41 for deer. So yeah, sheep are better. It's actually fairly comparable. It's not like a huge difference, but enough where you're still better off just going on the sheep.
I mean, it's basically the difference between like sheep without House of Lancaster. Like it's a 3 food per minute difference. It's pretty massive.
Yeah, normal civs have 37.
For normal civ, it's 37. 37 for normal civ. Okay, that feels slower than I had in mind. I thought it was like 38, but 37.
So normally
that's
most
a pretty
civs,
massive difference.
For most civs, it's worth it then. But for House Lancaster, they're way better off going for sheep still. That's a huge increase for sheep gathering rate for House Lancaster.
It is.
Now I mentioned before, there's not a ton of fish on these rivers, but there's some. We see he's got 2 boats on there. I wouldn't make more than like a handful of boats for that.
Yeah, 2, 3, just so you're able to always garrison them all inside of the dock if need be.
Abbey of Kings coming up.
We are getting the Abbey of Kings in, yeah. So we will be seeing the Lords of Lancaster here for Lash. Means that we are most likely getting a feudal aggro heavy gameplay here from him. Sultan Hani trade network though on the side from Scatterbrained. That is quite nice and a situational play here, especially on a map like this, where the golds are very far away from your main TC, and the Sultan Hani trade network is going to mean that Scatterbrained is always going to have a baseline of gold income here that he can rely on. And not just that, but also just having a market immediately where you can like panic buy and sell resources if you're like mismacroing can always be helpful.
I really like what they've done with this landmark. I really like that both landmarks in Feudal Age can be viable for Ottomans. I love when you always have an option that is worthwhile. Obviously in some civs, you get 2 like feudal landmarks, one just the go-to and the other one's like, yeah, it'd be stupid to go for it. It's fun to see both options be viable for both of these civs. Here's a question for you though, Crackety. I'm an advocate for popping out the trader and getting 1 drop off at the market and then leaving it in for the rest of the game. Where do you stand on that? Do you think it's worth it at all to go for it or not?
It's definitely an option to do so. Chances are you're not going to get disrupted in that time.
It gets a bit more micro, but I think it gets some out of it.
I mean, it's barely micro at all.
Yeah.
You could do it. The thing is with the way that they change trading, right? Like
that's right.
Like one trip isn't really that worthwhile. It's only when they go back and forward.
I'd have to do the math. I think I did the math once before that change happened, and it was worth it to get a sneaky little drop off before your opponent, sends units across to start aggressing you, and then it's worth just keep them in there where it's safe. The passive gold. I'll have to do the math again next time I have a moment to look at it, because I wonder if it still works out or if it's better just to leave them in. The guard or first lord coming in. He finds nobody home.
Yeah, nobody there. Nobody to harass.
He might find this though. In fact, he's walking right over here.
He could. I mean, he's not even going to get a villager kill there just because the villager baseline is faster than the Lord of Lancaster.
But you could start torching up that dock and make those 3 boats useless. Oh, he's going to walk. He sees it.
He doesn't have eyes anymore. He's in the dock. He is going to go towards the gold, though, and Scatterbrain did move out to the back gold.
There's a second one there. It's a little bit of chip damage from the TC fire. Finds the villagers. Is he going to get one? It's going to be close. Sipahi gets body blocked by the mining camp.
There's also the imams now.
The imams, there we go.
Can heal, and this is where it starts becoming very annoying because of the like very slow attack speed. The DPS, like the raw DPS on these Lords of Lancaster, isn't that high. So you can always just out heal very easily with the 2 imams.
That's such a good vizier point. It's funny to me how the meta has shifted over the years. As we've been talking a little bit about different things as they were, and how much like vizier point choice has changed, and choices that you do adjust with the meta. And I really think those 2 imams as a choice is a really good choice in Feudal Age. And does he get this one though? Nope, the imam's in time. Sipahi looking to take down one of those lords. Got one about half health. Yeah, pulls that one back.
Yes. Just a whole lot of going back and forth right now between them. Scatterbrain now going into his own spearman. I'm not sure if I would have gun archers or something like that instead, just because, I mean, the spearmen are already out there, so you do have the more direct counter. Third manor, now completed for Lash.
A lot of
Spy getting some shots off there. There's not that many spear out yet for Lash. So Spy, if they can just like get pickoffs like this right now, it would be pretty big.
Yeah. Oh, get him.
Oh,
He's right
barely.
There. You pull that one away and leave the two and get him.
He's not gonna heal up though. He's not gonna heal up unless he's actually. Oh, he's sending the spearman. The one. No, he's not sending him back. Oh, he is. There we go. Now he's sending him back all the way back to the Abbey. It's so worth it. It's so worth it. You're getting 80 resources worth of a unit back.
You basically use that unit and you get a free unit on top of it now when you heal it. It's totally worth it. Healing is so underrated in this game.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
getting a lot of Lancaster as well.
It's just free. It's free real estate. You know, it's free units, free health, free resources. Why wouldn't you? And the only thing is, it takes a little bit of micro, and you have to actually get them back. But if you have it, because the nice thing about like a landmark like Abbey of Kings is that the ceiling, like the floor is the floor. You're gonna get some lords out of it with this civ. The ceiling of that that can give you though is infinite. It's an infinite ceiling. It's all dependent on how much resources you get out of it by healing your units. So the sky's the limit, really.
Yeah, the floor is the floor. The ceiling is unlimited.
Which I think makes for a great landmark when that's the case. I mean, that's just how you use it then, you know? Unlike like this landmark here, like there's a floor to how much gold this landmark can give him. If we're looking at the Sultani trade network, there's only so much gold that Scatterbrain could get out of it. I guess you could argue he could trade and he could make more traders out of it. So there's a bit, but there's a much more defined ceiling as opposed to a landmark like this, where if he just keeps utilizing it, he could just get infinite resources out of it, essentially.
Yeah. What is crazy is that I just want to like give a little because I see people in chat talking about it, like other games that are still going on at the moment. The Mista and Valdemar have been playing like an hour longer than Lash and Scatterbrain have, and this has already been a rather like long set for only having 2 games completed so far. And they're 2-2 right now, so they're still battling it after like 3 hours, like longer than a 3-hour long set between them right now. That's pretty massive.
Man, I just imagining the fatigue. I mean, we do these days where we cast for like, you know, 8-9 hours some days, sometimes 10-11 hours almost. And that can feel like a lot. And I sometimes I'll hop off and be like, man, I'm just exhausted just about talking about the game. I can't imagine playing that many high leverage, high level games and then just having to sit down and be done for the day. Like, you'd just be so tired. Real credit to these players.
There's definitely mental fatigue. Yeah, it's definitely mental fatigue. Like, we're here now in like our 10th game of the day, and we're starting to feel it as well.
Yeah. These guys, man, they really put it all on the line. And then the nerves, like, we don't have nerves coming. I'm not nervous watching this, but you play a game, like, you get the shakes sometimes. Your heart starts pounding. Like, it's just inevitable. Like, it's a high pressure situation. And to do that game in, game out really speaks to some of these players and just how professional they take it. Is that Metter going to go down? I think he might.
Yeah, definitely.
There he goes.
That's a dead Metter right there. Outpost going to get repaired. Lash, he's just going for the full Spearman and Archer composition. Does have some Hobblers in there. Scatterbrain mainly focused on those high-value Sipahi on his side. He does still have a... I don't even want to call it an economic lead, just because there's obviously like the whole manor thing that's going on as well. Actually...
the manor thing.
Actually, Scatterbrain is behind in economy. Was there idle time? Because like he's got the fishing ships, right? And on top of that, he also got like 3 traders from the landmark, so he should be ahead a bit more when it comes to villager count. There must have been some idle time. Sipahi get a good jump in onto the yeoman there. Starting to attack from 2 sides there. Not enough archers though in order to start one-shotting the spearman. That's really where you want to be. You want to be at like the 12-15 archer count where you're able to one-shot the spearman. Probably need a couple more just because of lots of Lancaster, obviously, like boosting the health of your spearman there.
Fun game we have on our hands here. Both players pretty firmly committed to a feudal play. A lot of weak yeomen. I'd like to see Lash send some of those weakened yeomen back, heal them up, send them back forth again. He's got a number of them that are really, really low.
Does have the option to do so. Scatterbrain behind this. I mean, he's just continuously messing units, but we're seeing the weakness of what he did, right? Like, he went for the Sultan High Trade Network. Ooh, the dock, it's still not working here. The fishing ships aren't actively working. But we do see that his food income is just completely idled out at the moment. Doesn't have barely any food income. We do see an Aristoteles emplacement coming in. There aren't any military schools as well right now. Now, Scatterbrain, he's just struggling here at the moment. I think he's only got like a single military school out at the moment.
He does get that emplacement in. That's going to help quite a bit. Yeah, get those villagers out. Heal that tower up now, Scatterbrain, while you got the chance, and then get him back in there. Some pretty good value. Tenuous hold, though. He's got just the one military school, like you pointed out. And he's got
so many fishing ships. This is so weird. With so many fishing ships, how he's still behind in, like, even in economy. There must have been so much TC idle time for Scatterbrain.
I wonder if he got...
Like, there must have legitimately been like 2-3 minutes.
I wonder if he had like population capped himself on houses or something, maybe like that. That might have slowed him down.
That's possible.
So the military schools popping stuff out.
Hurts.
Sometimes they can catch up to you, you know?
Yeah, and Lash is now about to go up to Castle Age. He should be 10 economic units ahead, but he's not. It's like he's lost 10 villagers somewhere. Lash, if you knew about this, like, honestly, if you're Lash and you knew about that, you would just send the villagers forward and, like,
be all in.
the white tower in the middle of the map. Like, next to the large gold vein here. And it looks like he's going for it.
He's doing it anyways.
Lots of villagers getting pulled forward. Put it forward. Okay, never mind.
He plays it cautious. I like when they go for the bold. He probably could have gotten it up anyways, honestly.
Okay, I'm just getting reminded of something. I'm just getting reminded of something in the chat. The fishing ships from Ottomans, because they use Delhi as a base, and Delhi fishing ships also don't count as military units. They do count as military units and not economy units. That's why they're not just being counted there. But there was still some idle time.
Okay.
Yeah, it's bugged. There was still some idle time though on the economy.
So don't believe the numbers on the screen.
You can never believe the numbers on the screen.
It's true.
Wait. Now I got Cow on production side saying that's not true at all. He checked it and it's not true. What is... I mean, to be fair, like, the game just throws wrong information at you all the time. We got, like, Dali horses that says 20% attack speed when it's 15% attack speed.
I mean...
Yeah.
44 vills and 9 ships. That doesn't equal 46.
Yeah, wait, so Cow is wrong. I love saying that.
There's something
Cow is wrong.
There's something that's weird. 42 plus 3 is 45, plus 9 is 50 something.
So it's not military, but it's also not economy.
It's still bugged.
Would that be it? It's bugged one way or another. Yeah.
You're right, guy. Yeah, I believe you. Nice little body block with the vills there, with the shivs to get some extra value and extra damage done on those units. That was well played there by Scatterbrain. At this point, Ash still is in a pretty good position. Things are precarious for Scatterbrain, but he does have a pretty good military mass now. Sitting on 30 archers and 16 Sipahi will make most people feel pretty comfortable. That said, 17 yeomen and 24 spears for Lash. He's also starting to mix in. He's in H3 now, so he's starting to mix in some heavy units. We got some knights coming in, as well as some men-at-arms with their dagger throwing ability, which we've seen used to great effect in games previous. However, big Sipahi raid coming in to take this round. Onto the vills they go.
Very good raid there.
Oh, they didn't quite get as good of a body block as I'd hope, but still excellent value.
Yeah, he didn't follow up there, and we do actually see the Mammoth Imperial Armory follow up now coming in as well.
MIA coming up.
Replaced it.
Yeah, moved it over
somewhere else. 25 villagers working on that now.
Probably making room for the. Well, that's
a lot of.
That's not where I would have put it.
Yeah,
and okay.
I guess he's scared of Lash's army just being there when he ages up.
I guess that's fair.
Yeah,
get a
makes sense.
Blacksmith on that though. Because yeah, here's the army.
He's gonna lose the military school though. Sipahi diving underneath the White Tower. Don't want to do that.
Yeah, his military's out of place for this. He's got his military out and abroad. He only has the archers back
so many
home
knights now.
Even when this MIA goes up, it's gonna take some time. gonna take some time for that MIA to even pay off. He's gonna need that mangonel sooner than later, and it's gonna take some time. Their archers are gonna find him anyways, though. They're right there. Does he see him? I don't think he sees.
The H-up has come through. He did, of course, see the landmark there, and now he's just gonna run around.
Looking for the
He's
villagers.
gonna run around. He knows that something's going on there. Scatterbrained. He's sending his villagers around.
This feels
so
so
much idle time.
precarious. So precarious. And yeah, like to your point, idle time is not good. That said, resource bank for both these players is very similar, but Scatterbrain needs to get some upgrades. He's got them in the queue now. He did just
Very
get another
similar,
visitor point.
but one player has already gotten like 11 knights out on the field.
And that's the benefit of getting there first.
The yeoman, okay, Lash, he just A-moved. The yeoman, they're just busy hitting buildings.
That's
moving back now.
gotten him before. The A move has hurt him before.
Wouldn't be the first time.
And not
And
in the
Scatterbrained,
series.
he's got the vizier point on the TC in order to start like shooting the crossbow bolts from it.
Well, that's a really defensive.
So he's actually doing bonus damage there with the units inside of the TC there.
You don't see that one picked
Oh,
every
and a
day.
huge raid on the gold.
It's at least another 2-3
Villagers
villagers
have been
easy.
found. And Scatterbrained, his entire economy, it's just busy walking the entire time. He's not really like actively gathering here behind this. Always having to react as well.
Well, and Lash behind this, not only is his economy mostly untouched, minus a raid here or there, but he also has a lot of passive resources coming in. Scatterbrain's got some passive gold coming, but that's about it.
Yeah, very much about it now. Looks like there's a fight about to be taken here.
This looks dangerous for Lash,
Some lots
though.
of Lancaster getting sniped before the fight, though. That's pretty good.
Archer is doing a lot of damage with those spears, getting a lot of value in, while Lash just trying to move around and reposition. This could be bad, though. Connection on the archers. He needs a spy
It's
up
being
front.
taken.
Oh, this choke point feels
Just trying to
dangerous.
snipe out the spears. Not that many spears remaining. Archer's also going down very quickly for Scatterbrain, though. Villagers now being pulled
What are they doing?
just to soak up some damage here.
Oh, man.
You know, it's a very active meat shield here that's coming in for Scatterbrained.
If he could just distribute the damage evenly amongst the villagers, that'd be fine. He does lose a couple.
Party attack speed activated. And he does manage to push Lash back at a heavy price, though. He's lost 23 economic units this game.
Ah, it feels like a lot.
And more reinforcements coming in.
And he's losing more during this, too. Lash not letting up, pushing with all he has. Bill's just scrambling. They don't know where to go.
Behind this mana upgrade is coming in as well. Scatterbrain, he's below 30 villagers now.
Scatterbrain may have won the battle, so to speak, but he's definitely going to lose the war with that kind of loss. You can't afford to lose that many villagers and keep going. I mean, that's just... and he doesn't have anywhere to put about the berries.
Behind this, there's 10 more knights with even more in queue. And looking at Scatterbrain's current army, he doesn't have what it takes to deal with that at all.
61 to 29. I know the numbers have been a little bit skewed, but we can at least trust the general gist that that's given us. Scatterbrained is definitively behind right now.
Yeah.
Well, he lost his one military school too, didn't he? Has he rebuilt any more since then? I don't know that he has. I mean, he's got the MIA.
No, he hasn't
count
built one. Yeah.
If you count the castle landmark as something, I guess. He'll have a mangonel here in a second.
Yeah. Already has one. He's about to get Springles out instead. The raid does get found out, and there's just so many lances here.
Yeah, the next one's going to be a springled. Another meter might go down. Boy, Scatterbrain. Just taking a lot of losses. Lash fighting for his life here, trying to stay in the qualifying round. I'm trying to think of what Scatterbrain could do to get back in this. This has not gone very well. Your opponent now
behind
has
this, the relics
four
have been picked
relics.
up as well by Lash.
Opponent has four
Only
relics,
thing missing really is now the capturing of the sacred sites.
which I'm sure will happen in short order as well. Springled immediately getting sniped down as well. Man, Scatterbrain just not able to catch a break here.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, it's just a body without limbs, just walking, bleeding out.
Just reminds me of Monty Python, the Holy Grail, with the Black Knight that just...
That's
it's
exactly it.
Bite your legs off.
Now,
It's
last
like,
couple of Lancers inside of Scatterbrain's base going down as well. And there's just nothing left. Desperation wall, though, here. The one relic that he managed to find.
Oh, this game feels all but over. But the good news for Scatterbrained is he's still got match point. So he's allowed... He can throw a game here and still take the series next game. Lash was definitely
And then
due.
he could still throw another game.
He could throw 2 games in a row and still win it in the end. So Lash needs the reverse sweep to win this. Scatterbrain's still overall in the driver's seat, but losing this game...
Definitely a setback.
Well, that's why we don't play just one game. If we imagine doing one and done, oh, I'm glad that we do series for these kind of things, because a one and done, like, anything can happen in any given game, but over a couple of games, you can get at least a decent trend.
I was wondering for a second if Lash would now just consider to go Imperial Age, like just drop a Berkshire in your opponent's base, but he's still investing. We're getting the last manor tech in, and does have enough resource to immediately drop the 3 more manors.
I feel like you don't want to go Imperial when you only have 116 units total. Feels better to get a little closer to 200 first. Not that you can't.
But your opponent on the other side only has 62 units.
True.
And it's a moral victory if you put a Berkshire in their opponent's base.
I mean, he definitely was very conservative with the White Tower, so I would not mind seeing something a little more aggressive that says, hey, let's go to the next game.
Said some villagers actually gonna go down here on the deer. Let's get found out now, but he's already killed 40 villagers from Scatterbrain.
That's
He
a
can't
rounding
afford
error.
losing 4 or 5 there.
Rounding error, collateral damage, call it what you will. I don't think Lash is too worried. It would take a lot more of those instances to bring Scatterbrain back into this, as we see some rams getting dropped down.
Now we're getting some rams there. Okay.
Ram Ranch is on the menu.
It is indeed.
Second town center for Scatterbrain in the back. So doing what he can. He knows he's behind, knows he needs something. This is one of those instances where, like, you're in this game and you're doing the motion, you're going through the motions because you know it's what you're supposed to do, and you know that if your opponent, like, decides to throw something somewhere, you could come back. Like, you have the only way back in this is to get a second town center, to get some eco going. But you're just so far back that if your opponent plays the way they're supposed to, it's just over.
Yeah. Now we should be getting to the point where the landmarks are just going to be going down, right?
Yep.
Like,
Yep.
and I
3,
feel like
4
once the
rams.
first landmark goes down, like, Scatterbrain should realize, okay, there's no way for me to come back in this one.
And unlike last game, there's no holy island you can go put a red palace on. Man, I can't help but think that I've been in games like this where, like, I've been in the driver's seat, and then me not being the pro player that I am, I fumble the bag and don't get aggressive enough and just kind of get chipped away from all these raids. That's one thing Scatterbrain's done a decent job of, is trying to find some ratings, trying to find some value. The problem is it's 46 Vil kills to 8. And here comes the Ram Ranch.
There they go.
Yeah, doesn't that just feel bad? The moment you get there.
Yeah,
1,
and
2,
now the
3
last couple of
strokes of the blade.
villagers.
3 strokes of the blade and 3 dead
I mean, that
Vils.
should be it, right? Like, he's losing so many
Gotta
villagers
be.
again. The last remaining landmark here as well. Well, not the last remaining landmark, but, like, the first of the last. Like, all the landmarks are next to each other. Scatterbrain just invested another TC.
There we go.
There we go.
It was over for a couple minutes. Just took him a moment to come to terms with it.
Yeah,
That's fine. It's still
they were bleeding out for a while.
Puts Lash on the board then with a single win. 26 minutes and 31 seconds on Kurlager, giving him a point. But Scatterbrain still with 2, just needs one more game to seal his ticket onwards. Lash looking for the reverse sweep. It was kind of a back and forth game there at the very beginning, but I feel like some of the fishing ships idling out and some of the different just back and forth felt like Scatterbrained, well, excuse the pun, had his villagers kind of scatterbrained. They're just kind of running around, didn't know where to go, didn't have anywhere he could put them safely, and that just kind of chipped away. And you can kind of see the graph right around Castle Age. Scatterbrain got up to Castle, but by that point, it was just over.
Yeah. Sometimes, like, pulling villagers for fight can be the game-winning move because you're able to, like, just survive barely enough. right? Like,
Yeah.
just having that little bit of meat shield can definitely make a difference. This time, though, like, just too many villagers got lost. We can see the economy count there.
So
It just
many.
suddenly went downhill, and yeah, from there on out, just the economy not being there anymore. It's kind of devastating. We're gonna take a quick look here at our bracket at the moment, as Valdemar and Mister currently 2-2, still in their game.
Oh man, that.
Bottom side, we've got Core versus Scarlet Devil. Oh, Scarlet Devil actually beating out Sword of 3-2. That's very interesting.
That's a bit of an upset there, going the distance in that series as well. Congratulations
Sass
to
vs
Scarlet Devil.
Mahodo still going on. Same as Mio Micah versus MSN, where Mio Micah is leading 2-0 at the moment. The top right side, we've got Myriad versus Recon in the final to see who qualifies there. Okay. So we definitely have a lot of very interesting sets to choose from there.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do indeed. Oh, what a fun day. Again, I said at the beginning of the stream, I'll say it again. I really love the last day of a qualifying round because it's just like the urgency is kind of there. Everyone wants to punch their ticket to the main event, and this is the last chance for it. And so everyone just has just that little bit of urgency that maybe they had from the get-go, but it just really feels apparent right now as we continue with our qualifying rounds for EGC Masters Fall. It's been fun so far. I'm having a good time. Moving on to
definitely. And Mr. being like tied up right now in a series up against Valdemar also speaks to Mr. kind of starting to de-rust a little bit, I want to say. So we're starting to get into it. What was the map? We hear production there. They're 40 minutes into a Boldland map. Oh, okay.
That sounds exhausting.
It does. It really does. Yeah. Next up, though, we're moving over to Archipelago. These two players, they do seem to like their hybrid or water map. So next one is going to be a water map with Order of the Dragon here for Lash up against the English for Scatterbrain. Typically, it is Lash that likes to pick English on Archipelago. So this one is maybe one where he just didn't manage to get his favorite civilization for the map here.
That said, Order of the Dragon I've seen used pretty well on this map as well. This map feels so chaotic sometimes because you don't know which spot you're going to spawn. Like the way the permutations work on this one, where you could, be across from your opponent or right next to your opponent, always makes for a very interesting part of when they have to scout where they are. And it turns out it's going to be north and west corners for the TCs, as Scatterbrain in game number 4 is going to be in the north corner as yellow English, and Lash as the red Order of the Dragon here in the west corner. Just a stone's throw across from the other island.
Yeah, now we are getting into one of those water games. The beginning, of course, it's always dragging out a little bit just because there's nothing really happening in Dark Age, and Dark Age just also takes a little bit longer because players are investing into water. So right now, we are just waiting here.
It's all worth it for when the ships start blowing up, though.
Yeah. We can start thinking about the game a little bit. So chances are Order of the Dragon will make Springle ships. I think English might also be making Springle ships. Maybe an Archer ship on both sides, actually. Could also see demo ships from both players. That tends to happen on water. A lot of unit choices there.
Yeah, you got, Archer ship, demo ships, and if they're really feeling feisty, Springle ships. Tons of variety.
That's a very nice dock position, though, for Scatterbrain. Like, there is not much distance between that deep sea fish and the dock. Same for Lash, though. Like, these are very nice dock spots there. Villager also gathering on the deer right next to the dock. Just a little bit of added efficiency there for Scatterbrain. Actually pulling more villagers over to the deer.
I say, at what point, how far do they have to walk for it not to be worth it to be on the shoreline fish?
Shoreline fish is the fastest base rate in the game at 1 food per second. And without wheelbarrow, I mean, I don't think you want to walk that far. I think it's good enough here. I don't think there's a spot where is Lash. I think Lash is on Lash is on shoreline fish. So this is a good distance.
Yeah. I guess with wheelbarrow, you might change the calculus enough where you go, that's worth it again. But Well, like you said, not a lot to talk about here in the early stages of this one. Almost 3 minutes in, and we're still in Dark Age, and will remain so for another couple minutes as both players gearing up on their docks and fishing, waiting to get into the feudal age where all the real action is going to be waiting for us. One thing to note, though, is with Order of the Dragon, obviously doesn't need as... The villagers are a little tankier and a little bit more efficient. But also, the interesting about Order of the Dragon, I always have to remind myself, is that they have tankier units, but that does not apply to both siege or to ships.
Exactly.
Those are just the same.
But they do have a better economy at the end of the day, right? Like, their villagers, just with the 28% bonus gather speed, it's quite massive. And how much longer did it take to produce nowadays? It's been changed a couple of times, I want to say. I think it's like 23 or like 22 seconds for an Order of the Dragon villager. So it's not like a massive difference. Definitely not for the amount of bonus gather rate they have. Yeah, 23 seconds. So
I think it used to be 24 when they came out.
Yeah, something along those lines. So yeah. So you're not that far behind the villager count and have much more efficient villagers. We do have the Abbey of Kings now coming up here, so also makes a lot of sense why Scatterbrain pulled the villagers on the deer there right next to the dock, because he will want to put the Abbey of Kings also on the shoreline or to heal up all the ships there.
That's gonna make for that's actually a really fun play to see. I'm just thinking like the healing rate, because the docks heal as well. I wonder what the effective healing rate would be for a ship that's in the influence of both of those. Lock and Chapel, no surprise here from Lash. Wouldn't make sense to go mine work when you need all the extra resource gathering on the wood you can get. You know, at some point, these players need to figure out where their opponent's at. They don't actually know, like we said in the beginning. They don't know what permutation of map they have. They can only guess at this point. They will need to scout out. We do see the first fishing boat already out.
Lash is moving out there, yeah. I'm not sure if he can immediately tell just from seeing the berries there that it's not.
I don't know that
the side of his opponent.
Maybe they could.
Maybe he saw the relic there as well. I'm not sure if he saw. I don't think he saw the relic actually, because if you see the relic, then you know immediately, because the relics are only on the outer island. Yeah, he didn't see the relic.
I didn't get to see it.
So there's no way that he could tell. I want to say.
Answer the question in chat. Healing does not cost resources when it's coming from a building like that. If they were to pull a repair, however, using the ships to repair each other, that would cost wood.
So H-up has come in, so now the king is going to be in queue immediately. Also getting a Springle chip in from Scatterbrained. The king is always such a nice unit to have on these hybrid maps, because you can just put him inside of a transport ship and carry him over to your opponent's side. And then you'll immediately have a unit to contest your opponent. On the other hand side, though, Order of the Dragon, they only need a single spearman to contest the king, just because Order of the Dragon spearmen, they're kind of a good unit.
They're pretty dang good.
Yeah.
I always love, when I watch these kind of maps, and whether I'm spectating, watching, or even just playing sometimes, I always love when you get a really good amphibious assault. And you get a transport full of units, drop it off, and then they go just wreak havoc. There's something very satisfying to me about that. I'm just a sucker for a good amphibious assault. Still looking. I don't think either player really knows just yet. Still looking.
I mean,
now he will know. Now
knows
he sees.
now. He sees the ships there. I think maybe. I mean, now Lash also knows where Scatterbrained is on, right? Because the ship came from the top side, so he needs to be on the top side as well. We have the transport ship now also coming in. Lash does spot that out with his scouts, so now he knows, okay, I now have a knight inside of my base. Is he gonna add a spearman? He is rushing up the barracks right now. Very quickly.
It's gonna take some time for that spear to pop out. That knight would get a chance.
King's not moving in yet.
Little ship's taking a shot.
Now Scatterbrain.
And that might be
falling back
down
a little bit, doesn't it? Oh, needs to be careful, needs to be careful. Demo ship went all the way around, and Scatterbrain is losing his first Springle chip. That's massive.
Meanwhile, behind this, Knight almost gets the kill on the Vil. Oh, one shot away in the corner there from getting that Vil. But loses the ship.
That's pretty massive. And Lash, now he's got a lot of Springle chips already out and more in queue.
Lash, of course, looking for the reverse sweep. Move on. It starts here. There's that spear we were talking about.
There it is. It's going to start with the poke, and look at that. That's a lot of damage coming in with just a couple of hits.
That's just a Dark Age Spearman. That's not even upgraded
Hasn't been
yet.
hardened up yet, yeah. That's going to come in next. Villagers moving back out to the gold.
There's that Vil under the TC that's just like 2 HP in a dream. Got lucky that the naval battle is happening at the same time. Lash, a really good spot here.
Ooh, he's going for the Springle ship there. And that Springle ship is going to go down. Great pickoffs here. Destruction value for Lash. Very high up already in this game.
You mentioned at the beginning a couple games ago that there's such a snowball effect on water.
Yeah.
And we're seeing that kind of play out here where you lose a couple ships in the beginning.
Oh,
and that can almost seal it.
That Scatterbrain is... No, for a second he was really close to being able to click Admiralty. That is always like such a big game changer on water with English. And in fact, he is actually still very close to it. It's just one button press. One button press away now. It's almost got it. Instead, use of a couple more demo ships. Oh,
good
snipes
shot
the
there.
archer ship.
Excellent micro.
Oh, he's sending the transport ship all the way around the other side.
Cheeky,
and now Lash is sending... Lash sent the... No, is that both the spearmen? He sent both of the spearmen over.
The spearmen.
But the archers from the villagers from Scatterbrain are archers.
Yeah, that probably went on well. I mean, it's a really tanky couple spearmen. You know, a big naval fight here in the middle. Back and forth, both players losing a boat.
But now the knight is coming back onto the land side from Lash.
Demo ship coming from the side. Demo ship coming from the side. Lands, connects, gets a couple shots.
Dude, oh my god, the connections! Another one! He's getting all the ships! No way! The turnaround! And the spears from Lash haven't connected yet at all either.
Blink and they're gone.
And there's 2 kills. Scatterbrain killed 2 villagers already. With the king. The spears just now arrived. The villagers run back, but there's the TC. There's the TC!
If he just garrison, he'd get the spears taken care of, but I think his attention is so split between the naval battle right now.
It is.
This is the hard part about
sad
water.
to make a new spearman now.
With how fast things develop on the water, your head has to be on a swivel. You got to be looking left and right at the same time, which is just so hard to do, even at this level.
It is.
And those connections earlier. Demo ship popping out. Is he going to get a sneaky shot? No, I'm just going to make that one go up with the rest of the group. There's the short bows you were talking about. And that might be a dead spearman right there. And sure enough, 1 down, 1 to go.
A spearman dead. Ooh, a little bit of a wonky screen there.
That was kind of a cool effect.
It's always nice to suddenly have like surprise seizure.
Shout out to Chaos PC for continuing on the fight.
Fighting the good fight.
Fighting the good fight. Short bows take care of the other one.
King went down.
Oh, yeah. King down, spears down.
Yeah. Scatterbrain did take a good trade, though. Looking at the destruction value, he is now very far ahead. He's got a lot of food in the bank right now as well. I want to, like, can we please get Admiralty in? Wait, it's already in? Wait, he already has Admiralty? Can we check the range on the ships? It's 7 tiles? How much is it for Lash? 6. Oh, he's already got it in. I didn't even notice that. Oh my god. That's pretty massive.
That just makes it so much more difficult then for Lash.
Lash activates movement speed ability. But now that he activated it, he doesn't have it anymore. Doesn't have it available anymore. If he needs it later, though, like, he couldn't retreat anymore if Scatterbrain were to surround him with demo ships.
I like that he's using the stealth area over there on the water for the demo ship. Just kind of hiding it in all the seaweed over there. Waiting for his chance to maybe come from behind.
Definitely be a massive maneuver there. Scatter. So much food in the bank.
A lot of demo ships.
And both players just now going for massive amounts of demo ships here.
Time for some fireworks. Here we go.
There we go. Connections trying to come in on both sides.
Almost. It's one.
Doesn't find the connection there. Oh, it looks like there was a connection for Lash, though.
Yep,
just a small one. And now it's Men-at-Arms that are making their way over to Scatterbrain's side.
Oh, Scatterbrain can't see this very well.
Ships! No!
Right in the middle.
What?
Pop goes the Weasel and a lot of
on
weak
the other
ships.
side. What is going on? He got distracted by the Men-at-Arms inside of his base at the worst moment in time. There was another one!
And
What?
returns the favor.
Done. I thought it was
Hit
gone,
or
but it
tap.
wasn't. No. Wow. Oh man, this is...
Do you still have your eyebrows after all those explosions? Because I don't know if I do anymore.
Finally,
mustache might be
we
gone, huh?
get the market in. Wait, Scatterbrain, he doesn't have access to the gold, so he's just going on to stone and has a market to sell stone. He needs a king back. He could just buy back the king in order to take care of that one Man-at-Arm.
I'm loving these stealth demos, just sneaking around. So dangerous.
I think both of them are just trying to think about, like, go for an age up here potentially. Oh, Scatterbrain doing a nice move here, sending the villagers out to the next island. He could go for a nice King's Palace there on the island, so he would have 2 TCs there.
That'd be nice. That would really help scale the economy.
Yeah.
A lot of demos from Lash. That's a lot of sparky boom ships waiting to go. One gets
already
sniped
picked
out
off.
from Scatterbrain.
Second
Yep,
one.
Another one. That one up
Scatterbrain
north,
needs to
though.
kite a little bit.
And gets another. 2 more still. 1 more. Could be close. Gets it. Good kiting there.
Very close. Still doesn't have a lot of gold, though, available to him. Just been selling. Wait, the villagers actually... When he sent them over... Oh, he sent them over to Lash's side, but Lash also sent villagers. But his
Oh my
villagers have
gosh,
short
no way.
bows! His villagers have short bows! Scatterbrain, take the fight! You got the short bows!
He's dropping the white
He's
tower.
building a white tower! And Lash doesn't
He
see it,
knows.
didn't see it!
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god!
Like a thief in the night.
Oh my god, but there's a single Man-at-Arms coming in.
Oh, that
But
could
the
ruin
white
everything.
tower is going to come up in time. I think Lash
it's
noticed
so
the
good.
villagers. I think he
think
saw
it's
the
a great-
villagers. He sees the white tower now.
I think it's a great idea that he put the white tower down first instead of fighting with the villagers, actually. That's going to
Yeah.
prove to be such a great strategic choice. He'll lose
villager
maybe
is
1,
gonna
maybe,
go down.
maybe 2 or 3.
Should
but
only be
worth
1.
the- should be
Maybe?
worth it. Maybe 2.
Yeah, it's going to be 2.
2. Garrison. There we go.
And now fight with the vills.
And now fight. Go fight, win.
Or just a single knight.
Build
Yeah,
any
knight's coming
towers.
in. Scatterbrain, he doesn't have any gold at the moment.
Oh man, I can't
All the
believe
villagers
that.
evacuated
Meanwhile,
here.
while we've been busy with that, the ships are moving out again.
Lash, he's building something else on the second island there now. Upgrade is coming
Fun
in
match.
for Scatterbrain. Oh, it's going to take a while, though.
Yes.
He needs
Be
a couple
trouble.
more seconds. You activate the ability on the ships.
Knight, meanwhile,
Oh,
taking
my
care of the
God,
bills. Oh, but they're
The
stuck.
wraparound! The wraparound!
Oh no.
He's losing all of the sprinkled ships. In an instant. Just when the upgrade was about to hit. The entire navy goes down. But he has control over the island.
And
Right
Lash
now,
has lost
if
a ton of
Scatterbrain-
bills.
If Scatterbrain sends 5 villagers to the other island, he can lock Lash down. Like, there's limited wood. There's very limited
Gosh,
wood.
This game is so tense. Even with the navy gone, the fact that he moved out already is so huge for him. And he could sneak that one across right now. He's got a
he's
short
doing
window
it.
to do that.
And there's a trebuchet now as well.
This has been a game and a half.
Oh my god.
Lash trying
These
to take
water
down the
maps
docks.
sometimes.
Smart play from Lash, getting down the barracks, trying to fight freaking the middle
come
island there,
on.
but I think a white tower could hold this, though.
Scatterbrain doing a great job. Going out to middle here, immediately dropping down an outpost just to have vision over here. He needs to know when his opponent moves out to this area.
That trebuchet is going to prove very, very important here. Spears coming out.
Oh, Scatterbrain.
Get on the Vills.
Line of sight. And there we go. Goes down. Spearman comes out though.
He should be able to see, and he's got those there. This is a knight, but I think you're okay with that. You see what's going on. Need some archers and stuff, though.
Is he gonna lose the spearman though? He's gonna lose the spearman to the keep. That's pretty massive as well.
Yeah, this island's very well secured by Scatterbrain now.
Second island's also being secured. We're entering like this checkmate position now, where Lash just does not have wood access at all, and there is no neutral trading post here on this map.
Yeah, there's no excuse on the there's no extra way back in this one. Lash though has a supreme navy at the moment. Impressive even.
Very much so.
So Scatterbrain's got his work cut out for him to get back onto the water, but he has the resources behind this. There is a world where you can build up enough towers and stuff that have emplacements to force the opponent's ships back while you're I mean, considering that Lash is in age 2.
Yeah.
Scatterbrain's in Castle Age still, so he just needs to find a way to get this navy off the map and he wins.
Maybe if Lash like gets like 5 men-at-arms, something like that, inside of a transport ship. Wait, he just sent something over. He just sent something over to the other island. It's just villagers though. It's just villagers though.
It's not gonna work. He's got no choice, no chance. To put it as my grandma would say, a snowball's chance in hell right now of keeping those villagers on that island. There is just
and there's
no
an
way.
outpost coming up. And coming in as well. And there's the Springled emplacements that are coming up. Oh, the Burgrave Palace.
Burgrave Palace, he's trying so hard. That actually can maybe do it.
Come on, villagers jumping inside. And the other outpost also has the emplacement on it.
If he gets
look at the last spearman there. It has barely any health. There's no way. There's no way. This landmark is not gonna go up. There, and he's just torching it. He knows that if he just torches it, Lash is gonna lose out on so many resources. There's no way. Landmark goes down. Villagers have to evacuate.
That's it.
Regnitz Cathedral inside the base of Lash, but you don't get access to relics.
Oh, I feel so bad. And here's the thing, though. Lash is not going to give up. Lash is not going to say GG.
He really is
going to make Scatterbrain
he's not going to give up.
Out.
Yeah, he's not going to give up.
has to win it on water somehow. And look at that navy. So now, but Scatterbrain is in H3 for so long, and he's got the resources now.
Lash is gonna just try and take the sacred sites, and Scatterbrain is on 0 food per minute at the moment. So Scatterbrain needs to get his economy going again, which he actually is actively doing right now. He is actively getting his economy working again. And he needs to somehow get back on water again. Maybe with, like Springled ships still do damage. Like Springled ships still like outrange everything in like from Castle Age on water. And they still do decent damage, so maybe that's a way for him to like get access to water again with some Springleds there.
I definitely agree that Lash needs to go take those sacred sites. That is his win condition right now.
Yeah.
What a game. I don't think I've ever seen a game on this map quite as exciting as this. I've seen some pretty exciting games on this map, but this one is taking the cake right now. This is just incredible. The back and forth has been just on another level.
This definitely has. Monastery has picked up 2 of the relics there.
Is there even
also
room
picking
to
up
put
the relics on the other side?
Those islands with the sacred sites? Is there even enough room for that?
I think so. Yeah, like these
Our production saying
look
most
like
of the
there's
time
enough room.
No. One of them looks like there might be enough room.
I don't trust
the other 2
production.
maybe not. I don't. You don't just tell me how you really feel. Cow is enjoying Crackety very much today. A lot of stone being gathered from Scatterbrain. I definitely think he needs to find a way to get some docks. The tricky thing is, like, you can build a dock and get a couple units out, but where do you put them? Where do you mass up?
I mean, he can't really make anything, right? Like, he can't make production buildings. He doesn't have wood. He cannot make any more ships either. It's like stuck.
I mean, if you're Scatterbrained, you just like, I mean, you can maybe make a bunch of trebs and just like long range snipe out those springolds, maybe.
Yeah.
That'd be a lot of
that's an option. I mean, like
maybe
3-4
shattering
traps.
projectiles. No, is shattering projectiles on that? You are English.
Yeah, it is an option. It's like one of the only options that you have. Like, look at that. It actually works.
Yeah, not bad. That might be the way to do it. The boats are having a hard time there.
Ooh, there's a knight.
Yeah, that's a tanky boy.
Very much so.
Trebuchet not gonna be able to do much against that.
We have a second TC for Scatterbrain on the island.
I love when a projectile like from the trebuchet just lands next to you and it misses and doesn't do anything.
Yeah. Scatterbrained, he could also just age up with the Berkshire. The Berkshire itself has enough range to allow you to guarantee like get back on water as well.
Excellent idea. Yeah, that would definitely do it.
There's many relics as well.
Well, and he's got time too. Scatterbrain has time because the sacred sites aren't under control yet. Lash has only got one. Second one popping up right now. Look at all those ships. What a precarious game we find ourselves in. 24 minutes
wants
and 30
to repair
seconds
this
in.
outpost. Let's get the repair in. Sprinkler placement now in there as well. Only lose one villager for it, so that's quite fine for him. And he is getting very close to his own age up now as well.
This is like what Age of Empires is all about to me. Just these crazy back and forth, like out of the box strategies. This is why water maps belong in the game, because sometimes you get something like this. I feel like when the creators made this map, whoever worked on this map, like this had to be the idea in mind, right? Like there'd be some back and forth like this that makes it fun. I feel like a kid on Christmas, man. This is just something else.
I'm gonna tell you who this is not fun for at the moment. That's Lash.
Lash,
He's just stuck.
Fair enough.
He's making horsemen right now, but in theory, horsemen is like the last thing that he can afford because they cost wood.
They cost wood.
You can't afford that.
He's gonna be chopping every tree down.
It's much better for him right now to just gather like a ton of stone and just drop like 2 keeps here on this island in order to have access to the wood there.
There's that Berkshire you're talking about.
There it is.
Put it a little closer to the edge, but
I'll put it much closer, and the ships are moving around towards the side.
That's true. That's true. Gotta be.
Is it gonna be in time? Oh, he's not going for it. Lash isn't going for it. So Berkshire is gonna go up, and that is gonna protect the shoreline here entirely.
9 minutes on the sacred timer now. So Lash doing what he can, but it feels like once Scatterbrain gets this up and gets going,
he can make
might be a tough one to hold.
Yeah, he can make the Carracks, and Lash just certainly cannot make anything like that.
And this right here is going to seal the deal.
Down.
Yep. You know, once again, we're getting proved that you can lose water initially and still win.
Yeah, Scatterbrain's done it twice now in this set.
Twice. I mean, this is a legendary water performance we're seeing in this series.
It's only lemonade for Scatterbrain. He does not like water. He just... he does not respect it.
Carrick's coming out. This will be it here. Lash stuck without a whole lot of options.
Man, his game plan at the moment, like he's just making horsemen. I'm guessing, yeah, this is his move out. He wants to move out to towards that bottom island now with a lot of villagers and some units.
It's just amazing to me how many of these games have come down to like one play, one key point in the game, and this one being getting that white tower down on the southern island. Like that was the game. That's the game, you know, like that doesn't happen, and then Scatterbrain just loses essentially.
There it is. Lash getting ready for the move out. Has enough stone for 2 keeps. Scatterbrain, he could get a bombard inside of his base. Oh, that's a lot of demo ships though.
Ooh, good pickup on the demos.
Archer ships though to the defense is gonna be enough. Saves the
That was a
carry.
good initial push. Scatterbrain, though, just has too much. Here comes the landing. Amphibious Assault is to go. Storm the beaches, boys! The Marines have
He just
landed.
needs to put up some nice keeps here. And cement himself on this island. There it is, keep number 1.
I have some crossbows and you see that, but not enough there.
Is he gonna notice? Now the attack notification has come in. I suppose I'm gonna go down. Now, at this point in time, yeah, this is the moment where Scatterbrain needs to start thinking, okay, but he does have the resource in theory to just get some bombards in.
Needs to
Knights,
decap the
do
site.
try to go for the decap. Is he gonna get it? Ah, Knight
Nope.
barely goes down. Just needs another
He's got
transport,
time.
one more Knight.
That's 7 minutes
Yeah,
to
he's
get
got
them
plenty
done.
of time.
Losing those 2 relics won't feel too great.
There we go.
But it's not like
Villagers,
Scatterbrain
Lumbercamp
doesn't
gets
have
dropped
gold.
off. Yeah, and Lash is now fine. Like, Lash has a lot of resource in the bank, and finally he's getting the wood in as well. A lot of villagers there with wood in the hand, just not dropping off yet. There we go, now they're dropping off.
Yeah,
They
not
realized.
both players have access to all the resources. This is not a done deal for
demo ships
Scatterbrain
again.
either. Demo ships doing really good work.
Every
Really
time
good
it's a
work.
demo ships.
Can English close this one out? Because now he's got to get the decap on one of the sites. It's 6 minutes. He cannot forget about it. He needs to get another unit out there. He's letting it tick down, and I'm getting a little worried that the window, like,
Oh, he's got the monk there. He just needs to click it.
I guess the check hadn't cleared yet. The monk's waiting to get paid first.
And Lash, he's finally getting wood access again. And there we go, decap comes in. Monastery has been taken down. And Lash, now he's actively just pumping out horsemen. And
There we go.
oh no, Scatterbrain, he's just making more archery range. Just the perfect thing for the horsemen to answer to. But if Scatterbrain takes down all the docks, there is no way for Lash to bring the horsemen over to the other islands.
He's got an oppressive navy now. That sacred site's still counting down. The monk's just standing right there. There we go. Finally,
there we go.
gets canceled out.
Lash, the
And now
sacred
Scatterbrain.
sites. The sacred sites has been all of Lash's gold income for a while here. And now Lash is gonna drop a keep inside of Scatterbrain's base. But to be fair, that's where most of the food income is on at the moment for Scatterbrain.
I think his villagers could just... Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, he can shoot a little bit. He's got the king there as well. I think he should just shoot the villagers though instead of the horsemen.
The horse... Yeah, I agree. Instead, this keep will go up.
Yeah.
He can inflict some pretty good damage on this, though.
Ooh,
Meanwhile, the
Scatterbrain
water
doesn't have
battle
all of his carracks
still-
there. The villagers are just fighting underneath the arrow fire from the keep. Is he actually gonna just torch it?
Wow, that was like 0 damage. Oh my goodness.
That's gonna.
I really thought that would do more, but man, that torch damage from villagers is pretty much negligible.
Yeah, that tickled a little bit. Just a tiny bit.
It like broke one window.
Scatterbrain, he's barely got any wood income at the moment. I'm wondering why that is. He does have access to all the wood in the world in theory.
There's another town center. He's just so heavy on gold right now. He needs
Oh
wood.
no, the transport ship,
It's gonna get there.
No,
Or will it? Will it?
Oh my god,
it
that was so
does.
close.
Oh my goodness. By an
One
HP
volley
and a drain.
away.
Wow.
And now the horseman can reign supreme on the main
That's
island here.
news.
Scatterbrain honestly should just like forfeit this
Abandon
main
the
island.
island.
Yeah, there's
There's not much
nothing.
left on it.
There's no resources there. And finally, yeah, he is getting the bombards in. And with that, he's going to be able to easily take down the keep there. Easily.
All those horsemen just aren't ever gonna die.
Yeah. Not in this lifetime. And that's just a little bit of wood here that Lash eagerly is soaking up. But he's got no
Even the ships
gold.
in range.
Lash, he's got no gold. He's only getting the gold from the sacred sites. If only Scatterbrain knew that, he would just, like, deny the sacred sites. Oh, a couple of horsemen. Are these couple of horsemen actually just going to be enough to kill all of these crossbows? They might be. They actually just might be.
No.
GG comes in.
actually throws in the towel and says, all right, I'm done.
That
what
is
a game.
what a
my
game
goodness.
indeed. Oh my god.
I don't think I've ever seen such a back and forth on a water map quite like that, in that dramatic of a fashion. So many clutch plays, both sides. Man, what a series this was. This has been an exciting series. Games coming down to a single click in multiple games. You just don't see anything like this normally. This has been incredible to see. GG's to Scatterbrain taking it 3-1, and Lash putting up a pretty good performance himself. This one will go down in the ages, I think. One of the best qualifying series I've ever seen.
Definitely one of the qualifying series that we've ever seen. That was like the games were very, very, very messy here between these two.
Man, what a fun time that was. I don't know if I have anything else to add. Like, I was just incredible. Come back, losing water, but getting the onto the island at the perfect time, hitting the white tower, and then bringing it back from there. Like, well done, Scatterbrain. Like, that was just a really fun watch.
Oh man. So Scatterbrain is going to be moving into the finals here up against Voldemar, and we are going to be moving on as well to the next set, I believe, and I do believe that is going to be Myriad versus Recon. That is going to be that is going to be a very interesting set as well.
Yes, it will.
Just looking at other than that, we've got Core versus Scarlet Devil. That one is also going on at the moment. Me and Micah is still waiting for the set from Sass and Mahodo to finish up. And yeah, I do believe that we are just gonna be jumping right into the set between Myriad as Recon, as that is already going on at the moment. I do believe we're jumping straight into their game number 3. So just give us a moment here in order to prepare for that. In the meantime, we can just take a quick look at the overall brackets here at the moment, see how the standings are. So we do have, Valdemar that is now going to be facing off against Scatterbrain. Scarlet Devil currently leading in the set 1-0 up against Core.
Oh, really?
Myriad actually leading 2-0 at the moment up against Recon, and Recon's been looking very strong recently as well. There it is, Miyamika still waiting for Sass vs Mahodo to finish up. He beat MSN 3-0.
Really?
Miyamika's wild.
Wow. Miyamika's been on a tear then. Goodness, because MSN's been pretty good of late as well.
I gotta watch some more Miyamika games at the moment, because the way I remember him is not so flattering, as into, like, the macro just wasn't there. I think maybe he's improved on that a lot. Like, 3-0ing against MSN, that's no easy feat.
That is not. I would have definitely expected MSN to at least take a game, if not win that series himself. So, congrats to Miyamika for getting in tip-top shape for this qualifying event.
Miyamika games, they're always like, you know how sometimes there are players that just, me included, that when they run out of a certain resource, they just pull like 30, 40 villagers onto that resource? That is Miyamika. Like, I've
never done that.
He needs food. He takes 40 villagers and sends all of them to a single patch of berries. That is peak efficiency right there.
Who would ever do such a thing? I would never be caught doing that.
Never.
Not once.
We do have our draft ready here, and Myriad currently leading 2-0 up against Recon, so he's already on match point. But this time, Recon, he's got one of his favorite civilizations here. We're going to be seeing Ayubids up against the Malians from Myriad on Dre Arabia. A classic map. A classic map. But Myriad, he's got Knights Templar and Holy Island still available to him, so he must be feeling very, very good at this point in the draft.
Yeah, there's such a skill to drafting that I feel like it's hard to learn how to draft well. Like, there's definitely a skill that at this level you have to pick up on. I remember casting King of the Rockies last year, hanging out with some of the guys and talking about the drafting and how much they think and how cerebral they get in on this stuff. Myriad looks like he's drafted really well this one.
Honestly,
it's really, you're in a good spot when you can throw a game and you still have your ace up the sleeve too.
But sometimes you can also make it very weird for your opponent. Like if you ever feel like you don't want to be like bothered with drafting and stuff like that, there's a nice little random button there that you can just spam out over, and it's just gonna pick a random map. It's gonna pick a random civ. It's gonna ban a random civ, and yeah, you can just like make the game very weird for your opponent.
Yeah, there's a lot that goes into it. It's a bit beyond me, honestly. I look at it and I just kind of go, man, like the amount of mind games I'm sure they play is just next level. This is a fun matchup, though. I like Malians versus a Ubids. I think it plays out really fun. I think it's interesting to see what a Ubids does, because I think Malians kind of set the tone initially, as they do in most of their games, where they've got their, they got what they're doing in Dark Age, and you just have to kind of respond to it. It's up to you to figure out how are you going to slow them down, because their economy just scales like very few other civs can. And Ubids has some interesting tools to deal with it, though, because if for instance, Malians wants to go pro scouts, Ubids can answer, they don't go for pro scouts themselves usually. They just answer with Desert Raiders. They can just be aggressive in that way. They also could just be aggressive anyways, and they have the tempo. I do think the later the game goes, if it goes late, Malians in late castle overtake a Ubids, which is saying something, because I think Ubids have a really strong castle age. But I think early in the game, I'm always fascinated to see how people play the Ubids into Malians, just because there's a couple ways they can do it. They could either go for just a Desert Raider play. They can go for maybe a fast castle play and go for tempo there. They can go for the early vills. They can go for the dervishes instead, get some use of the healing. There's just so many ways to skin the cat, so to say. And Ubids, not that they have a great win percentage against Malians. I think it's a tough matchup, but you never quite know what to expect. At least I don't.
I don't think it's a bad matchup at all for Ayubids. It's pretty much figured out at this point in time that Ayubids, what they should do in this matchup, you just feign a lot of aggression at the beginning. You build up archers, you build up horsemen, and then you just age up. You just age up, you force your opponent to react, you force your opponent to make units of their own side, and then you just go for an age up on your side, and you're going to be golden there. Relics. We do know Recon enjoys Master Smiths a lot in Feudal Age at the moment.
Oh, really?
I'm wondering if this is like a situation where you would want to go for it, because this is a matchup of extreme counters with Donzos and Javelin throws. Maybe he goes for it. Maybe he doesn't. We'll have to see.
Interesting. That's definitely an interesting tech to go for as a Ubids. I don't know if I like that one as much. I think you can just get so much more value out of the dervishes and then the extra villagers. But
yeah, that's the thing, though.
I'm excited to see it.
When you think about the value, right? Like, it's a lot of resources that you save with Master Smith as well. Like, you're looking at well over 1,000 resources that you unlock pretty much immediately with the blacksmith. So definitely a lot of value there. The issue, though, is that sometimes blacksmith upgrades can feel really underwhelming, even when you have them, just because of the heavy like countering that units have in Age of Empires 4. Like, just because a spearman has +1 melee armor doesn't mean that they're going to beat him in at arms, something like that, along those lines.
Yeah, not exactly. I think that's why most players who play Ubids don't do that one as often, is because I think you're right. The blacksmith upgrades, like, you want to get them, especially for like the ranged upgrades. Those are just so important, but they can feel kind of next to some of it. But you're right, though, the value you get out of it. I mean, that's 1,000 resources. It's nothing to sneeze at. But we'll see what he does here. We've got, looks like our counter is at 0, so we should be diving in here just any second into game number 3. Myriad looking to close this one out.
All right. Any moment now. Any moment now. Production's keeping us on our toes. And there it is. We're jumping right in. Oh. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the lobby. There we are. Okay. Welcome back to the game as we are entering match point here for Myriad, who is playing as the Malian civilization here on Dry Arabia in the color red. His opponent is none other than Recon in the color blue, playing as the Ayubids here. And we are in for a treat, because Ayubids with Recon is truly a wild experience. Because this man, he chooses the wings that nobody else dares choose, and it is...
I think he's going to go economic, though.
The Master Smith wing. You think it's going to be economic wing?
Look at the villagers on the berries. He's got them spread out.
That does kind of scream economic wing. You're right.
I think he's going to go economic wing here.
Maybe we see Master Smith in Castle Age.
That's possible.
Like Recon also might want to like catch Myriad off guard, though. Like, Myriad might be like, oh, he's definitely going to go for Master Smith player. I've seen him do it the other day. He's definitely going to do it. And then Myriad just doesn't do it. That
Cerebral
could be a play
indeed.
as well.
Mind games, man, mind games. And that's the hard part to tease out of these matchups and these things. These players play each other throughout all these tournaments. They play at these high levels all the time. You just know these mind games are going on. Yeah, those berries though definitely scream to me that he's going for the economic wing. They're going for the growth wing because that just gives you extra berries. Otherwise, there's no reason to expend the micro on it unless it's just a really good habit he has, which good for him. But I would still, I feel like because there's a thing too where you don't keep queuing up to berries as well. You can queue up onto sheep because you don't need to. The walk time slows you down a little bit. So if you can just send the initial wave to the berries and then queue the rest onto the sheep, just gets a little bit extra fat, a little extra speed into the next stage. Because of course, the U-Bits don't get to decide how fast they get to go up. But of course, I'm going to call my shot and be right. It's going to be economic wing growth. You'll take the villagers and the bonus on the berries.
So it looks like he wants to mix things up a little bit. The overall game plan should still be the same. You want to get some military presence out in the feudal age and then transition and upgrade your units. Because Malians, once you force them to make units, they can't cow boom or can't cow boom efficiently, effectively at the same time. They're always going to be lagging behind a little bit.
Well, that's exactly what you got to do for them, right? Because the last thing you want to do is let them just get all their cow boom going for free. Because once that happens, even China has a hard time keeping up economically with a full-on cow boom. So you've got to slow them down. It's all about stalling them out and then getting your own tempo to go with it. I am curious to see if Myriad's going to go for pro scouts or not. I feel like Malians doesn't have to, but it definitely can, and it can be beneficial. What would you do in this situation? I'm not quite sure where I'd sit on the fence on that one.
Typically, I would pro scout if my opponent's civilization would be pro scouting. If my opponent doesn't pro scout as the Malians, I feel like I've got better things to invest into with the. It's also that pro scouting was very good when Firimba was flavor of the week. And once they nerfed like some of the Musafadi options that you had there, the Musafadi Javelin Throw, for example, the Mansa Javelin Throw, it kind of fell off a little bit. So it's not as good anymore. And nowadays we do see cow boom a lot more often.
Wheelbarrow coming in for Myriad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's a 7th house right there. I think I say this every time I see Malians play, and it's probably getting rote for those who've listened to enough of our streams and our casts, but I just feel like it's funny that it used to be 4 houses what's considered the standard and 6 was greedy. And nowadays it feels like going all 7 or 8 even if you can. It's just the standard to go to, because why not?
Yeah, it's not as much Dark Age pressure anymore. Without players like being able to deer lure, there's not as much of a reason to like invest that much into Dark Age anymore. There we go. It is going to be some pressure early on here. Recon does have the stable up already. No unit in queue yet. Looks like he first wants to go for the Golden Age, actually. It's just 2 buildings shy of the first Golden Age there. And we do already have the barracks coming in from Myriad, so knows that he is also going to have to make some units here.
Getting double-sided Broadaxe and Wheelbarrow as well. Recon definitely playing for a feudal game. Betting that gold, probably going to be definitely making a lot of pressure here. And with that Golden Age coming in, imagine Wheelbarrow plus double-sided Broadaxe plus the 10% gather rate. I mean, that's going to be pretty good. Zico is going to be very ready for a prolonged feudal engagement.
Trench now as well, and that is going to be the Golden Age unlocked. Sees the scout from Myriad as well, is immediately going to go after a chase there. Horseman on that.
Fertilization coming in from Myriad.
Scout. Second horseman coming as well. Might be able to just kill the horseman. With two horsemen, you should be able to kill the scout before he reaches the base again. There we go. Second horseman arrives as well. Have to be active though with the movement.
Yeah, they kind of stutter themselves when they do the stab and body block the other. Kind of annoying. Second pit mine coming up.
Second mine. Yeah, second pit mine here from Myriad. Both in the back, so very nice spawn there for him. Also has another gold in theory on the other side, so very nice spawn for him.
The only tricky thing is that it's in the back, but it is very exposed out there.
You can't ask for that much.
It's true. It's
double
true.
in the
Like,
back,
it's
and then you also
double in
don't
the
want it to
back.
be exposed. You want it to be protected by like double wood lines or something like that.
And then
as
when
well.
that happens, that's actually a curse in disguise when that happens, because when both your wood lines are protecting that one spot, then you can't gather wood when you're getting pressured. So yeah, you're right. You really can't ask for too much out of these spawns, especially on Dry Arabia.
Yeah. Behind this, we do have a blacksmith now also coming in for Myriad. Right now, just messing up the javelin throws and the Donzos. Another scout also coming in for him here. Wait, is he making the scout from... He made the scout from TC, didn't he? I didn't see a stable. So he actually idled out the TC for a scout there.
An extra scout.
It's not the worst, or at least it's not as bad as it is for other civilizations, because the scouts that you make from Mali and TCs, you make them in like 15 seconds or something like that. They're created quite quickly. Normally, like 14 seconds. Normally it takes 25 seconds, so it's a lot less idle time. It still doesn't feel great, but it's a lot less idle time. 23 seconds. Okay, I'm wrong. I'm spreading misinformation again.
Just come on, Crackety.
It was 25. I swear. Just how it was.
Things
20...
changed so much over the years. After 4 years of this game, things have changed so much.
It was 20 population spots in the TC.
It was. Oh, those days ago. Right now, Recon's got a lot of units here, and those Donzos are an issue.
Yeah, more
but
than enough.
he's got enough. He's got enough stuff to deal with this.
He's keeping the javelin count very low now.
That was a very good engagement.
Oh, he didn't manage to pick up the villager though that was building the pit mine. But just trading out the units here, very good value.
I don't know how you feel about it, but I feel that javelin throwers are on my top, like, probably top 6 units in the game. Like, Arbitrary, I think, are number 1. I think they're the best unit just in the game, flat out. I don't think anything pound for pound is as good as they are. Obviously, like, Knights are up there, but I feel like javelin throwers, just the high base damage they do and just kind of the way they counter range units, I really enjoy using them.
And Recon's playing it exactly right. He is still macroing up towards the castle age behind all of this while still keeping up military production. And you can tell, like, Myriad really has to stretch himself thin. These 4 cattle haven't been an easy investment for him behind all of this.
I like this little short wall he's got between these 2 wood lines. That's actually really good value. It's still open in the back, but it just spares you a lot of needed time for them to have to loop all the way around the corner. Like, the fact that he's not going around, he's just kind of looking at it and backing off. Like, that's already almost worth the investment right there.
Hmm.
Hey, an extra sheep. Good for Recon.
Never say no to that. We haven't had did we have a nice sheep graphic? Oh wait, that's pretty extreme. I didn't know yellow was in this game as well.
I'm thinking something's up with that count.
Nice sheep.
No, I'm not sure I want to trust that. 11. Okay, okay. Then what about...
10 there.
Does he really only have 1?
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, we're 10 minutes into the game.
Okay, I was gonna say, he's eaten them, yeah? Like, he's had to have eaten through them. I mean, it is Dry Arabia. There's not exactly a lot of sheep. I do take issue with Dry Arabia. This is, though, EGC Dry Arabia, so, you know, then again, maybe things are a bit better here.
You always have to be suspicious with some graphs here and there in Age of Empires 4.
Now, the numbers...
Game is weird. The game doesn't know how to deal with numbers, you know?
Ayubid's going up for Culture Wing Logistics. I think, again, you were expecting maybe a Mastersmith's play, but I think this is very on the brand meta for what Ayubid should be doing. I like that he took the extra food with the extra 3 villagers. Getting logistics, he's going to be able to snake all those relics right back to home. In fact, the relic spread, he really could get 4 or 5 easily, and maybe even that 5th one up there could be a contender
it is
an
easy-ish one for Myriad to defend, but yeah, Recon, he's going to have a great timing here. Upon the age up, should immediately be seeing just the veterancy on the archers getting queued up, and veterancy on the archers, with that, he's easily going to be able to contest up against the javelin throwers. Doesn't have that many archers though. Maybe he's going to wait for some camel lances to come in as well. And here I would have expected to see a couple more archers here out for Ayubids. Like a 2-to-1 ratio to the javelin throws.
Yeah, right now, a sizable military. Enough that Myriad has to respect it, but not enough that you as Recon want to dive in with just yet. I feel like you want to go Camel Lancers, but Those Donzos are annoying. They are throwing your side. And he's gonna need more archers than 18 for sure. Looking at that house there. If we can get 1 or 2 of those down, that'd be a nice pickup. A lot of villagers not far from there either. Problem is the military defending it right there. And of course, there go the dervishes. It's the house. He's a horse for it. Oh, that's a lot of food in the back there. That's nice.
Yeah, he's getting a good amount of food. He still has a lot of food, but now Dervish is going to start picking up these relics, and behind this, all the upgrades are coming in. Actually, he hasn't started up. There we go. Now the archer upgrade is in queue as well. Myriad's not far away from his own age up as well, though. He does have all the cattle fully out there. So Recon kind of has to do something soon here. Sooner rather than later. Just getting relics, I feel like, isn't enough against Malians.
It's not. It's really not. And there's the Grand Fulani coming in right now. 20 of 20 cattle. That is a problem. Relics aren't going to make up that difference. Even with relics and sacred sites, that doesn't feel like it'd be enough.
As the relics making their way back to Recon space. Houseman just harassing me on the side.
I'd really like to see
Recon to split up a bit.
I'd really like to see Recon make some siege at some point. Manjaniques could win him this game, especially given the comp that Myriad has right now. Myriad's only got Javs and Donzos, so Manjanique would do pretty good into that combo.
You gotta be careful with that, because Manjaniques immediately is very expensive. I do agree, like, one Manjanique and you just fire over the wood line could already, like, help him out a lot. Myriad's now going into a lot of stables, so I'm guessing he's just gonna follow this one up with mass sofas. And so far, I mean, there are going to be Camel Lances now. Camel Lances are quite good, and we do actually get the first Manjanique in now as well. That is always dangerous. Like, when you're a Malian player and you see the Manjaniques approaching your base, you have to be so careful, so on edge.
It's a risky play to put it down early, but I kind of do like that thought, because you need an answer to what he's got, and you just can't scale fast enough. You need something that's going to punch now, and it is a bit risky, but like we were kind of saying, Recon needs to do something here, and with all those walls in place, siege might be the way to go, just to give himself a little extra edge. You got some first Camel Lancers coming out now as well, and most of the relics in hand. 3 of 4, and now he's moving out towards the north side. I think he could get all 5 if he plays it right.
Time being caused here.
And that one house, I hope whoever owns that house has really good insurance, because, man, that's gotten burned down twice now.
Yeah. Second sacred site taken as well. That's very quickly on the third one, just about to be captured up fully as well. And the walls coming up from Recon behind it all. What armor on the way.
We will see a lot of Sofa in a bit. I feel like Sofa aren't my favorite unit. Like, they can be so good, and I think Malians here does need to make some. I have a hard time knowing what's better, the Sofa or the Camel Lancers, and what combination of units really take care of it. And here's that 5th relic. He's going to get that one. Ooh. Stealth Forest right there. He's going to be able to take it and run. Yoink.
Myriad sees it.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, run north. Run north. No!
Clicked it just a little bit too late.
You'd have gone north
see that the military was all there. Ooh, gets a villager. I was trying to get the hit mine up there. Some value to be had. I mean, still, 3 sacred sites here is just a lot of value. So much value, in fact. 620 gold per minute just completely passively at this point in time. And we see Recon actually not knowing what to do with all this gold. We're seeing more Manjaniques coming in now. Oh my, we're going up to 4 Manjaniques immediately. Oh, this is gonna be one of those games.
If he can get them up, and if he can protect them from the Sofa, he'll be in a good spot. He's got a pretty good mass. He does need to do something with all this control. It does feel like Myriad is catching up, and the cow boom has been going on. We do see poison arrows.
Yeah,
coming in. That's an annoying tech to deal with. Again, Manjanique, I think, are a good choice. He has to protect him, man. If he doesn't get the value out of these things, this game's gonna spiral out of control really quickly for Recon. But if he can get a couple good shots, then we're gonna have a really good game on our hands.
Archers finding the German throws here, finding out why that unit tends to counter them out a little bit. 5 Manjaniques. Okay, we're getting to the point. We're getting to the point where the mass infantry with the fire projectiles becomes very deadly.
Recon can set this up just right. It's going to come down to this fight if he can get the value out of it. Meanwhile, yeah, cows showing us the cows. 6. Okay, now this might be a little bit. Oh, vodka. Sorry. Yeah, that's right. Vodka's our observer cow. Doing it for cow, of course. Under cow's watchful eye.
Under cow supervision.
Cow supervision, supervising the supervisor of the cows.
Are we gonna get 7 Manganiques?
Well, here's 7. 7.
Are we gonna get
once.
7?
Ooh, I hear 7 Manganiques. 7 Manganiques going once. 7, 7. Bill going for 7. No, I think we're just gonna get 6.
These raids are quite enough. Oh, he's moving. He's moving in. Manganiques, turn around.
Manganiques.
Get some fire shots in, please.
Come on.
I want to see it. I need to see it. I need to see the fire projectiles.
Show me the money. Here we go. Oh,
Recon, please.
just do it. Myriad does not want to deal with it. He knows. He knows they're there.
The children crave for the hot coals. Oh, those. Wow.
Oh man.
Immediately 70% of the health down. 70% of the health down, one volley.
I think Malians have a bit of a weakness when it comes to dealing with siege like that. It used to be really apparent before the Mangonel changes a couple seasons ago.
It's going for a lot of sofa rates now, though. We're getting the fire shots in.
Shots. Don't go too close, though. Our shots landing on the jabs. A lot of weak javelin throwers now. Needs another good volley to make this work.
Oh my god, they're all going down!
That's gonna work!
Myriad, he's just lost the entire army!
Scorched Earth tactics working
Manganiques.
for Recon.
Manganiques in Age of Empires 4. What a game. What a game.
Please don't nerf my Ubids. I really like them where they are.
Sure you do.
I mean,
as you should, sir.
I love playing as them. I love this.
It's always great when you're. It's always great when you're the one burning the buildings, right? It's not. Of course. It's not great when you're inside of the burning building.
It's not overpowered when I do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a. Well, the tricky thing is we were worried that Recon wasn't doing enough, and all we need to do is take a good fight. And again, Myriad fallen for like kind of a common trap I'm seeing with Manganique is everyone knows they can take a shot. Everyone knows they can survive maybe 2 shots. It's the 3rd and the 4th one that come in that it's like, no, you've overstayed your welcome, and these shots don't miss because they spray everywhere. And now comes the payoff.
And the issue is
starts diving the base.
Yeah, the issue is that now all the production buildings are gonna go down so quickly.
Mm-hmm. The best thing is you don't need Rams. We got Rams at home. Woo! Just look at that.
If only there were like 1 or 2 more Manganiques, he would be able to one-shot these buildings.
He really would. It's like raining just like a meteor down on the earth.
No, Myriad, he's trying to go for the surround.
He's gonna hit the cows.
He's starting to.
Myriad coming in, hoping to fend this off. Doing the pinch. Can he get it done?
Fire shots are coming in on the archers, doing a great job there. He's unable to gap close onto the Manganiques. The camels are doing a great job here. And the fire shots, all the archers.
Let them
They take a while, but they're all going down so quickly. The health just disappears. Where'd they go? They're all gone. The Manganiques reign supreme. Spread formation is no... They don't care. They don't care if you spread formation. They don't care if you attack from different angles.
Who cares?
The fire shot, it's too wide.
Recon just looks up and says, I love the smell of napalm in the morning, and just launches it again and again and again. Wow. When you got 6 of them, he's got 6 of them on the field. I mean, you'd hope that when you've got that much siege and you protect it in this way, that's what happens. I mean, Myriad sat back long enough, was waiting for the payoff, and then just stood and took the shots.
The smell of toasted beef in the morning here.
He is cooking up some barbecue right now.
He's just taking down the main TC, you know, no biggie. Just a couple of shots and just the main TC gun. All in a day's work. All in a day's work. And the poor archers here. They just don't stand a chance again.
The spread is just so far and wide, and meanwhile his units are just just going through everything. That TC and the villagers on it almost down. A couple cows now without a home as well. More shots being fired.
He just has to think to himself right now, did I just lose with full cow boom against a 1 TC opponent? Yes, he did.
From fire from the top rope, yes indeed. Scorched earth. It's barbecue, charcoal barbecue on the menu. Recon takes a game from Myriad. What a game. Man, this has been real fun.
It has. 3,000 more food, almost even wood, a lot more gold as well, but he still was not able to deal with the Manganiques here. Just the army composition, and man, Manganiques, it's kind of crazy. Like, I saw him just massing in the base. I was like, oh my god, the fire projectiles. You know what really taught me how good Manganiques was? There's this game mode called AoE Battlegrounds in AoE 4, like a custom game mode, where you can get Manganiques and you can like buff them up. You can like increase their siege damage in the fire form. You can make it so that they like do as much damage as they do outside of the fire charcoal form, but while they're actually like firing the fire shots, projectiles. And it's so great. Next up, though,
of course,
it is now Myriad's choice. Yeah,
yep, and to no one's surprise, he's going to go with Holy Island, and he's going to pick, of course, Knights Templar. And we said from before that he can throw away a game here, and he's got his ace in the sleeve, and I think that is this map and this choice. Mongols again. This is the third time we've seen Mongols on Holy Island, but Knights Templar is known for just being the bully on water.
Yeah, water maps and Knights Templar, it just goes hand in hand. It's such a great combination, and honestly, if you're Recon, you just have to feel a little bit naked and afraid right now just looking at that draft here. He does have Mongols, though, and Mongols, I want to say, is like one of the most effective counters to Knights Templar on like these water maps. It's not a great one. It's not a great one, though. It's still a tough matchup here after all. Like Knights Templar, they're really good. Never underestimate them.
Yeah, I think Recon's going to have his work cut out for him on this one. Myriad looking to close this one. Happy to give a game away if it means he can take it here on Holy Island. We've got 2 minutes to go. I'm just trying to think of what Mongols can do to the Knights Templar to slow them down enough here. Like, we've seen a couple different ways players have tried to win with Mongols. We've seen some success against Knights Templar. I'm just like, man, like, what do you do? What do you do with your Mongols here? What's your best bet?
Against Mongols or as Mongols?
Do you do like as Mongols? Like, what's your best bet? I mean, you're playing down here basically just by the Civ matchup. You can't tower rush. You're not gonna be fast enough, as we've said before on Holy Island. You're just too far away. You could just go straight to water, but I feel like you just lose to the Knights Templar. Do you go for like a horseman spam early? Do you try something out of the box? I don't know what you do to really secure yourself here. I mean, unless you win some really good fights.
I think what you do is you open up normally on water. You do go for your Uvu after all, and you try to make something happen on land and on water at the same time. You do have some unique technologies that can somewhat help you out here as well with piracy on water. Like if you take some good fights on water, you're gonna get a lot of resources from that. It can help you out. It's still a tough one. Double cash production can also help you, like just having a suddenly having a very strong unit on land that you can use. Definitely worthwhile. I think it has to go somewhat in that direction.
Well, we'll see if Recon can try and go the distance here with Myriad. Myriad, of course, I think favored here on this one for sure. But last game was fun. Last game was a cheeky play there by Recon with all the Manganique. This time with Mongols. We'll see what he can cook up. I don't know. I just feel like everyone is all in agreement that one of the best water civs right now is just Knights Templar. I mean, maybe is it just the best water civ right now?
Has to be. There's
right?
just no big competition at all. Like Knights Templar just takes the cake. So such a strong gather rate there on wood. It's insane.
Like that alone almost just puts them on. I mean, that alone just puts them like almost top 2 right there. Just the gather wood, the way they don't need to have any mills, the speed at which you start just gathering right away. But we'll see if Recon can make some magic happen though, as we go into game number 4.
There it is, game number 4. We do have the early opening here with the Uvu. Villager, of course, from Myriad with the Knights Templar is going to move out in order to build that dock on the shoreline. No surprise here. Recon, what's his game plan? Is he going to go for the dock after the Uvu, or is he gonna go for like a fast feudal age? At the moment, still looks like a fast feudal age play from him. Does spot the villager that has built the dock from Myriad.
Kind of a funny looking coastline here. Usually it's fairly straight, but this one's kind of rounded a little bit. Got a bit of a... That juts out a little bit there.
There we go, villager now moving out. Is it going to be a production building on the Uvu, or is it going to... It is going to be the production building, and we are going to be getting a barracks opening from Recon.
You gonna try and tower rush? I mean, that's so far away, isn't it?
This is like one of the main difficulties here on this map. Like, it's quite the distance that you have to travel in order to get there, right?
Yeah, we haven't seen Mongols do a tower rush on this map yet today. And I think there's a reason why, but that... That's definitely like the classic tower rush build. Like you've been saying, it's just such a long way to walk.
Yeah. Takes a while to get there.
And looking at the spawn too, the gold's in the back, so even longer than you'd like. I mean, if the gold is in the front, maybe, but all the way in the back. He's on sheep for food. His wood's in the back. I don't know. He does have the spear in the queue.
Probably just wants to burn down the dock here.
Oh, that could be an option, yeah.
Yeah. Still, though, it doesn't really leave you with a lot of great options, because eventually, like, Knights Templar is still, like, look at this, yeah, Myriad, he's just like conga lining the villagers over to the gold. Doesn't even want to build a mining camp there. Could potentially get burnt down anyways. He just needs the age up in, and the thing is, even if Recon gets the burn in on the dock and manages to take that down, the issue is that after that, like, the dock's just gonna get rebuilt. Like, Myriad's gonna go age up, he's gonna build a couple of archers, and then he's gonna be able to securely get the dock up again.
Yeah. Conga line ends, and then conga line begins right back to the wood. I'm always amazed. I mean, like, I feel like Knights Templar still being one of the 2 new civs until November 4th. I'm always amazed at how many unique ways the devs can come up with making a new civ and have new things. And I think not having to have a drop-off place for the wood for Knights Templar is such a fun little bit of flavor.
There we go. Recon now also going for his own dock. Still relatively early into the Dark Age for him to go for that second dock, to go for his own dock. So I'm wondering if he wants... It's also in a weird spot, right? Like, the dock, it's so far away from the deep sea fish. Has he not scouted out where the deep sea... Oh, there's a transport ship. Oh, wait.
No way.
Wait.
Can you get that down in time? Can you get that down in time?
He can get it. He did. But Recon, he's got his own dock. He's got to go for a transport ship of his own.
Wow.
And Myriad sees that now. There it is.
Oh, nothing hidden. Man, how much HP does that guy have? He's at, what, 3, 4?
I feel like the dock's going to come in time, though. Like, the dock's going to finish before the spearman arrives on that other side. Recon
trying to torch down the dock.
There it is, Kingdom of France coming in.
And that would have been I mean, if Recon had gotten that spear down, or that villager down, that would have been huge.
It would have. Just one more hit would have been needed.
It's one of those things where it's like, you have the right play in mind. Like, you made the right choice. Like, that was definitely the right thing to go for. You just missed it. You just missed out by like a second.
I don't think he's even going to get the kill on the villager. That's the worst part about it, because the dock's going to finish up and then he's just going to jump inside of the transport ship again.
Yeah.
And the villager's going to stay alive. Dock is set on fire now, though. Recon only just now sending the villagers out to gold. He's got one more spear inside of the transport ship. Just, like, do it. Drop him off somewhere. I'll be right there. I'll be right there.
Stalking him. Wherever he goes, he'll be right behind him.
The issue is now, though, his spearmen are kind of, like, trapped on the island.
I feel like we need the Benny Hill theme playing behind us.
Recon's making Dark Age Horsemen next. Against the archers! But he still can't take down the dock. What is this game? Oh, the villager, he's gonna repair the dock again.
Oh man,
The spearman
that
is stuck on the
villager
island.
just been giving him the absolute worst time. Villager just getting away with murder and more. That's so funny. I mean, it almost begs the question, are Knights Templar too good on water?
The answer to that is just downright yes. They are
So then,
too
I guess,
good.
I mean, while we have a minute, what would you do to fix that?
Make their ships more expensive.
Oh, that's a good idea. Remove the food bonus in Dark Age, says Cal.
I don't think that's
Good.
enough. There we go, we got some horsemen. Never seen before unit. Dark Age horsemen from Mongols against a civilization that doesn't rhyme with Dinglish.
Wow, what a sight to see.
Oh, 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 oh. The
Insult to
villager,
injury
he
right
thought
there.
he was outside of range.
This is this game has gotten quite crazy. Myriad putting
It
on a
has.
clinic with the best water civ, the Chevrolet Confrere coming out. And then yes, I said that wrong.
It's a very creative game, let's put it like this. And there we go. He's gonna transforms into a ship.
It's just so silly in some ways. I love this game, but sometimes it's just so silly.
Autobots roll out, and now is he gonna transform back into a pilgrim before? Wait,
Nope.
did he get the gold though?
I hope
Did
so.
he get the gold from it? I didn't look. I didn't see the like gold pop off, and we were on recon on Myriad's perspective, so there should have been like a plus 130 gold icon. Okay, now we're on Myriad. On recon. We were on Myriad, I think. We were on recon. Okay. Oh,
So if Knights Templar
Is he able to
are
burn the
you know,
dock down?
Transformers, are they the Autobots or the Decepticons? I'm not quite sure.
he's going for the repair again.
That one villager, man. Goodness. What
Yeah.
a nuisance of a villager. Just getting so much value. Like, value that is just... It's beyond words.
Obscene.
It's beyond words. It's obscene. Yeah, it really is.
Trying to go for it again. Ay, 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 ay. Oh
Come
my
on,
god.
Just like that. Man.
That's so toxic.
It's just playing with them now. It's like a cat with a mouse. You're just playing with its food.
Oh, that is rough. That is really rough.
This pilgrim...
Oh, he's got to be so careful. He's running towards the shoreline. He wants to transform. He's screaming.
Autobots, roll out.
Oh. Oh my
Nope.
god, that was so close.
Got killed by the Decepticons. Didn't make
Oh
it.
my god, the villager, he actually has an animation for crawling on the ground. At the end
That's
there.
really
That's
sad.
kind of brutal.
Brutal. Pilgrim dies a martyr.
Oh, we do have an archer ship here.
This is just nuts. Archer ship doing some little tickle damage to the Chevys.
Yeah. Chevys.
I'm like running out of things to say. These games have been just something else today, and this one just is. I think this
Absolutely.
one just sums up with like the Benny Hill theme. Like that just sums this one. My feelings up on this one. Just wacky. That villager's
Yeah,
still
it
alive.
has been
of
very
course.
wacky. Recon, he's saving up some resource behind this. I'm not exactly sure for what that is going to be. Whether he... You never know. Like, with Mongols, you never know. Maybe now he's just gonna be like, okay, I'm just gonna, like, keep being annoying on land and try to, like, fast Imperial Age behind this. There's always an
different
option.
Nika.
Oh my god, okay, losing 3 Chevys like that? I'm gonna call them Chevys as well now, by the way. I'm stealing that. That's pretty massive. He's going Mangadai?
I mean,
Why?
when in Rome, maybe he's just grasping at straws at this point. He's had a lot of things not go his way this game. I don't blame him
Yeah.
for doing anything at this point. It's just been kind of chaos ball all around.
Yeah, water's not looking too hot right now. Wait, no! Why? It's not Mangadai. He's making Mass Khan's Hunter, and they do
Oh my
less
goodness.
damage than Mangadai, by the way.
Oh, you only
Or
need,
they
like,
don't
one or
shoot
two
as
of those.
often. Like they actually are bad. They're a bad unit to mass on their own.
He's got actual Mangadai coming in the queue, so we're good. You just got 6 of them to start, I guess. You only need like a couple. Like you want
Like,
one or
Khan's
two. If you're
Hunters
gonna
are
go Mangadai,
legitimately not a good unit to make on their own. They're so
but not
bad.
en masse. Yeah, for sure.
And he
At this point, maybe we're just
double-produced
throwing
them.
things at the wall and seeing what sticks.
Three
We're
times.
just experimenting, playing a little loose, playing fast. Just trying.
Was it
see
because
what
they're
you can
just a
do.
little bit cheaper? Like, they only cost gold and wood. It's like one of the only land units that doesn't cost food. Which is weird in its own, but yeah. There we go. Gonna transform.
Do we see it? Let's see it. Let's see it. Here it comes. Cha-ching.
Okay, it actually
30, not
doesn't
bad.
transform before it drops off the gold. That's toxic.
Just disappears.
Just another reason why Knights Templars broke. No, we do have the wood
Just
line. The
another
wood line
reason.
dive though.
Bronze Hunters looking for some people to hunt. And they don't get one.
I think I got one villager that was building the wall there.
Okay, the one on the
But
wall.
yeah, the Khan's Hunter the damage is very, very underwhelming. Like, I'm feeling
they're tickling
thoroughly
the
whelmed
villagers,
right
yeah.
now. Yeah.
They're just tickling them.
Villagers meantime for recon. Having
Probably
a
doing
rough
more
time
emotional
there.
damage than anything else.
Yeah.
Another Chevy goes down.
He's trying his best.
The Horseman's a better choice for sure.
The Horseman's doing a decent job actually up against the Archer Khan. It's just the Chevys
Not
don't
enough.
do that much damage to them, but there's just not enough Horsemen here to really just keep ignoring them.
Yeah, and he's got no real counter to them. He's got a couple spears, but you can't get close because of the archers.
Yeah, look, the Khan's Hunter, they just don't have the attack speed that Mangadai have. Like, Mangadai are strong because their attack speed is broken, but Khan's Hunters, they attack slow. Oh my god, and
water
Myriad, he's
control.
even docking the other side there.
He owns water, and I think for the first time today, we can definitively say if you win water, you win the game. And that
In this
those
situation,
spears are
yes.
still there. Those spears are just sitting up there. They become like Ronin, just lost their way. They don't have their leader anymore. They're just stuck up there.
Recon, he has to take the fight. He can't let that outpost go down. It's not a good fight for him to take. Myriad, he doesn't have blacksmith upgrades, or at least no ranged armor, but it's just too much. And GG
It's too
gets
much.
called. Myriad, he's gonna be able to qualify for the EGC Masters Fall. 3-1 up against Recon here.
Recon put up a good game
man.
last one up and was able to go 3-1. At least you didn't get swept. At the end of the day, you played your best. You did a decent job. You took a game off of a really great player in Myriad. But ultimately, Myriad takes a very silly one here to move on.
This was definitely one of the silliest games that we had. Knights Templar, they're definitely a vibe, and Recon, he was feeling a little bit ambitious there as well with the answer to it, and definitely led to a really, really fun game. I'm happy that we got a game in like this, but yeah, I mean, just looking at the wood gathered, right? Like, it truly goes to show that
Yeah.
Knights Templar, their economy, it's
Double the wood.
definitely
Man.
something.
They definitely, I hope they, in the next couple of patches coming up here, I hope they look at that and maybe rebalance it. Because I don't mind when a certain civ is strong on water or strong in a certain way, but
It's
when you
just
have
annoying
an
when it's too
undisputed-
strong.
Yeah, it's just undisputedly good. It's going to win 90+% of the things just because of it's overly powerful.
Yeah.
Hopefully they tune that back, but it made for a silly one here at least.
All right. So we do now have, at the very least, one of our additional qualified players. Mia Makova says that one has only just begun. So I do believe that we are going to be rounding it out here for today on the main channel. There are still some more games going on, and there are also some more games going on that are being casted on some other channels, so definitely make sure that you do check them out. There's EGC Masters Fall. We still have some spots here. At the moment, Scatterbrain actually leading up against Valdemar at the moment.
Wow. He
Core
played
versus
great
Scarlet
today.
Devil, 2-1 at the moment for Scarlet Devil, so he's leading there. Mia Makova says that one has only just begun. These are Still quite some stacked sets that are going on here behind this.
And quite exciting to see.
So, there we go. I do believe, yeah, we are gonna round it out here on the main channel for today, though. So, fellas, thank you guys so much for watching. We are going to be sending you guys over to one of the channels that is currently still casting EGC Masters Fall. So don't go anywhere because there are still more games to be watched here. And once again, hope you guys enjoyed the tournament here, the qualifiers. We are still like just at the beginning of EGC Masters Fall. This is only the beginning. We've already had so many hype games to look forward to, and it's only going up from here. Soccerton, thank you so much for casting here with me today. It's been an absolute blast, and yeah, it's great. Just more and more Age of Empires tournament content coming up here, and I believe that we are gonna be sending you guys over to Lash. He is currently casting Core versus Scarlet Devil, and I do believe that he's probably still casting more sets even after that. So thank you guys so much for watching. Do stay tuned. More tournament content coming up here on EGC TV, and yeah, see you guys next weekend as we do head into the main event. Till then, thanks for watching.